Well, it is my first time drawing since I've moved. And since I feel like my drawing stamina has been up so high recently, I'm actually really excited to draw tonight. So I know that I said, and I do still intend to draw Lime. It's just that I don't know what I'm gonna draw. I'm just kind of just gonna wing it. Yeah, so I'm not gonna use my model tonight because I don't really feel like keeping my, trying to, emote on screen today. So I'm just using the good old Vtuber that I have. So, and also I think I'm gonna play the newest Defunctlin video while I work because I haven't seen this one yet. I have seen his animatronics video that he did a while ago, and this is supposed to be the follow-up to that one. So yeah, I have it here pulled up and ready to go, but I think that's about it. No real preamble. I'm just gonna start drawing and listen to this video. Although I will say that I've noticed that I've gotten pretty decent at drawing somewhat quickly. So I'm hoping that I can maybe get this whole thing done by the end of this video. Oh, hello Greenwood. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. I meant to go live yesterday and then I got a little lazy, so I didn't. And here I am now. I'm gonna draw today instead because I actually feel up to it, you know? Let me go ahead. I was just saying that I think I'm gonna play the newest Defunctlin video while I draw. Oh, thank you, Chicks Oddly. Thank you for following. Hey, I got the alerts working again. But yeah, so that's what I'm gonna do tonight. I'm gonna play the newest Defunctlin animatronic video or whatever, and I'm gonna draw Laimu. So let me go ahead and start the video. Let me know if I need to fix the audio at all, and I'll try and take care of that. So let me go ahead and turn off my background music and... All right, yeah, let me know how the audio
is the result of over a century of technological progress.
I should probably talk as well so that,
and millions of dollars.
I can actually get a good read on
At the end of this line
if it's too loud or not.
A bet on a bold new idea, a dangerous,
so yeah, just let me know.
high-stakes experiment. If what is at the end of this line fails, it is not only a misstep that costs money and time, but a failure that risks something even more valuable.
Sounds perfect.
Reputation,
cool. Thank you.
Image, integrity. At the end of this line is something that if it works and works well,
let me pull up her reference I have.
Lucrative,
oh, so remember how I had mentioned that
dominating the future. At the end
I was gonna draw Gib for you, so that you could see what my new little stuffed animal looks like. I remember talking about this. This is what he looks like. I can do this really fast. Hang on. So that one stuffed animal, I said that I won in a in a claw machine. This is what he looks like. This is Gib. Say hello to Gib. I love him. I got him from a claw machine, yeah. I really wanted him and I spent like $7 just trying to get this one little cat toy. But anyway, yeah, back to what I was doing, playing the video. Let's go.
Oh, hi Mickey.
There you are. Come on in.
All right, what do I want to do for a line?
This circle represents one person.
Gib and Gigi, I see a trend.
American adult. Studies suggest
you know what?
This
you got a point. I didn't even think of that.
Just over 600 people. They trust between 10 and 25 people, and they likely have 1 to 4 close friends. although they might be in the 8% of Americans that report having no close friends. While their network of knowledge, trust, and friendship is small, the number of people that they have interacted with is enormous. The average person has the potential to interact with tens of thousands of people.
I've been stumped about this because I've been thinking about it for like the past couple days about what I want her pose to be. I just can't think of anything.
To engage in these interactions.
Okay,
our individual approach is heavily shaped by our language, culture, age, and ability. But the way in which each of us interacts is in some part the result of all of the interactions that came before. So given all of this, the complexity, the unpredictability, the emotional, indescribable dance that is two human beings interacting with one another, how would you go about replacing one of these parties with a machine without missing a beat? Where would you even begin? Making the machine into a humanoid form is not a bad place to start. And if you were Walt Disney in the early 1960s, you were already one step ahead of the game. By 1964, Walt and his Imagineers had finished building a fully functioning, lifelike, animated figure of Walt's childhood hero, Abraham Lincoln.
Oh yeah,
this
that's what happened in the last
could rise
video.
From his chair, gesture, emote, and speak. Walt might have been the only person in the world that had an immediate commercial application for such a technology. Lincoln could not spot weld a Mustang, or defuse a bomb, or even vacuum the floor. The only thing that the Lincoln figure could do was look and move like Abraham Lincoln, and only Walt had a direct path to revenue for such an invention. The animatronic blew audiences away, and both fans and critics alike
So how was your
wondered
day today,
what
Greenwood?
was the next
While
step.
I'm just getting this
There
rough
were
sketch
two
out.
obvious paths forward.
Mine was
First,
fine.
Walt and the Imagineers could try to
Didn't
unbolt
do too
Lincoln
much today.
from his
I stayed
locked
up really
position
late
and give
when
him
I didn't
the
mean
ability
to.
to walk.
And then
Second,
I ended
they could
up
give
like
him the ability to interact with the
having to wake
audience.
up early
They
for
could
something,
attempt to
and
upgrade
that wasn't
Lincoln
fun
to be able to
at
listen,
all.
respond, and potentially even think like a human. Ultimately, Walt did not pursue
do
these
I
paths,
like IRL
possibly because,
animatronics?
for
I
all
know
of
so
his
many people
ambition
feel
and
active
futurism,
discomfort
he
around
had a
them. I
keen
actually don't mind
understanding
them.
of
Although,
practicality. Walt's pre-programmed
depending on,
voice
I guess, how advanced it is, I can be a little put off by it, you know? Because at Walt Disney World, they have that Avatar themed ride where it's like the Na'vi River Journey or whatever. And that one has this very, very fluid moving one of those like the aliens. And for whatever reason, that one's always made me feel a little icky. Like Chuck E. Cheese, I don't mind Chuck E. Cheese. That one's never bothered me. But that one from the river ride at Disney World, that one has always kind of been a little bit, like I raise a brow at it.
Acted Abraham Lincoln seemed like magic, but a machine that could walk on its own and think for itself
Oh,
would
dang,
be
I don't have
sorcery,
a picture
pure
of her
fiction,
mascot.
even to someone as future-minded as Walt. But there was an emerging technology that some believed would be capable of such miracles. A technology that Walt was not
my friend told me about that last week. I thought she was exaggerating. No, that one's really insane. Just like how cool it is. Like, it's really cool, but it's a little off-putting to see in person because it's so big
or for worse.
And it just moves so fluidly. It kind of just feels like a person, you know? She has a little ferret mascot. That's really cute. I think her mascot's probably one of my favorite. My day was very eventful. I found a new way of cooking eggs minus the grease. Huh. Well, that sure does sound like an eventful day.
Walt and the Imagineers faced significant
I call it
obstacles
2-minute
when they
microwave
attempted
scrambled
to make a
eggs.
machine
Oh,
look and move like a
interesting.
human. But designing a machine that could behave and interact like one would be even more challenging. Not only would this require additional technology, but it would require a new methodology for engineering interactions between mechanical characters and guests. There are three primary methods for governing the behavior of a machine.
On the other hand,
the first category is scripted behaviors. Scripted behaviors encompass all.
Yeah, laugh at my chair. Okay. But anyway, what I was gonna say is that me, on the other hand, I actually decided to make a VOD channel on YouTube, you know, just to like archive all of my previous streams. It took me a minute to actually figure it out, but I got it. And yeah, I did that like pretty much all yesterday and a majority of today. But I wasn't able to, archive a whole lot because some of my older streams are, expired because Twitch only like keeps them for like maybe a month. So I lost like a lot of my old streams, but I decided to go ahead and start doing that now. Keeping track of them and everything. Link it? Sure. Let me do that really quick. Ba-ba-ba. I'm gonna let the video play while I do this.
All of the ways that a designer can dictate a character's behavior prior to the interaction. In the golden age of automata, the movement of figures was often controlled using complex cams. When programming the Lincoln animatronic, the Imagineers used audio tones recorded onto magnetic tape to store the figure's movements. Both of these pre-programming techniques would be considered scripted behaviors. Because these types of behaviors have to be determined in advance, characters that rely solely on scripting cannot truly be interactive.
So yeah, if you ever want to like check out like a VOD, if you don't want to watch it on Twitch, it's there on YouTube now.
In which a mechanical figure would interact with the audience. Since this was not possible at the time, the Imagineers considered faking the call and response by scripting both sides of the interaction. They planned to pump pre-recorded questions into the room, hoping that diners would think a live guest in the crowd was interacting with the animatronic. While this could have been an interesting illusion, it would not have resulted in a true interactive character. In order for a guest and a character to have a true exchange, a designer would need to utilize methods from the other behavior.
I do want to just say that since I'm kind of like, I decided to upload my old VODs on a schedule somewhat. So until we catch up to like, current day VODs, only one VOD is updated per day at 10 a.m. Central. So just keep that in mind. So only like 2 videos are up at the moment. Or 2 VODs. But that's about it. I think it's fine. Anyway, let me start playing that.
Categories. The second of which is puppeteered behaviors. Puppeteer behaviors allow for a human to operate the mechanical character in real time.
I didn't want to like upload them all at once, especially because it was taking a long time for all of them to process, since they're all about a couple hours long. But yeah, I figured that spacing them out like that would probably be best.
The harness that Imagineer Wathel Rogers wore to program some of the original animatronics resulted in a puppeteered animatronic character. Puppeteer behaviors also include the live voicing of a character, which can allow for an actual conversation with a guest in a way that pre-recorded dialogue cannot. Finally, the third category is the behavior type that in Walt's time felt
yeah, I would say so. I've been to quite a few.
This category
mainly
allows
Disney
the machine
World,
to intake information from its environment, decipher its meaning, and generate a response. All without the
Universal
direct,
being one of them, but I don't really like Universal all that much.
By the time that Walt and the
Though to be
Imagineers
fair,
were developing animatronics,
it's been a long time
most
since I've been to
researchers
Universal,
agreed
so
that the
maybe
machine
it's
most
just
likely
that I need to
achieve
go
such feats
now,
would be the
like
programmable,
more recent,
electronic, general purpose
so that I could get a
digital
better
computer.
idea about
But
what
these
they're like
types of
nowadays.
automated behaviors, if possible at all, were still a long way out. However, that did not stop people from dreaming of the day that a computer could behave like a human.
Let me pause this again. So personally, whenever we went to Universal, for whatever reason, we just found it to be way more expensive than like Disney World for whatever reason. So we were like, nah, we don't really like that. Because it's like, I don't know, it's like you would expect Disney to be like the most expensive like theme park, but for whatever reason, no, Universal decided to be that, or take that title, and we didn't really like that. My family didn't, so we don't go there very much, or we didn't. It's been a long time since we've actually gone, so I can't say for certain if it's still like that or not, but yeah, that's the main reason why. Plus, there wasn't a whole lot of rides there that I was particularly interested in, so I just kind of like, I don't know, wasn't for me. More expensive than Disney. I would have expected it the other way around. Yeah, so did we. Genuinely, we thought that it was going to be. But no, for whatever reason, wasn't the case. Like food or just everything. Like, I don't remember the exact prices because I was quite young when we last went. But the Fast Pass tickets themselves were like what? like 100 each or something. Whereas like at Disney, it was only like 20 something or whatever per person. So I have no idea what that was about. The food though, I don't really remember all that much, if I'm being quite honest.
In 1950, English computer scientist Alan Turing published a paper
Even before
titled
pre-inflation,
Computing
that was
Machinery
cooked.
and
I know,
Intelligence,
right?
which proposed a framework to evaluate
Heartbreak
a
emoji.
theoretical thinking machine. In his paper, Turing outlined a test that he called the imitation game, in which a human interrogator delivers written questions to two hidden participants, one human and one computer. Turing argued that if the interrogator could not reliably distinguish between the two based on their answers, then the computer might be considered an intelligent
she actually
machine.
dropped some
In
merch
1955,
today, and I wanted to get it so bad, but I already made a decent-sized purchase today for something else, and I was like, I can't justify making two big purchases today. I'll do it next week or something.
Arthur Samuel coined the term machine learning. A subset of artificial intelligence, machine learning enables computers to analyze data and improve their performance over time, without the need for additional programming by a human. While researchers developed frameworks for replicating human intelligence, computers were making progress on the replication of other processes, such as hearing and speaking. In 1961, IBM introduced the shoebox, which could recognize
By the way, whenever I say that I like draw these, like,
as well as
I don't think
of
these as like finished
plus,
illustrations
minus,
or whatever.
total,
To me, these are like
subtotal,
sketches,
false,
because
and
it's just
off.
like
That
I
same
don't
year,
make them like
scientists
all that
at
nice
Bell
and
Labs
pretty.
created a
They're
speech
finished
synthesis
to
program
me.
capable of speaking and even singing in English.
I love this. The first computer sung song. I love this one.
In 1966,
Oh,
MIT
that's so
professor
cool.
Joseph
So,
Weizenbaum
something that kind of personally creepy ass song? No! I was just about to say, I hate that TikTok has made that song creepy sounding or made people say that it's creepy. I love Daisy Bell sung by that computer. Do you want to know why? I love it because it is the first ever song that people got a computer to sing, and the first song they got a computer to sing was a love song, and I think that's absolutely adorable. It's so cute. I hate that people have made it sound like come across as like creepy or whatever. Oh, they made the computer sing a little love song.
unveiled Eliza,
I love it. I
one
love
of
it.
the world's first chatbots.
I will
Eliza
defend
was
Daisy
programmed
Bell
to
with my
simulate
life.
an intake meeting with the therapist. The program was not accomplished with machine learning, but rather by looking for select keywords in a user's input, and then transforming these into Eliza's responses. For instance, if a user said, "I am sad," Eliza would recognize sad and respond with one of four outputs. "I'm sure it's not pleasant to be sad. Can you explain what made you sad? I am sorry to hear you are sad. Do you think coming here will help you not be sad?"
I'm sorry
If a
to
user
hear that you are
instead typed,
sad.
"I am banana," Eliza was not capable of recognizing the word banana, or realizing that this does not make any sense. Instead, Eliza recognized the phrase "I am" and would remix the user's input into one of four responses. In this case, "How long have you been banana? Do you believe it normal to be banana? Do you enjoy being banana? And is it because you are banana that you came to me?" The variability of the outputs were programmed.
Is it because you are a banana that you came to me? I love that. That's so funny.
To give the illusion that Eliza was really
I bet
thinking.
you also think that
Weizenbaum
Satanic
knew
Reverse
Eliza's limitations
2012 Katy
and
Perry
created
music
the
is
chatbot
adorable
solely
too.
as an experiment.
Okay, well, I don't know what that is. You just are kind of throwing words at me right now, Greenwood. But no, I am an avid defender of Daisy Bell, so hop off.
However, when associates of Weizenbaum tested the program, some believed that there was life in the machine. Weizenbaum, who knew that there definitely was not, spent significant time arguing against his own creation's sentience. The same year that Weizenbaum debuted Eliza, Disneyland began to embrace the information age. In January of 1966, the Imagineers purchased Disneyland's first computer. We know this because if you bought a computer in 1966, you might make the news. On January 28th, the Anaheim Bulletin reported on the park's purchase
Something
of the
that I really
PDS
love about
1020,
Defunctland is how like dry his humor is. I love dry
the machine
humor
was
so
described
bad.
as a
I love
desk
it a lot.
computer, not a desktop computer, but a desk computer, a computer that was shaped like a desk, so you could sit at it, or on it, even holding a flower, if you like. The PDS 1020 was powerful and compact for its time,
really like her
but computers were
fangs, so I
still
think I
nowhere
want her to
close to
smile
becoming
with her mouth
consumer
open.
products. They were not even versatile enough to be used in most creative professions. The PDS 1020, as you can see, doesn't even have a screen.
I don't know. I'll figure
Most
that out
commercial
later.
machines at this point still used a combination of an electronic typewriter and punch tape. The PDS 1020 was also expensive, costing $675
Dry humor
per
is so
month
hard to do
lease,
IRL
or
though. You
around
have to have a certain voice for it.
$6,700
I know,
today.
but you know what?
Reports
Defunctland
speculated that the
has
machine
the
would be put
voice,
to
so
use
it works for
designing and
him.
engineering Disneyland's new attractions, and could possibly assist in the programming of the park's new audio animatronic figures. It is not clear exactly what tasks the PDS 1020 ended up doing at Disneyland, or if Walt was aware of the machine and its potential uses. Walt would pass away on December 15th, 1966,
All right, that's a decent
less than a
enough
year
sketch.
after Disneyland's purchase of the
Let me
PDS 1020. At the time of Walt's death, the computer was only beginning to show its true potential. Had Walt survived just a few more years, he would have seen the revolution ahead of him. Unfortunately, this was not to be, and by pure coincidence, Walt, whose legacy would be as steeped in futurism as it was nostalgia, was precluded from viewing and likely participating in the radically different future that computers would bring. After
What a
Walt's
shame.
death, his brother, Roy O. Disney, took control of the company and attempted to continue many of the
I will
projects
say
that
that
Walt
when I
had
watched
proposed
the
before his
first
passing. The most ambitious of
animatronics
these
video
was
that
Disney World
Defunctland
and
did,
its
I
proposed
actually really liked it because it had a lot of good perspective and points on just how difficult it was making an animatronic and basically the entire history of it. I just think that that's really cool. I like hearing about like these niche topics. Plus, Defunctland is just a really good documentarian, so a lot of the topics that he chooses to cover are just really interesting. I like it a lot.
City of the Future, Epcot. Roy would shelve the city project and focus efforts on the theme park and resort
My chair is
aspects
going
of Walt's
down.
Florida
I
project,
can't
opening the newly
stand
named
this.
Walt Disney World Resort and the Magic Kingdom theme park in October of 1971. The
It's
Magic
even
Kingdom
worse
would be
for when I'm
incredibly
drawing
similar to
because, like,
Disneyland
you know,
on
when
the
we have our
surface,
just chatting
but behind the
streams,
scenes, the
it's
new
like
park was far more advanced
it's like it
than its
doesn't really
predecessor.
matter all that
Keeping with
much
the
if my chair like slowly goes down because it's just like I'm not doing anything. I'm just talking to you guys. But here, the issue is that my chair will get too low for me to like really get a good angle on my tablet. Oh, can't wait to get a new chair. Ugh.
The spirit of Walt's proposal, several attractions' ride systems, as well as the resort's monorails, were operated using computer programs. One of the most impressive implementations of the computer in the new park was named DAX, the Digital Animation Control System. This patented system enabled Disney to program and store audio animatronic performances using the computer. This change allowed the Imagineers to create new, elaborate animatronic stage shows, including one of Walt's dreams, the Hall of Presidents. But the most complex animatronic in the Magic Kingdom, Disney's first attempt at advancing the art form without Walt, was an animated figure of Mickey
Hello,
Mouse.
Caesar.
The Mickey Mouse Revue was a stage
No,
show
the
in which
Discord
Mickey
is not
conducted
ready.
an
I
orchestra
will
of Disney
let you
characters,
guys know when it
reportedly a
is
concept
ready.
that Walt had floated years prior.
Like I said, it's
Mickey
taking
was
a bit
Walt's
for
most
me to
famous
set it up.
creation,
Plus,
and
I've
he was
also
the
had to
company's
do some
mascot.
other.
His image
Let me
was
pause the
heavily
video. I've also had to start getting ready, like doing onboarding stuff for my job coming up in January. So things are coming up now more recently, but yeah, I am still working on it. Don't worry.
Protected by Walt Disney
Yeah.
Productions,
Don't worry. I
to the
will let
point
you
that
guys know
Mickey's
when the
original
Discord is
mischievous
ready.
persona was softened to make him a more affable and, to some, bland character.
Mickey is very well known.
That chair is an op. You gotta show him. You can send him to Goodwill whenever you please. You're so right.
People didn't feel that Mickey could blow his top like the duck. He had to maintain a certain dignity.
The Mickey Mouse Revue would be the first time Mickey was depicted as an animatronic, and there was a certain level of risk in translating such a valuable legacy character to the nascent art form. The Imagineers put a significant amount of care into the design, and the Mickey Mouse animatronic ended up being the most complicated figure the team had ever built, with some reports saying that it had as many or more functions than the Abraham Lincoln animatronic.
Really?
While there was a definite risk in depicting Mickey, the Mickey Mouse Revue, and Walt Disney World as a whole, was more the result of conservative decisions.
Sorry, I just want to talk about that really quick because that's interesting. Because all throughout the last video that Defunktland did about like the Abraham Lincoln animatronic, he really emphasized just how like difficult the process was. Not just because it was like the first humanoid animatronic, but because they had to have it do so many things, including like standing up and kind of like moving forward and then giving a speech. And that sounded like genuinely very difficult. So I understand why it was such like a monumental feat. But them saying that this Mickey Mouse one that looks like it just kind of turns on a like a moving stage or whatever, being considered far more like complex is very interesting. I hope he goes into that because he might just move on.
Decision making than it was creative gambles. Just 2 months after the Magic Kingdom opened, Roy Disney would pass away. Disney's new leadership team, which was composed of many of Walt's trusted executives, doubled down on risk mitigation, choosing to guide the company with the often recited question, what would Walt do? Was this a feasible strategy to keep up with the times? Well, in 1971, the same year that Magic Kingdom opened, the Kenback Corporation debuted the Kenback 1, the world's first personal computer. That same year, the first commercially available microprocessor, the Intel 4004, was released. Soon
That's
after,
actually crazy.
the
The people
Xerox
behind the
Alto
animatronics have to be geniuses.
yeah,
Genuinely, you should watch that video yourself because it is insane what all they had to do in order to get that thing to work.
As computers evolved, their potential uses grew exponentially. In 1971, engineers Nolan Bushnell and Ted Dabney created the first arcade video game, named Computer Space. The following year, the two incorporated their company, Atari, and released another video game, Pong. In 1972, two graduate students at the University of Utah, Edwin Catmull and Fred Park, created a short film generated entirely on a computer. The result was one of the earliest examples of computer-generated graphics, and it showcased the versatility of computers in creative fields. By the late 70s, arcade games were advancing at a rapid rate, and a few companies, including Atari, were developing video game consoles for the home. In 1977, Bushnell opened a new type of entertainment concept, combining arcade games, pizza, and Disney-style animatronics. Chuck E. Cheese's Pizza Time Theater opened to rave reviews, and
I was just about to say, is it Chuck E. Cheese?
Computer-programmed themed entertainment throughout the country.
Do you think it's possible for us to create?
Pay attention, little bro. That's how they created your current PC. Good old 1977. Don't come for my throat like that, Greenwood. Don't be mean.
The film industry was also finding commercial uses for the computer. The animated hand experiment done by Catmull and Park would appear in the 1976 film Future World. The following year, the space opera Star Wars premiered. The film, directed by the young George Lucas, was a massive hit, and its success was in part attributed to its groundbreaking special effects. Audiences were amazed by the exciting space battles, mostly accomplished by filming miniatures with the Dijkstraflex, a computer-controlled camera rig. Less exciting, but just as impressive, was the film's inclusion of a short scene created using three-dimensional computer graphics.
Oh yes,
After the
whenever
success
he's
of Star
flying
Wars,
the
George Lucas saw immense potential in
TIE fighter.
computer-generated imagery, and he hired Ed Catmull to start a computer division within Lucasfilm to continue research into CGI. And then there was Walt Disney Productions. Only a decade after Walt's passing, the company was already in a precarious position. The emergence of the new age of film spectacles such as Star Wars, as well as the rising popularity of more violent and crude films, had obliterated Disney's live-action film business, and the animation studio was not faring much better. The parks was
not
the only
doing too
division
great nowadays
performing
either.
consistently well, and Disney was expanding the business by developing Walt Disney World's second gate, named Epcot Center. Walt's initial city concept had evolved into a less risky but still expensive theme park, billed as a permanent World's Fair, with a focus on
It's been
culture
so long
and
since I've
technological
drawn on this
innovations.
tablet. I'm
As had
like
been
having
part
to
of
like
Walt's city
readjust
plan,
to it
Disney
as
recruited major
I'm doing this
corporations
right
to
now.
sponsor the park's pavilions. This collaboration not only resulted in Disney receiving the funds to construct much of the park, but the Imagineers were also given access to the state-of-the-art technology that these companies were developing. This was especially valuable during a period in
I
which
actually love
Disney's
this stream.
internal
It's so
innovation
chill.
had
Thank
slowed.
you.
Many of these
I'm glad that you're
companies had
enjoying
internal
it.
research and development
I've missed having
departments
like an
that were
art
working
stream.
on innovations that were
So I'm
intriguing,
glad that
but not yet ready to be sold as
I get to do it
products.
now.
Bell Labs engineers and scientists are busy teaching a computer how to speak your language.
I need to pull up a
Okay,
reference for
let's hear it.
Limon. I don't have one.
Like me better now.
Oh, that's good.
Tech demonstrations were typically confined to R&D departments and university laboratories. But Disney was in a unique position to take these glimpses of the future and immediately put them in front of the public, in the same way that World's Fairs had for over a century. This resulted in Epcot Center displaying many authentic future technologies, one of the most interesting of which was the first in a new breed of character for the Disney parks. Up to this point, Disneyland and the Magic Kingdom had been populated by two types of character interactions: costumed characters and face characters. Costumed characters, such as Mickey Mouse, can pose, play, dance, and joke with guests, but they cannot speak. The performers are required to embody the spirit of their character through pantomiming and body movements only.
Why is it so hard to find a picture of this little guy?
The voices of Mickey, Minnie, Donald, Goofy, and Pluto are easily recognized, and the children are not fooled by imitation. The first rule is that you do not talk.
Face characters, such as the Disney princesses,
First
are
rule,
performed by
don't
people
talk.
that closely resemble their character. Their faces are visible, and they are allowed to speak and interact with guests, although they are trained to keep their conversation within their character's backstory and personality.
Okay, let's see.
There were, of course, several non-interactive characters, such as Disney's ever-improving animatronic technology, but there had always been a clear distinction between live characters and programmed characters. These lines would begin to blur after the opening of Epcot Center. When computer manufacturer Sperry Univac signed on as Epcot Center's official computer provider, the company hoped to use its sponsorship as an opportunity to address the public's growing concerns over the powerful technology. Sperry Univac wanted to help the public understand that computers were friendly, they would not cause doomsday yet, and they would only replace most jobs, not all. What the Imagineers created for Sperry Univac as part of this effort was something entirely new, a
developers
character
nowadays knew
interaction
that.
without a human operator. In Epcot Center's Communicore East exhibit hall, above the chatter of technological displays, a childlike voice could be heard interacting with guests. This was Smart One, a friendly robotic character that acted as an ambassador for the computer.
Limon. Well, that's creepy.
The figure itself had limited movement, only being capable of lifting one of his arms and turning his head. Lighting effects provided mouth and eye movements, and the figure stood on a rotating platform, allowing him to turn 360 degrees. Smart One was placed directly under a display board and surrounded by 6 telephones. If a guest wanted to interact with Smart One, they would need to queue by taking a place in front of one of the phones.
ever being created.
On each console, a number indicated how many turns each
We're
guest
going
was
back
from their
in time
interaction.
to get computers
When Smart One
off
focused on
the
a guest,
menu.
he would turn to face them. Smart One was computer controlled, and while he was an interactive character, he was not designed to have an open conversation with guests. Rather, he would engage the guest in a game. The majority of Smart One's programming was scripted behavior, using an interaction technique known as a dialogue tree. Dialogue trees are branching conversation structures that present the player, in this case the guest, with a limited number of possible responses to choose from. Each choice takes the interaction in a different direction, diverging from and converging with various paths. When done well, dialogue trees can give the illusion of an open interaction while masking the limited number of outcomes.
That's really cool.
This was also a step up from Weizenbaum's Eliza, which had no element of progression through the interaction and simply transformed a user's text input. Uniquely, Smart One featured an autonomous behavior, speech recognition. The progression through Smart One's dialogue trees was triggered by the words the guest spoke into the telephone. Smart One's games included Guess the Number, Guess the Birthday Month, and Trivia. All of these were designed so the guests only needed to respond into their phone with a yes or no answer, and thus the computer system running Smart One only needed to be able to recognize these 2 words. Smart One's dialogue tree worked in tandem with his digital display. For instance, in Guess the Number, Smart One would ask guests to think of a number between 1 and 10. He would then display 4 numbers and ask the guest if their number was on the screen. If the guest responded yes, then Smart One would move forward, attempting to narrow down the 4 possible numbers by displaying 2 of them in another group of 4. If the guest said no, Smart One could only narrow it down to 6 numbers, in which case he would display 3 of the 6 remaining in another group of 4. Regardless of the path that the guest followed, Smart One needed at least 3 and at most 4 questions to guess their number. If Smart One could not hear the guest or recognize their input, he had several fail-safe phrases that he would say in response. A subtle but notable aspect of these phrases is that Smart One would always take responsibility if he could not understand the input. This was one of the first entries in a new realm of empathetic programming techniques. In the nearly 3 decades since Disneyland
so it's
had
an
opened,
intentional,
the Disney parks
emotional
had developed
manipulation.
detailed
Gotcha.
protocols for how their costumed and face characters should interact with guests, both to create a great interaction and to protect the character's image and therefore Disney's. Smart One was unique in that this was the first time that the Imagineers had to literally program these ideas into a character, and blame absorption was a great technique to uphold the friendliness of the character. Another clever aspect of the interaction is that Smart One did not ask if he was right at the end of the game. He simply revealed his guess and thanked the player for participating, avoiding any possible dispute at the end of the experience. These little touches vastly improve the quality of the guest's interaction with the character. Smart One wasn't particularly quick in his responses, and his limitations were no secret. But this friendly little robot was the starting point for an entirely new category of character, a type of experience that would soon transform the very idea of what a theme park could be. In 1984, just 2 years after the opening of Epcot Center, Disney's degrading financial situation resulted in a boardroom coup, in which Walt's nephew and Roy's son, Roy E. Disney, ousted Walt's son-in-law, Ron Miller, from the chief executive position. Much of the old regime was cleared out to make way for a new leadership team, consisting of Paramount president Michael Eisner, Paramount president of production Jeffrey Katzenberg, and former Warner Brothers executive Frank Wells. Early on in their tenure, the executive team was presented with a unique opportunity.
I'm not necessarily fond of Jeffrey Katzenberg,
which had put a significant strain on his finances. As a result, he was forced to spin off Lucasfilm's graphics group into its own company. In its 8 years of operation, the graphics group had been producing.
Why do they all look like that? That's just the, you know, the 60s and 70s look. If you didn't look like that, you were ousted from society.
Was a proponent of purchasing Lucas's shares in the company, but Katzenberg, Eisner, and Wells were too distracted repositioning Disney to take the offer seriously. The Lucasfilm Graphics Group would eventually receive its investment from tech mogul Steve Jobs, who had recently been ousted from his own company, Apple Computers. With Jobs as its chairman, the newly independent animation studio was renamed to Pixar.
Yeah.
Whether Disney had missed out on an opportunity,
I was just about to say that sounds like how Pixar was created, because it started out as a subsidiary of Lucasfilms as like a CG offshoot. Yeah. I knew about that. My animation degree is coming in handy. My animation history classes. Woo!
The bullet had yet to be seen. But the risky acquisition did not align with the executive team's vision for the company's turnaround.
I still haven't found like an actual
quote, "We are not
reference
an
of
R&D
Laimu.
company."
Pixar is different? Yeah. I mean, Pixar and Disney started out as two different companies, if you didn't know. They just collaborated a whole lot. And I think Disney was their distributor at first, because they had so many connections to Disney based off of their executives who were there initially. So yeah, Pixar started out as its own little thing that collaborated a lot with Disney, one with like their artists and stuff, and or just through their distribution company. So they've always been intertwined, but Pixar was at one point like pretty much completely independent. But nowadays, obviously Disney owns Pixar and they're like pretty much one and the same.
Epcot Center had brought forth a new category of character in Smart One, and while he was the most impressive interactive robot
so
at the
what
time
art
of the
am I
park's
making
opening,
today? I am drawing the VTuber Laimalicious, or just Limes, Laimu.
Smart One could be seen interacting with another robot named Seiko.
I actually really like her. I was watching a Saba Samiko stream, where she collabed with Laimu, and I liked Lime's like vibes so much that I just kind of started watching her a lot on Twitch. And yeah, Limes. Yeah, she actually has my current highest stream streak at I think 23 streams in total. Yeah. AKA Gura. Well, yeah. She collabed with Saba, yeah, a little while ago now, with In Peak. But yeah, I really like Limes. She's really cool. Like I said, I've been watching her a lot recently. And I've been wanting to draw fan art of her for a minute now. So that's what I'm doing. I'm finally doing it. And also, I like Limon, so I added Limon in. Well, VTuber formerly known as Gura. Yeah. Although, you know, past life etiquette and all that, you don't usually mention that. No. I know who Gura is. No worries, but I like the hint. I'll be honest, I'm not really that into like corporate VTubers, if I'm being quite honest. I don't watch a whole lot of them. But I did know of Gura because obviously everyone knows of Gura. And then when Saba debuted, I watched her debut and I really liked her. So I'd been following and watching her streams a lot. And then whenever she collabed with Limes and Peak, it was her, Doobie, and Saba. So Saba, Doobie, Limes. I liked their vibes a lot, and I just started watching Limes all the time. So I don't usually use like, actual VTuber like community vocabulary very much, but I guess you could say that Limes is my Oshi. I like her a lot.
Designed by inventor Robert Dornick, Seiko was controlled remotely with a small 25-button keyboard capable of triggering 90 different commands, and the character
Also, bro,
was
forgot
voiced
to
by
say you're my
Dornick
number one
himself.
watched on this alt
Seiko was
account, and I
originally
actively started
designed as a
naming this
surrogate
account a month
communications tool
ago.
to help
Well,
people,
thank you.
especially children, with autism
I
and
mean,
other
you do join
disabilities.
almost every
Seiko
single
became a
stream, so
celebrity
I'm
in the
not that
1980s,
surprised.
most
But I
famously
appreciate
co-starring
it.
in
Thank you,
Rocky IV.
Greenwood.
While Seiko would not stay at Epcot Center past the opening special, the robot was a glimpse at a soon-to-be common category of interactive character, one that was not scripted and automated like Smart One, but puppeteered by a hidden performer controlling the character from a distance. In the 1980s, the most common deployment of this technology was with articulated costumed character heads. For example, the Disney-produced children's program Welcome to Pooh Corner used a remote
What?
puppetry system that allowed off-screen
Welcome to
puppeteers
Pooh
to
Corner.
control
I
the
like
mouth and
that.
eye movements of the show's costumed characters. Roaming radio-controlled robots such as Seiko were less prevalent, but several did exist. For instance, inventors Ron and Terry Palmer built and operated rentable remote-controlled robots. Their most famous creation was Orion, who was a hit at corporate parties, trade shows, and a variety of other events.
What a funny little
Here
guy.
he is serving food. Here he is as Uncle Sam.
Aw,
Here he is
he's
on the news in a big
cute.
cowboy hat. Here he
In a
is helping this guy
cowboy
propose
hat?
to his girlfriend. Orion, or at least a version of him, would even make his way to
Aw, what a
Epcot
little
Center, where he
lad.
would
I
begin
like him a
roaming
lot.
Future World under the new name
Poop
Gyro.
Corner.
Gyro interacted with guests, told jokes, and even lifted hats off of his head using his antenna. Gyro was controlled and voiced by a nearby operator in a similar manner to Seiko. This puppeteer was typically disguised as a tourist in order to avoid drawing the attention of guests. In 1986, Epcot Center received another roaming robot, named Gyro, the GE robot.
Well, where do you keep your batteries? We don't have batteries. I get it. Batteries not included. Telling robot humor.
Gyro's features were similar
Cute.
to Gyro, with the most notable difference being Gyro's scooter, which allowed a guest to ride around the park with him. Unlike Gyro was built by Imagineering, as part of Epcot Center's partnership with General Electric. GE's liaison, research and development specialist Dave Fink, worked closely with Imagineering on the character. The collaboration went so well that Fink was recruited to join Imagineering in 1987, and just a few years later, he would become Vice President of Research and Development at Walt Disney Imagineering. When Fink joined Disney, Imagineering did not even have an R&D division. Instead, it had a technology applications department, which consisted of just 4 people. Fink was initially recruited to modernize Imagineering's engineering group, but he felt that Imagineering needed a more forward-thinking department,
I hope that
and
this isn't
eventually
loud. I'm
found the
gonna open a
support to
drink.
form a new
Hang on.
R&D division. There was a certain irony to Imagineering having an R&D department.
It looks like it
When
picked it
Walt
up.
founded
It's
the firm
okay.
over 3 decades prior, the entire organization was considered to be doing research and development, at the near sole discretion of Walt's personal wishes. In the time since, much of
My
the theme park
ears,
design and
ah.
construction process had been standardized, with a surge of external contractors offering
So sorry,
theme
I'll be more
park-specific
considerate next
services.
time.
This was supported by other major players entering the themed entertainment space. The executive team was persuaded to begin investing more heavily into research and development to maintain Disney's competitive edge in the industry. In another reaction to competition, Eisner greenlit a 3rd theme park for Walt Disney World, named Disney MGM Studios, a
Oh,
direct
dear.
response to Universal's proposed Central Florida theme park.
So
The new
Hollywood
park's signature
Studios.
dark
So
ride,
I know
the Great
this
Movie Ride,
because
featured a
he made a different video kind of on Hollywood Studios, or MGM as it was known back then, and it didn't do too hot when it first opened. It wasn't necessarily the most popular one, which is crazy to me because it's actually my favorite Walt Disney World park. I like Hollywood Studios a lot. So it's crazy to just kind of hear about how like fraught with turmoil it was when it first opened.
Another huge leap in animatronic
My
technology.
setup is not
with the
ideal. I have to
introduction
like
of the
turn
first
my body in
A100
order
figure.
to
This new
look at the
complex
screen and
animatronic
stuff.
build allowed for more
How? It's in
realistic,
Hollywood.
fluid,
No,
and
no.
quick
Hollywood
motions.
Studios
And the
isn't
first
in
figure
Hollywood. It's in it's at Orlando, Walt Disney World, not Disneyland. And the reason why it wasn't all that popular was because for some reason they decided to build it where it was like they wanted to initially use it as an actual like movie set, movie studio, while simultaneously being a park. So what they did was that they would have tours going through the sets while people were filming, but they couldn't get a whole lot of filming done because of those tours, and also because it's an amusement park, so there's a lot of noise. So it just didn't really feel like it was well thought out. So that's kind of why it wasn't like, it didn't do too well at first. That sounds like a terrible idea. I know. That's why I was like, I don't understand their thought process behind it. I really don't. So I'm just kind of like, that was quite the idea.
figure to be built on the A100 frame would be the Wicked Witch of the West in the ride's Wizard of Oz scene. While the park had a few highlights such as this, Disney MGM opened with very few offerings.
Yeah,
Several
exactly.
attractions were
It didn't even
already in
open up with a
development
whole
for the
lot of
park
rides at
after
first
its
either.
opening, including a clone of the popular Star Tours attraction from Disneyland, which had opened as the first theme park ride based on George Lucas's Star Wars franchise. Around the same time of Disney MGM's opening, Eisner was entering discussions with puppeteer and filmmaker Jim Henson to potentially have Disney acquire his beloved Muppet characters. Jim Henson was one of the most famous names in the entertainment industry, and by the late 1980s, he had taken on a status and reverence reminiscent of Walt Disney. Henson even hosted his own television show, The Jim Henson Hour, on which he presented his team's projects in a similar manner to how Walt had over 2 decades prior.
Aww.
On the show, Henson
match
showcased
made
his
in
workshop's
heaven.
experiments with new forms of puppetry, including remote puppetry and the emerging field of virtual puppetry, which allowed for live motion
puppets are so
capture of
ass, man.
computer-generated characters. Henson was also
It's because it was early Jim Henson, you know? Have you ever seen like early Kermit models and stuff? It was just, you know, it was early. Give them some time. They'll look fantastic later.
considering opening his own theme park, and he was actively consulting with engineer and special effects designer Bran Farren and his company, Associates and Farren, on the proposed project. Henson would cancel his theme park project once he entered negotiations with Disney, and he would develop several Muppet-based attractions for the Disney parks. While a few of these concepts,
Oh, did you know that they
including the
actually just
elaborate
recently
Muppet
closed
Vision
down the
3D
Muppet
show
area
would come
of
to
Walt Disney
fruition,
World? That's
Henson would
unfortunate.
unfortunately pass away from an unexpected illness in May of 1990. Disney's acquisition of the Muppets fell through shortly after. While Henson would not see his Muppet attractions in operation at Disney MGM, he had become a catalyst for a major shift within Walt Disney Imagineering.
Motherfuckers watching
During his
Kermit
time working with
unironically.
Disney,
Hey,
Henson had
hey, hey,
connected
hey,
Bran
hey, hey.
Farren
We
and
do
his firm
not
with
tolerate Muppets or Kermit slander in this household. We love the Muppets here. The Muppets are great. I love them.
the Imagineers. And shortly after, Imagineering began to contract Associates and Farren on a variety of projects. Wells and Eisner were impressed by Farren's contributions.
Okay, I need to actually,
and in
I genuinely
1993,
need to find
the executive team decided to acquire
reference of,
Associates and Farren for a reported $20 million.
the ferret,
By this
Limon.
point, Imagineering's
I do not
R&D
know
had
where it
grown to
is.
around 40 people, and the acquisition of Farren and Associates would significantly expand the division's capabilities. Farren replaced Dave Fink as head of R&D, and he brought many of his employees with him, including a 27-year-old special effects cameraman named Bruce Vaughn, who suddenly became a director of R&D in Imagineering. A year after the acquisition, on April 3, 1994, Disney president Frank Wells died in a helicopter crash.
Oh no!
The sudden and tragic death left Eisner without his partner. Eisner did not believe that he would ever find a true replacement for Wells, and he spent the ensuing years bouncing between a variety of individuals from whom he would seek counsel. One of these was Bran Farren. As Disney expanded its business operations, Eisner increasingly looked at Imagineering, especially Farren's R&D labs, as the creative heart of the company. and the first line of defense against a rapidly changing world.
Okay, I found
While Disney
a
was
picture of
experiencing
Laimu.
unprecedented success, both in their theme parks and at the box office, there
I
was
had
an
the
air of
ears a little
uncertainty
off.
in regards
Okay.
to the future.
Took me
By the
forever to find a picture of
mid-1990s,
this little guy.
audiences were regularly encountering groundbreaking computer-generated special effects, and they would soon witness the first computer-generated feature film, Pixar's Toy Story. Video games were becoming more advanced, allowing players to explore entirely virtual worlds. Most curiously, everyone was talking about this new thing called the information superhighway, sometimes referred to as the World Wide Web, or lamely, the Internet. Most people didn't fully understand it yet, but whatever it was predicted to have huge effects on the world, especially the entertainment industry. Disney had done its best to participate in the latest trends in technology. While Eisner had missed the opportunity to acquire Pixar, Disney had kept a close relationship with the small studio, partnering with them to co-produce and distribute Toy Story.
Yeah,
Disney had also begun
this
to
was what
experiment
I was
in the
talking
video
about
game
how they
space,
started
with a team
off
of
as
Imagineers
like
and R&D
as
developing a
how
VR experience.
Pixar started out as its own company, but they were very, very close with Disney even at the beginning. But then eventually they did get acquired. So the ferret is so adorbs. I can't thank. Well, I want to say thank you, but like it. She just has a really cute mascot, so I'm just trying to capture its cuteness, you know?
It's called Disney Vision, which took players on a magic carpet ride through the world of Aladdin.
It's a little
Still,
chunkier
the
than I
fear of
thought, though.
obsolescence was prevalent in executives at Disney, and especially Eisner. He explained, quote, "I've always been fearful that I'd end up in an industry like the railroads, when they sneer at airplane travel. We have to deal with the new distribution systems of entertainment, with interactivity. Walt Disney used to follow technology by becoming friends with the head of Westinghouse. I've got Bran Farron." To support Farron's efforts to develop forward-thinking technology, a new track was established within Imagineering, named the Disney Fellows. The goal of the program was to recruit world-famous innovators and invite them to consult on Imagineering's various projects. Danny Hillis, a pioneer in parallel computing, would join the company as the first Disney Fellow in 1996. All divisions of the company were encouraged to utilize Imagineering's now robust R&D department, in the hopes that out-of-the-box thinking would benefit all aspects of Disney's growing business. Shortly after the Disney Fellows program launched, park operations approached R&D for help with solving an age-old problem: wait times. The number one complaint of Disney's theme parks were the long waits for attractions,
to his Fast
and
Pass
operations
video.
was looking for ways to move guests
That's a
through
really
the
good
ride's
video. If you
queues
haven't seen it, you
faster.
should watch
In a
it,
display
to
of the
be quite
exact type of
honest.
creative problem solving that Eisner was encouraging, Danny Hillis posited that the solution to wait times did not lie in ride efficiency or queue management. Instead, he believed that the issue was that the park's exterior environment was not nearly as interesting as the experiences inside of the attraction show buildings, leading people to focus all of their time on the rides and therefore queuing. Hillis suggested making the park's environment as engaging and impressive as the rides.
Okay, now I just
Park
need a picture
operations
of like
already attempted a version of this strategy
Lee
with
Mullen
live
with its eyes
entertainment
open because I need to know its
These
eye shape.
high-concept music and comedy performers were often contracted acts, resulting in tones and aesthetics that sometimes clashed with the theming of the environment. On the other hand, many of these acts became
was
fan
odd.
favorites, such as Push the Talking Trash Can, a remotely puppeteered garbage bin that would joke and flirt with guests.
Do you have a boyfriend? Yes, she does. She does?
I don't
These
know.
roaming
I don't know what that
performers were
was.
effective in occupying crowds between queues, and Hillis proposed that Imagineering take them to the next level, suggesting that the park should be populated with creatures, such as dinosaurs and unicorns. Hillis recalls this exact suggestion as if
Anyway,
it were a
time for
spur
bed.
of the
Well,
moment
good night,
idea,
Caesar.
but Disney
Thank you
was
for hanging
already
out for a
under
little bit.
development
I
on a park
promise that as
planned
soon
to
as that
prominently
Discord
feature
is ready,
both
I will let
dinosaurs
you guys
and
know.
unicorns.
Don't worry.
Walt Disney World's fourth theme park, Animal Kingdom. It is possible that Farron and Hillis, who were also consulting on Animal Kingdom, were developing roaming creatures specifically for the new park. Regardless of their origin, Imagineering's research and development started experimenting with environmental creatures, and the team began by designing a robot dinosaur. The intention was to make the figure autonomous and free roaming, meaning that the machine needed to be able to move without assistance, react to the environment around it, and carry its own power supply and
I was
computer
actually pretty
systems.
close.
It needed to do all of these things while also looking like a triceratops. Unlike Seiko, Gyro, Giro, and Push, who roam the park on wheels, the dinosaur figure needed to be able to walk using mechanical legs. Several Imagineers and R&D suggested that the dinosaur be smaller than an actual Triceratops, so that the figure had a better chance at functioning reliably. Farron and Hillis rejected this idea. They wanted it to be large and imposing, explaining that if they were going to do it, it needed to be big. One team, working out of the old Associates and Farron lab in East Hampton, initially wanted to put a V8 Corvette engine in the dinosaur to power the hydraulics that would move the figure's legs. Imagineers in Glendale were shocked. The engine would be painfully loud and completely impractical for a theme park. To solve this, the Glendale team suggested that electric motors and batteries be used instead. Battery-powered electric drive systems for a machine of this scale were not common nor particularly advanced in the late 1990s, but they were necessary to achieve the roaming character. Another challenge would be programming the figure to sense its environment, know its position, and take steps forward. Imagineers needed to hire software engineers who specialized in walking algorithms to help the team achieve the figure's motion. Imagineer Frank Mezzatesta recalled of the interview process, quote, "It was great up to the question, so when you tried your algorithm, how did it do? The answer was always the same. I could not get funding to test my theory. You were the only guys spending this kind of money on walking." By early 2000, the team had finished a prototype of the figure and were ready to reveal it to executives. The project had already required millions of dollars in funding and taken a significant amount of development time. Hillis wanted to impress with the presentation, but worried that since everyone knew that they were coming to view a robotic dinosaur, it would be difficult to impress them. To reset expectations, Hillis built a crate that was much smaller than the figure the team had actually built. At the beginning of the presentation, Hillis implied that the figure was inside the box, so when he opened the crate, the audience was surprised to see that
even
nothing
I'm
was
like,
inside.
wow.
At that moment,
Looking pretty
the wall
cute.
behind him would come down, and oh my god, it's huge!
Oh my
It's
gosh.
so big! Why would they think this wasn't big enough? This could kill someone. Mezzatesta even said, quote, "This could kill someone. It's 13 feet tall. It's 18 feet long. It's
Jesus
11,000
Christ.
pounds. For our metric-based audience, that is equal to something that is huge and enough to kill someone. The machine, nicknamed the Autonomous Walking Platform, or more simply, Big Dino, was said to be, quote, "the largest robot ever built that has legs and doesn't have a human inside."
That's
Just as Hillis
crazy.
and Farron had hoped,
Oh my god.
the figure was autonomous and free roaming. The figure featured
Free
gyroscopes
roaming.
and sensors to determine
Autonomous.
its real-time positioning, and it used its
Yeah,
four
they were
legs
right.
to
That
constantly
will
adjust
kill
itself
someone.
to
Oh
stay
my
upright
god.
and walk forward. The sheer weight and force of the Big Dino consistently threw its position off, and it needed to be programmed to continuously adjust to its frame flexing as it took steps. The figure also did not look anything like a dinosaur, and only featured machinery necessary to walk, with 2 onboard monitors providing crude eyes for demonstration purposes. Any mechanisms that would move the dino's neck
I'm
or
actually
open and
really
close the
happy with
dino's
how
jaw
Laimu
would
is
be additional
looking.
weight
So
to the already
cute.
heavy figure. Plus, it still
Let me
needed
fix
to be
its face a
fashioned
little.
with
It's a little bit
artificial
too
skin.
skinny still.
But these technical challenges paled in comparison to just how terrifying the creation was, both aesthetically and logistically.
Yeah, I'm
The
genuinely like,
11,000-pound
that doesn't look like a
monster was
dinosaur.
horrifying. Hillis recalled giving the demonstration to other Imagineers and executives who were legitimately scared and
You
were
should
convinced
someday
that
have a
it was
cute
far
animal
too scary
mascot.
for the
I've
parks.
thought about it.
This was not helped.
I've thought about it, and I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't mind having a mascot. And I was thinking that if I did have one, I would have it be a snake or something. That way it can, like, you know, the second half of my name isn't just there just because. But I don't know. I'll have to put a little more thought into it because I don't know. I haven't really thought too much about like mascots and stuff.
By the exposed metal and machinery, but its sheer size alone was overwhelming. Mezzatesta recalled that in one demonstration, an executive shot up and ran away from the machine out of pure fear. The psychological
I
terror
would've done the
was
same.
nothing compared to the fear of a malfunction.
Oh, that'd be so cute.
Mezzatesta
Yeah, thank
said,
you.
quote,
I
"If this
think it
walks
would be
down Main
cute.
Street and it falls over, it will crush dozens of guests." Mechanical engineer Akhil Madhani admitted, quote, "We'd be in a whole lot of trouble if this thing fell over." The Big Dino was dangerous and horrifying, and it had no chance of operating in a children's theme park, at least not in this form. By the time of the final demonstrations, Hillis and Farron had moved on from the Big Dino, and in early 2000, the two exited Imagineering to start their own company. Mezzatesta was put in charge of the project, which only continued for a few more months before officially ending. However, the
then I
basic
think it
idea
has
of
a
a
little bit of
robotic
cheek
dinosaur
fuzz.
roaming the parks
By the
did
way,
not
this
die,
dinosaur
and
idea is
within a
just plain
few years,
stupid.
a second iteration
Yeah,
was
the fact
developed,
that they
one that was
decided for
smaller,
whatever
safer,
reason to
and
make
less
it
horrifying.
autonomous and free roaming, I'm just
2003,
baffled.
Walt
like,
Disney Imagineering
like
held a
yeah,
special event at the
they're
Natural
right to be
History
concerned
Museum
that
of
thing
Los
would kill
Angeles,
someone. Oh my
promising
god.
to unveil the next big thing in theme parks. Imagineers treated the press to a preview of a brand new character, a walking dinosaur named Lucky. Lucky was just 9 feet tall and only weighed 450 pounds. He walked on 2 legs and pulled a flower cart that stabilized his motion, carried his computers and batteries, and contained a human operator. Unlike the autonomous Big Dino, Lucky was puppeteered by the concealed driver, who worked in tandem with Lucky's human companion, a handler named Chandler. Lucky's puppeteer
quote-unquote
was given 2
animatronics
types
like
of
that in
controls,
Disney World.
free movement.
Basically, they're like really big, but they have like a person inside of it so that it could be operated a little smoother than, you know, having it be a free roam animatronic. They're pretty cool. Although I don't think I've ever seen one like that. That might have been way before I ever even made my way out to Animal Kingdom.
And canned animations. Free movements were live controls, where a puppeteer could control aspects of the character at their own discretion within a set range of motion. Canned animations were pre-animated movements that the puppeteer could trigger, at which point they would lose some control until the sequence was complete. Lucky's canned animations gave him the ability to sneeze, groan, and belch.
Hang on. Sorry, I got a little like distracted because like those dogs I mentioned once, they're currently outside and they're like kind of barking crazy at something, and I'm just like, what is it? They don't usually bark like that unless like there's
Lucky
something
could
out
sign
there,
autographs
but
with
it
the
might just be
assistance of his
deer.
handler. Lucky was able to hold a pen in his mouth and draw his signature, a 4-leaf clover. Even though it was scaled down from the Big Dino, the Lucky figure was still impressive, and it appeared far more alive than its predecessor ever had. Lucky was marketed as the first free-roaming audio animatronic figure. The project had been supported by Imagineer Bruce Vaughn, who had stayed at Imagineering after Farron, his former boss, had exited. Vaughn, who is now Vice President of Research and Development, explained that Lucky was a test to see if walk-around animatronic characters
It's the
could work in the
animatronic,
Disney
yeah,
parks.
the animatronic's
Senior
here to get
creative
my
executive
ass.
at Imagineering, Tom Fitzgerald, explained, quote, "Walt always wanted his characters to live and breathe. This is a natural evolution of that." Richard Verrier of the Orlando Sentinel declared, quote, "Mr. Lincoln, meet Lucky. Your future could be in the hands of a dinosaur." Disney assured the public that Lucky the Dinosaur was just the beginning of a new era for the parks. One where animatronic characters would no longer be bolted to the ground and forced to recite the same script again and again. Instead, Imagineering was dedicated to
the chair's
populating
going
the
down
parks
again,
with a
just a
new,
sec.
advanced form of artificial life. They were embarking on an intentional effort, an endeavor that they called the Living Character Initiative.
Oh. I wonder if this is like something to do with like the rides themselves, or if it's just another one of those like walking around animatronics. I'm so happy how that came out. She's so cute. Ah, thank you. I really like how Limon came out as well.
Disney held an elaborate celebration in his honor. Titled Mickey's Worldwide Kids Party, Disney provided vacations to 20,000 children from disadvantaged backgrounds. A lesser reported aspect of the celebration was the creation of a new statue for Disneyland Park. This piece would be created by retired Imagineer Blaine Gibson. Gibson was most famous for sculpting many of the park's original audio animatronics, including the first Abraham Lincoln figure, which he had crafted from a copy of Lincoln's actual life mask. Gibson had first created a bronze bust of Walt in the early 1960s and presented it to him as a thank you gift. When Walt received it, he responded, quote, "What am I going to do with this? Statues are for dead people." Walt soon became a dead person, and years later, Gibson was asked to depict Walt again, this time for a commemorative medal to raise money for Cal Arts. Walt's widow Lillian was reportedly not pleased and asked that Walt not be depicted in future busts or statues. Lillian and the Disney family made an exception in 1986 for the Academy of Television Arts and Sciences, who wanted to induct Walt into their Hall of Fame, for which Gibson made another bust of his former boss. Just a few years after this, Gibson was approached by Imagineer Marty Sklar about sculpting Walt again, but this time, the piece would not be a bust. Sklar wanted a full-scale statue, depicting Walt holding Mickey's hand. The motivation was reportedly that many people
seen
within
this
the company
statue. They have
noticed that the
it in
children
like
who were
Walt
growing
Disney
up nearly
World.
3 decades after Walt's passing no longer understood that he was a real person, with many believing that he was merely a character or even just a brand name, like Betty Crocker or Mr. Clean. The new statue was to be loosely based off of a lithograph that had been commissioned in the early 1980s named Partners. Gibson drew up several concepts of Mickey and Walt in various poses and holding different objects. Debate over the statue's design was intense. These were inarguably two of Disney's most valuable assets, their namesake, Walt, and their mascot, Mickey. One concept of Mickey holding an ice cream cone was rejected on the basis that it gave preference to one of Main Street USA's sponsors. Plus, some believed it made Mickey appear too childlike. Walt's exact gesture was also drawn in several different ways, including a direct point and a wave,
the famous statue.
before the team eventually landed on a raised open palm. The intention was for Walt to appear to be admiring the park and how much guests were enjoying it. Reportedly, Eisner received permission from Lillian to commission the statue and place it in the park. Gibson worked diligently to craft the piece, attempting to combine the memories of the man that he knew with the legend that he had become. Just as Gibson had done with Lincoln, the depiction was made to be taller than its subject, with the statue being 7 inches taller than Walt actually was. On the morning of Mickey's birthday, Roy E. Disney unveiled Gibson's copper statue, officially named Partners. Walt was now permanently in the park that he had created, holding hands with his most famous creation. Recreated versions of the Partner statues would eventually be placed in Disney parks around the world, including the Magic Kingdom in Walt Disney World and in Tokyo Disneyland. After Partners debuted, Gibson was asked that since Disney had now commissioned a statue of Walt, if he believed that Walt would ever be turned into an animatronic. Gibson responded, quote, "There are several reasons why I would be against doing that." As cautious as Disney was over using Walt's image, they were even more aggressive in protecting Mickey's. On October 27, 1998, the Copyright Term Extension Act was signed into law, extending protections for copyrighted works for an additional 2 decades. The law was nicknamed the Mickey Mouse Protection Act due to Disney's intense lobbying efforts in support of the bill. But Disney determined that the benefits of the legislation outweighed the negative publicity, highlighting just how important protecting Mickey was to the corporation. The defensiveness over the character was palpable throughout the Disney company, including in Imagineering's research and development department. Around the same time that Mickey was having his copyright protection extended, a small group in R&D was beginning work on a secret project featuring the iconic mouse. Full disclosure, little is known about this project, so a lot of the following description is hearsay and speculation, and I cannot fully confirm the details. Rumoredly, the project was named Mickey's Music Machine. The interaction took place on a large video screen, where a digital version of Mickey Mouse would appear.
I made that
on
Mickey
the ground
animation where
in
he's
front of
on
the
the
screen was a large
boat,
piano
trust.
which allowed participants to interact with Mickey. When a player stepped on a key,
That sounds
a cartoonish
plausible.
obstacle would be triggered on the screen, such as a whistle blowing smoke or a hammer falling, resulting in Mickey getting hit by the object. The designers wanted the interaction to be completely autonomous, so to increase the illusion that the virtual Mickey was alive, the Imagineers attempted to integrate artificial intelligence into the experience. The idea was that throughout the interaction, Mickey would become smarter. While he would initially get hit by the obstacles, as the experience progressed, he would learn to avoid them. Reportedly, the demonstration was in part a response to Hillis and Farron's Big Dino, with the team behind Mickey's Music Machine wanting to pursue what they believed was a more practical approach to the concept of living characters. Supposedly, Mickey's Music Machine functioned and showed promise, but when the R&D team showed it to executives at Imagineering, they were not pleased. Marty Sklar was rumored to have remarked something to the effect of, "Whose idea was it to hit Mickey Mouse on the head?"
We take the position that no idea is a bad idea.
After this rejection,
Whose
much
idea
of the
was it to
original
hit
team
him on the head?
disbanded, but R&D
Give him
Vice
brain
Presidents
damage.
Eric Hazeltine and Andy Ogden did not give up on the concept. Hazeltine and Ogden had both previously worked on the Aladdin VR project, and they began to recruit some of their Disney Vision collaborators to attempt a new virtual interaction with Mickey. This included animator Daniel Kalahakamo and interactive designer J. Walt Adamczyk. Adamczyk had nearly a decade of experience in virtual puppetry, having been a part of groundbreaking work for both Hollywood films and theme parks, and he felt that a virtual puppet of Mickey Mouse was the best direction to take the project. On top of artificial intelligence tools being fairly rudimentary at the turn of the century, the benefits of this technology could not be appreciated in a character interaction that only lasted a couple of minutes. By making Mickey a virtual puppet that would be voiced live by a puppeteer, he could be a truly interactive character.
Yeah,
the team in R&D planned to surround the virtual puppet with physical props and effects to create a convincing multimedia interaction. Like Mickey's Music Machine, the new interaction would be given a basic story, written by actor and writer John Paragon. Participants would walk into an elevator where they would be surprised to find that the operator was none other than Mickey Mouse. Mickey would take guests to various floors where the doors would open, revealing different settings and effects. For instance, Mickey would go to
Treating
4B,
Mickey like they
thinking it
child.
was the basement,
I
only
mean,
to learn that
essentially,
it
he
was
kind of
literally
is,
full
isn't
of
he?
bees. The
Like,
resulting experience,
he is
named
somewhat
Mickey's
of a
Toon
child of
Elevator,
the company.
was a fully realized, immersive mini attraction, featuring multiple projectors, practical effects, and even a motion base to simulate the elevator's movement. This, combined with impressive real-time rendering and an energetic performance by a puppeteer, was an effective way of bringing Mickey to life. Adamczyk and the team set up the interaction to be story-driven, so the demonstration was less of a meet and greet and more of an adventure taken with a live character. This allowed for much of Mickey's movements to be pre-animated, and it avoided having Mickey in an open conversation format. Mickey's Toon Elevator was incredibly well received, and when it was shown to Disney executives at an R&D open house, they were excited by its potential. Even Michael Eisner found the demonstration promising. The person most interested in the attraction might have been Toshio Kagami, the president of the Oriental Land Company, the Japanese corporation that owned and operated Tokyo Disneyland Resort. Kagami was very interested in bringing Mickey's
now
Toon
that I'm
Elevator
thinking about
to the
it,
resort's new second
it
gate.
makes sense why the owner or operator of the Disneyland Tokyo is like showing such interest in it, because I don't know if you've seen videos of Tokyo Disneyland and like their animatronics on their rides. It's kind of insane just how like good they are. Like they're really well done and like very fluid and everything. So yeah, it's not that big of a surprise to me to hear that they're really jumping in on this very early on. And they kind of take it like a lot further than I would say Disneyland or Disney World has taken it currently. How do you just know so many random ass facts? I mean, I don't know. I've always been a trivia girly, but I don't know. I am like a sponge. I absorb a lot of information that I just keep tucked up there. I don't know.
Tokyo Disney Sea. Imagineer Joe Garlington began developing a version of the attraction for Kagami, with the intention of placing the experience in a vacant space in the park's impressive SS Columbia ship. While everyone in leadership seemed to agree that the experiment was a success, they also agreed on something else. If the attraction were to make it to the parks, Mickey could not be the star. The character was simply too valuable for the unpredictability of the format. Part of this was typical corporate risk aversion. It was safer and easier to not do anything with Mickey than it was to do something with him. But the virtual puppetry format added another layer of uncertainty. In order for the attraction to run in the parks, a rotating cast of puppeteers would need to be hired, each of which would have needed to have a Mickey impression that met the standard of Disney.
Oh boy, that's Mickey. Now if I go down here and go, oh boy, that's Mickey. Well, it's not quite right. Or if I go too high, oh boy, that's Mickey. He sits in a very narrow area, and you got
That's so funny.
Mickey Mouse has one of the most recognizable voices in entertainment. Only 3 actors had consistently voiced him over his 70-year history, one of which was Walt himself.
Yeah.
Wait, really?
It's me, I guess.
To get a full cast of puppeteers
I didn't know
to meet
that.
the
I didn't know that
standard
Disney
and
had
operate the
voiced
attraction
Mickey at
every
one point.
day in
Although,
a park
you know,
setting
that makes
would
sense.
be next to impossible. Additionally, there was also the fear of what exactly Mickey would say. What if one of the puppeteers slipped up and said something inappropriate as Mickey? What if a guest purposefully brought up an uncomfortable topic? What if the program broke and Mickey froze in front of a child? There was simply too much uncertainty. Even with proper training and advanced technology, mistakes could happen, but mistakes could not happen with Mickey Mouse. Reportedly, sometime around early 2002, Imagineering Vice President Tom Fitzgerald suggested to Andy Ogden that rather than using Mickey, the team should use a less protected character, such as Stitch. This led to the team asking the obvious question: who is Stitch? The animated feature film Lilo and Stitch would not come out until June.
I wonder
so
if this is what leads to Stitch's Great Escape.
It turns out
No, it
Stitch
can't
was a
be.
chaotic
Because
alien
Stitch's Great
experiment that
Escape
crash-landed in
came out after the E.T. ride, I believe, or the Alien ride. So I wonder why Stitch was their first go-to, because like Stitch's Great Escape didn't come out until like early 2000s. Stitch is so tough.
And through
I
the
love
help of his
Stitch.
newfound
Stitch is
family,
really great.
learned to
I like him a
suppress
lot.
his destructive nature. Using the film as a basis, the team envisioned a new virtual puppetry experience with Stitch as its star. The team still felt that they needed a basic premise to anchor the experience, although the strict narrative structure of Mickey's Toon Elevator would be abandoned. The new attraction would be named Stitch's Picture Phone.
Okay,
and it would feature
yeah, it's
Stitch
not Stitch's
video
Great Escape.
conferencing
Okay.
with guests from his home in Hawaii. With much of the same team from Mickey's Toon Elevator working on the project, Stitch's picture phone was up and running in a matter of months. The interaction seemed to be as charming and engaging as Mickey's Toon Elevator, and Ogden was determined to get it into the parks. Luckily, there was a perfect spot for it. In the mid-1990s, the Communicore exhibit halls at Epcot Center, where Smart One interacted with guests, were overhauled and replaced with the new, theoretically more hip, Innoventions. Smart One was subsequently moved to the Contemporary Resort, where he was renamed to X1846 and made into a remote-controlled robot that could serve drinks.
Aww.
As part of the transformation to Innoventions, Imagineering created its own small exhibit space, where Ogden and Hazeltine had debuted their Aladdin VR demo. This allowed select guests to try out the experience, while Imagineering made it clear that it was merely a tech demonstration. In 1998, a smaller Innoventions opened in Disneyland's Tomorrowland, also featuring a series of technology-focused exhibits. Ogden felt that this was the perfect avenue to sneak Stitch's picture phone into the parks. Using the guise of a playtest, the team set up the experience as if it were any other themed attraction, adorning it with set dressing and large props. The experience was not advertised to the public, but for those Disneyland guests that wandered into Innoventions and stumbled upon the attraction, they were treated to a bespoke, intimate interaction with Disney's newest animated star.
I'll fix that.
After
ear
waiting
fuzz in a
outside of the
minute.
attraction, parties were taken in one at a time for their video call with Stitch. The majority of the space was dedicated to a large projection screen. When guests entered, the screen displayed looping alien graphics. One guest was asked to pick up a physical phone, and after doing so, the screen appeared to transition to a video feed of Hawaii. Guests were amazed when Stitch himself crawled down from a palm tree and began speaking with them.
Oh, how cute!
It's me. I know. What's your name?
The interaction
That
lasted
doesn't
nearly
sound like
5 minutes,
Stitch.
with Stitch having a full, open-ended conversation with guests. Behind the scenes, a puppeteer monitored the guest and voiced Stitch through a microphone. Stitch was controlled using a standard video game controller, the same kind of
Her little
controller
hair
that
thing
would
is a little
normally be
too
used to
tall,
play games
but
on an
it's very
Xbox,
tall in her
or
reference
pilot a
picture,
military
too.
drone, or lead a Titanic expedition. Like Lucky the Dinosaur, Stitch was operated with a mix of free movements and canned animations. Stitch's two main free movements were his head, which could be
That'll do.
rotated in any direction, and his torso, which could be shifted from left to right. Stitch's mouth automatically responded to the puppeteer's voice, so they would not have to worry about syncing it manually. Stitch's canned animations, or pre-animated bits, included burping, laughing, waving, sulking, and smiling.
Can you smile?
Yeah.
Aww.
Okay, very good.
While the burp
Cute.
and laugh animation would lock the head into a specific animation, the head would remain free to be controlled during the wave. The smile and sulk actions were more expressions that Stitch could put on while the puppeteer retained control over the character. The more talented and experienced the puppeteer, the more fluidly these animations could be blended. To add variety, the puppeteer could also have Stitch climb a palm tree.
And
Perhaps
there goes
the
the
most
chair
clever
again.
part of the
just
attraction was when Stitch asked to take a picture of the guests. A camera was situated to the left of the screen, and this was how the puppeteer could see the guests on the monitor. This camera was
Man,
also
when was
able
the
to
last
take their
time I
picture.
watched a Stitch and
would
Lilo
jump into the
movie?
tree to take the photo.
I think the last time I watched it was about a year ago. Yeah, I think about a year ago. But I mean, obviously I know Lilo and Stitch. It's a really good movie.
Which placed the character's camera as close to the actual camera as possible so that the guest's eye line would be correct. The result would actually print out into Stitch's virtual world, and Stitch placed the photo in his personal scrapbook. Stitch would then say he had to go. The call would be disconnected, and guests would exit. On their way out, the group was handed a code and a URL to retrieve their photo online. To the guests that were lucky enough to experience it, Stitch's picture phone was pure magic. Unlike a traditional meet and greet, which typically interpreted a character into a three-dimensional
A year ago?
wearable
That's so recent,
costume,
really?
Stitch's picture phone allowed families to
The way you were
interact with the
asking
same
it, I was a
version of the
little.
character
I
that they had
thought you were
fallen in
going to say
love
that
with
you
on
had
screen.
watched it like
While the
even
Imagineers were
more
initially
recently than I
surprised to
had.
find that Stitch did not speak much in his own film, this had several advantages. For one, audiences did not have a solid reference for what Stitch sounded like or what he should say. So if one of the puppeteers was off, either in the voice or the characterization, it would not be as obvious. The newness of the film also helped in this regard. When Stitch's picture phone began testing at Innoventions, Lilo and Stitch had only been in theaters for a few weeks. Since audiences had such limited exposure to the material, any errors in the presentation did not feel as sacrilege as with an established and beloved character. Stitch's personality also
I was about to say, that doesn't sound like Stitch. But I mean, I've watched Lilo and Stitch quite a few times, so that I feel like I can say that I would know his voice. So, but the fact that it actually came out while it was in theaters makes a lot of sense why a lot more people didn't catch on to that. I haven't watched it since you were a kid, maybe 8-ish years ago. I see. Because I watch animated movies a lot. I mean, I watch them all the time. So sometimes I rewatch ones that I saw when I was a kid. So I guess that makes sense.
Several advantages over Mickey specifically. Stitch was a chaotic little monster. He was constantly moving and bouncing off of the walls. From an animation perspective, it was far easier to animate a character that was constantly moving as opposed to one that was meant to be planted on the ground. Mickey's Toon Elevator was clever in that it always gave Mickey something to do. But in general, Mickey is a character that is known to be gentle and happy to stand still. Stitch was the opposite, and these big, fast movements were much easier to sell than the nuance of a more calm character. Also, if the real-time render engine glitched, which it would do every so often, this did not always look like a mistake.
The fact that I don't know what the dogs have been barking at is stressing me out just a little bit, although I know that it's nothing. I'm just like, oh, what if it's something dangerous? They're quiet right now, but every time they do bark, I'm like, oh my god, there's something outside. It's fine.
And instead just looked like a typical erratic Stitch. From a social perspective, audiences had no expectation that Stitch would provide any level of attention or emotional connection. Another advantage that he had over Mickey. Mickey is most in character when he is being nice to you or listening to you. Stitch was most in character when he was running around ignoring you. This interaction technique, sometimes known as railroading, gave the puppeteer far more control over the interaction. The only consistent question that Stitch would be asked was predictably, "Where's Lilo?" And pretty much any answer would suffice.
Where's Lilo?
Oh, she's there with her sister. They're doing girly stuff.
Where's Lilo?
They're doing girly stuff.
Stitch's picture phone was a massive achievement, but it was not perfect. For one, there were several
Your
obvious
chair's also
errors
been
in the
descending more
animation.
often. These are
when
signs.
Stitch was in the tree,
yeah,
his
I mean,
head clipped through
I'm
his
supposed to
arm
be getting a new one
frequently.
soon.
Two props in the background,
So,
a surfboard and a hat,
hopefully
were simply cosmetic.
this won't
and
be an
Stitch
issue
was
for
unable
much
to interact
longer.
with them. Unfortunately, guests often encouraged Stitch to put on the hat and go surf on the surfboard. They were doing this not as an attempt to break the illusion, but because they believed they were put there for this very purpose. This put the puppeteer in the position of having to reject the guest as Stitch, while at the same time revealing that he was incapable of doing something. This had the potential of grinding the interaction to a halt.
Can you get the hat?
No, why? It's not mine. The fat man over there.
Of course, guests were sometimes less innocent, asking strange or purposefully inappropriate questions.
Do you have a girlfriend?
You're that girl, look, Curtis.
Are you gay?
I have no idea what that word means.
Stitch would often get out of these uncomfortable situations by doing something chaotic, such as randomly doing a celebrity impression.
That's quite the solution to get out of those questions.
What is John?
Can you do the moonwalk?
Okay, Stitch, that's enough impressions. Let's move on to something else.
How many genders are there?
Whoa, Stitch, you do not have to answer that.
There's two genders. There's male and female, just like Earth.
Okay, Stitch, everybody, yeah. Oh, still going, okay.
So there's kind of
That's so funny.
Okay.
Boys like me.
Yeah.
Girls like my cousin Angel.
Right.
And then there's some that are kind of like
oh God.
androgynous, I guess.
Yeah.
There.
Okay.
Word.
Okay, that's it, right?
I mean, they were meant to like destroy, not to necessarily create.
Do you see why we can't do this with Mickey? The Stitch actors also tended to have inconsistent interpretations of the character, with some performing him as if he were a child, while others portrayed him as a ladies' man, having him flirt with any of the older girls in the room.
Speaking of hats, why are all the girls better looking than all the guys in the group?
Strangely, this aspect
This is
of
so
Stitch's character
chaotic.
is not seen in the film itself, but it was a significant aspect of the marketing campaign.
Stitch
The
do
most
not need to
persistent
be
issues
saying all of
Stitch's
that.
picture
I know,
phone
right?
experience were because of the size of the interaction. The actual attraction was a very small space, and it was difficult to fit more than 6 guests into any one session. Not only was it challenging to fit more bodies into the room, but the quality of the interaction became significantly worse with more people. The physical phone was a fun prop that helped facilitate the conversation, but the puppeteer was able to hear anyone in the room. After the group realized that anything they said could be heard, guests would begin speaking simultaneously, making it much more difficult for the puppeteer to control the interaction.
Oh, what
More
a difficult
importantly,
job
the
to
small
have.
space meant that the throughput of the experience was absurdly low. Each interaction lasted around 5 minutes, which meant that the attraction could only cycle around 60 guests per hour. This was slower than the lines for a typical character meet and greet, which didn't last nearly as long. The runtime of the experience was somewhat necessary, as unlike meeting a costumed character, guests needed time to adjust to the unfamiliar format in order for the interaction to truly begin. After playtesting Stitch's picture phone and interventions, the team had a good idea of what the attraction did well and what needed to be improved. The playtest was only supposed to run for a few weeks before returning to R&D, but Disneyland operations had fallen in love with it. The attraction had become a highlight of the underwhelming Interventions exhibit, and as a result, operations would not let it go. Since it was not capable of handling crowds, the attraction was not well known or marketed, but its ingenuity did not go unnoticed. In 2003, the attraction won a Theo Award for outstanding achievement.
Giving it back.
Stitch's
It's
picture
ours
phone
now.
had more than proved the value of virtual puppetry experiences. Just as the team had theorized, they were the fastest, most practical way to get living characters in front of guests. The challenge now was adapting the technology from a playtest into a true attraction that could handle large crowds and withstand all
Literally
of the
VTubers
complications
before
that came
VTubers, you're so
along with
right.
them. It's dark. It's hot. You can barely see where you are. You can barely see where you are going. In the shadows, you operate machinery to inch your prison forward. What's that sound? Someone has approached. They seem excited. Signal to them that you are aware of their presence. Give them some indication that there is movement within this torture chamber. Let them know that you are alive. Then you hear it, the snapping of a camera. A picture has been taken. You have done it. You've accomplished your purpose. This is what I imagine the experience of operating this Nemo meet and greet was like. This roaming clownfish capsule was created to promote Pixar's fifth animated feature film, Finding Nemo. The film held its world premiere on May 18, 2003, and was attended by the film's voice cast, Pixar chairman Steve Jobs, Disney CEO Michael Eisner, and Hey, it's Nemo! This roll-around character would then appear in several mini parades throughout the Disney parks. This makes sense, as this Nemo is much more of a parade float than a costumed character. But then, strangely, it began to be presented as a meet and greet. This awkward character interaction, that did not come close to meeting Disney's established standard of quality, was not just a one-off oddity. It was representative of a host of problems, both big and small, that the company was experiencing at this point in the early 2000s. To begin, the big. Finding Nemo was a massive hit with audiences. The film was Pixar's most commercially successful film, and by the end of its theatrical run, it became the highest-grossing animated film of all time, surpassing 1994's The Lion King. Disney distributed the film under their extended deal with Pixar, and both companies benefited from the film's commercial success.
Genuinely, I didn't know
However,
that it had
Disney's
surpassed
own
Lion
animation
King.
studio
That's
was
crazy.
struggling, having recently released a string of box office disappointments. Disney and Pixar were in negotiations for a new contract, and Jobs was leveraging the success of Pixar's slate to negotiate a more favorable deal. Eisner refused to give in to Jobs' terms, and it appeared that Disney and Pixar would not reach a new agreement. To add to this, both Disneyland and Walt Disney World were experiencing falling attendance. Pressures outside of Disney's control, such as fear of travel after the September 11th terrorist attacks and the effects of an economic recession, had significantly impacted attendance figures. At the same time, Disney had not done itself many favors. Eisner had greenlit several expansion projects, such as a second gate for Disneyland, named Disney's California Adventure, and a second gate for the already
I've heard that
struggling
Disneyland's
Disneyland
California
Paris,
Adventure
named
is a
Walt
little
Disney Studios
underwhelming.
Paris. Neither park received the capital investment nor the creative support to impress audiences, and the underbuilt projects failed to draw crowds. In a desperate attempt to drive attendance, the new parks attempted to quickly add temporary attractions such as, Hey, it's Nemo! There he is at California Adventure, and at Walt Disney Studios Paris. You've got this, buddy. You can turn this ship around. In an attempt to wring profits out of the parks, Disney began slashing budgets, both in operations, maintenance, and Imagineering. Between 1999 and 2003, Walt Disney Imagineering laid off around half of its workforce, going from a peak of 3,000 employees to just around 1,500. This severely limited the park's ability to create new experiences, and with Disney now operating 8 parks worldwide, with a 9th under development for Hong Kong, the issues began to compound. Not only did Disney have several underbuilt parks that needed immediate help, but the older parks were beginning to show their age in unflattering ways. While Disneyland and the Magic Kingdom could retain and even thrive off of their nostalgic qualities,
they're
other
putting it
parks
all
needed
on
to be
Nemo.
upgraded more consistently. This was the most true for
Nemo
the
is their
future-focused
make or
Epcot,
break.
which had always struggled to appeal to younger audiences. Epcot's first major overhaul in the mid-90s had ushered in a new wave of attractions, such as Innoventions, and these were already beginning to feel outdated. With limited resources to create new experiences for the park, a new solution was considered: close something. Epcot was huge. It was twice the size of the Magic Kingdom, and with Walt Disney World struggling with attendance, it simply did not need this amount of space. The obvious target was the Living Seas and its aquarium, which from its beginning had been met with a lukewarm reception and over the years had become noticeably dilapidated. A plan was proposed to close the Living
in my
Seas
most recent
and move
visit and trip to Disney World, I will admit that the Living Seas is pretty dated nowadays. I mean, it's cool, like with like the giant aquarium they have in there, but it is very dated. And I'm surprised it's still there, to be quite honest. Can your new name be Nemo? No. My name is not Nemo. Although what's funny about that is that actually, whenever I was a child, according to my, or not even a child, like a toddler, according to my mom, she said that Finding Nemo was like my favorite movie. I would watch it on loop a lot, apparently.
Pavilion's marine life to Animal
Dated?
Kingdom, where the majority of Disney's
dated
animal
as in like old, you know? So it's like, you can tell that this building was built in like the 70s or like 80s or something. That kind of dated, you know?
care facilities already were. A wrench was thrown into this plan when, hey, wait, Nemo, what are you doing outside of the Living Seas? You're getting ahead of me.
Oh,
So
there
those
he
were the big
goes.
problems that this big little guy represented. But this character vessel was also the result of some lower stakes issues. Typically, when Disney has an overwhelming success on their hands, they can
Nemo,
quickly
where are you
integrate
going?
costumed or face characters into the parks while a permanent attraction is developed. However, Finding Nemo was unique. All of the film's main characters were fish. The titular Nemo is a fish. Fish live in the water. Fish don't have legs. Fish are small. Well, some fish are small. Clownfish are small, and Nemo is smaller than most clownfish. In these ways, Nemo is very unlike a person, and not wanting to repeat another flounder with legs situation, Disney brainstormed new ideas for integrating the Finding Nemo characters into the parks. One of these was a bad idea, using this Nemo-shaped chamber that I now have quite a fondness for, but that a cast member was no doubt suffocating to death inside of. This Nemo was perched on a bed of convincing water bubbles, explaining why he could survive outside of the ocean and on the unforgiving hell that is Florida theme park concrete. Nemo could
That's so
also
funny.
flap his fins and move his eyes back and forth. And that's it. That's all he could do. Look left to right, flap his fins, scoot around, burn. Look at him go. Also, while we're here, I wanted to share this diagram of how I think the guy gets in and out of there. See, there's a little ridge here, and I think Nemo's body opens so you can crawl in and drive him around.
Man, I love
If you
Defunct
drove
Land's
Nemo,
humor.
please email me at idrovenemo@defunctland.com to confirm. Okay, thank you. The roaming Nemo character probably did not come out of Imagineering, and more likely was created by the park's live entertainment division, which was responsible for parades. Imagineering was showing interest in the Finding Nemo characters, and their uniqueness as sea creatures actually benefited a few projects already in development. When Finding Nemo was released, Imagineer Joe Garlington was still working on Mickey's Toon Elevator for Tokyo Disney Sea, and he and his team were realizing the difficulty of translating the virtual puppetry format into a fully realized attraction. It was determined that to achieve a reasonable capacity, 12 to 16 identical interaction rooms would need to be created, each of which would need to be operated by an actor. This meant that a roster of around 40 puppeteers would be required to keep the attraction operating all day, every day. This was simply not realistic, so Garlington considered a workaround. A new
That's
method
my new
that he
dream. I
referred
want to be
to
the
as a
navigator in the
pseudo-living
Nemo
character,
I mean,
an
Nemo
interactive
suit.
character that was controlled by a live
Well,
operator, but
I
not
don't
voiced
think
by one.
that
This would allow
they're
any
in
cast member to be
operation
able to
anymore.
operate the room
I've
with
never
simple
seen that
controls that
little
could initiate story beats
doodad.
and trigger pre-recorded dialogue. While the elevator concept would remain, the idea of the attraction starring Mickey was abandoned, for many of the same reasons that the original Toon Elevator team had moved on to Stitch. Garlington considered using the clumsy Goofy,
Hater,
whose personality
so sorry
was
to
better
break it
equipped
to you.
for the cartoony chaos of the elevator. While the main interaction would be a pseudo-living character, Garlington felt that he needed at least one true living character to sell the attraction, choosing to place a virtual puppeteer in the pre-show. Given Disney Sea and the SS Columbia's nautical theming, Imagineers considered a sea creature, and after the success of Finding Nemo, they had plenty of recognizable, charismatic ocean animals to choose from. The Imagineers honed in on Crush, the 150-year-old sea turtle known for his laid-back nature. Like Stitch, Crush was the perfect fit for a living character. For one, his voice was easy to perform. Unlike Finding Nemo's main characters, who were voiced by famous comedians such as Albert Brooks and Ellen DeGeneres, Crush was voiced by the film's director, Andrew Stanton.
Oh,
Stanton's
really? I
laid-back
didn't know
performance
that.
was
That's
easily
cool.
mimicked, even more so than Stitch.
First you were all like, whoa, and then we were like, whoa, and then you were like, whoa.
On top of this, Crush had limited screen time in the film, which would give Imagineers and the puppeteers much more freedom, as there was less source material to contradict. Like Stitch, Crush was always moving, doing barrel rolls and flipping, making him appear more alive and active when animated. Finally, Crush's chill attitude allowed him to better control an interaction and shift between topics, as he was not expected to be as attentive and engaged as a character like Mickey. Garlington and his team pitched their living character attraction to the Oriental Land Company, but for whatever reason, management did not greenlight the concept. This did not dissuade Garlington from continuing to develop the attraction, particularly the virtual puppetry element with Crush. Luckily, a new avenue for the living character had formed. In late 2003, rumors began to circulate that the Living Seas Pavilion at Epcot would receive a retheme to incorporate the characters from Finding Nemo. This type of redressing of existing infrastructure was common for Disney in this period, as the parks dealt with underutilized...
That's what I was about to say. That Living Seas section, I was about to say, it's Finding Nemo themed. So whenever they were showing images of it, I was like, wow, that doesn't look like how it looks like now. Okay, I see. So they're trying to, like, get more people to come visit. I see. And then, yeah, here's the old E.T. Escape, like, ride that is turned into Stitch's Great Escape.
As attraction spaces that Imagineers were given limited budgets
Yeah,
to
there he
refurbish.
is.
Executives hoped that the retheme would increase attendance at the Living Seas and satiate the demand for the Finding Nemo characters. A key part of the refurbishment that would not be a simple overlay would be Garlington's virtual puppetry attraction starring Crush, which was greenlit and given its own theater space. Set to occupy one of the Living Seas lower floor modules, the Imagineers installed a large 8-foot by 16-foot screen, designing it to look like observational glass looking into the aquarium. The circular theater could fit around 120 people, and space was left in the front of the room so that the children could sit on the floor at the foot of the screen. The new interactive attraction began playtesting in the
there's
Living
so much
Seas
that went
in
into
late
these places.
2004,
Yeah, I mean,
before officially opening to guests
Disney
on
did, in
November
fact,
16th,
like, you know,
under the name
invest so much
Turtle
money
Talk
into
with
these places
Crush.
because they
After
generate
guests
a lot
took
of
their
money.
seats in the theater, a cast member would point out the
So I'm not
hydrophone in the
necessarily
digital
surprised to
tank,
hear just how much they're,
explaining
like,
that
putting
allows
into it.
humans to communicate with the creatures of the Living Seas. The guests were encouraged to call for Crush, who would come flying into view.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Yay, Crush!
Righteous, righteous, whoa!
Righteous, righteous, whoa!
Crush would interact live with guests for about 10 minutes. The puppeteers were trained to begin the show by having Crush call on one of the children, typically by pointing
Do you
out
like
the color of
my
their shirt,
Crush the
which he referred
Turtle
to as their
impression?
Gonna start with this dude right here in the short sleeve orange shell. Yeah, what's your name, little dude?
Matthew.
Matthew, excellent.
The cast member in the room went up to each person Crush singled out and held a microphone so that they could speak with the character. As predicted, Crush was a perfect choice for the attraction. From a personality perspective, he was funny, relaxed,
You sounded
and had
just
plenty of
like him.
catchphrases
Thank
to
you.
lean on.
He said, "What up, dude? Give me something." Dude's funny. And he also told us that we need to say dude for the rest of the day.
One of the biggest hurdles Imagineers faced was determining what
He
Crush
also
could
told
know
us we
and
need
what
to
he
say
could not
dude
know.
for the rest of the
Stitch had
day.
a good
That's so funny.
understanding of the human world.
They need a new
but Crush
voice
had no
actor.
knowledge
Don't
outside
worry,
of
we
the
got
few
you.
foreign objects that made their way into the ocean. This actually helped with the comedy, because Crush being ignorant to many of the topics that children brought up consistently got laughs.
And we found this human artifact. I have no idea what it is, dudes. Why are you dudes laughing? Who knows what this is? Well, do you have one of these, dude? No. Well, why not?
Those are for girls.
Crush often discussed his relationship with his son Squirt, endearing him to family audiences and allowing him to impart parental wisdom. To tie into the theme of the living seas, Crush had several facts about the ocean at the ready, and he often ended the show with an ecological message in support of caring for the Earth's oceans.
Because fish are not. Did you know DVD sales are up? Excellent.
From an animation perspective, Crush works similarly to Stitch. To add more life to the character, Garlington and his team gave Crush what they refer to as Dead Man's animations, also known as idle animations, which kept Crush constantly moving, even when the puppeteer was not activating any movements. The Imagineers had planned on Crush interacting with other characters from Finding Nemo, but Pixar was too busy working on The Incredibles to contribute assets before the attraction's opening. A few months after its debut, Turtle Talk was updated to include more characters, including a scripted finale with a pre-recorded and pre-animated Dory. Turtle Talk was an overwhelming success for Disney. Audiences of all ages found the attraction fun and engaging. Children were enraptured by seeing Crush live and in person, and parents were equally amazed, trying to figure out how the trick was pulled off. Many incorrect guesses that appeared during this time included voice changers, face tracking, and even artificial intelligence. But the truth was much simpler, a testament to the Imagineers and the puppeteers. The attraction had over 10 times the capacity as Stitch's picture phone, with Crush able to entertain around 600 guests per hour. There was a certain personal element lost by staging the attraction as a theater show rather than a one-on-one interaction, but this was a necessary loss to handle crowds. Still, Turtle Talk was a modest show with a low throughput compared to other attractions. This did not stop Disney from marketing the attraction widely, and this, combined with strong word of mouth, resulted in Turtle Talk with Crush clogging the previously barren living seas. The attraction did not have dedicated queue space, so temporary switchbacks were set up throughout the main floor of the aquarium.
I'm pretty happy with how it's coming out too. It's not my most dynamic piece I've done, but I do like it.
Theater with more infrastructure. The show soon moved to one of the Living Seas original pre-show theaters, and guests were routed through one of the pavilion's larger modules, granting it a pre-show corral to help handle the crowds. Turtle Talk's first location was given a few fish tanks, with the original screen remaining in place and displaying a looping animation of an empty tank. Guests felt that Turtle Talk with Crush had captured Disney's quintessential magic at a time when the company was seen as cheap and creatively stagnant. The attraction was unique for a theater-style show, in that each performance was different based on the puppeteer and the guest interactions. This resulted in Turtle Talk having a significantly higher return rate than other theater shows at the parks. And the best part, from Disney's perspective, it was cheap. While Turtle Talk took its fair share of time and money to develop, now that it existed, the cost of building additional shows was nominal, and since many Disney parks were in desperate, immediate need of new attractions, Turtle Talk was well positioned to be cloned. Just 7 months after the original version opened in the Living Seas, the struggling Disney's California Adventure received a version of its own in the Animation Building, replacing the animation screening room. This was a ridiculously simple retheme, taking a poorly attended theater and immediately giving it an attraction that dazzled guests. This caused the virtual puppetry format to spread rapidly.
Yeah, that makes sense because they have a lot of those kind of shows nowadays.
The 5th Disney Resort, Hong Kong Disneyland, held its grand opening. The project had suffered greatly from the same cost-cutting and lowering of standards that had plagued the entire parks division, and the new Hong Kong resort had very few offerings upon opening. To make up for this, Disney searched for fixes that were both quick and cheap, and living characters were the go-to choice. Lucky the dinosaur, who was regularly appearing in Dinoland at Disney's Animal Kingdom, was quickly shipped off to Hong Kong, where he would greet guests in a far less thematically appropriate setting. A new Push the Talking Trash Can was also created to intercept guests as they wandered the park looking for things to do. After Turtle Talk's success, Hong Kong management desperately wanted a version of the attraction for the Barren Park. Unfortunately, the only readily available space was in an arcade attached to the park's Space Mountain. Garlington believed that, quote, turtles in space didn't make much sense, so he suggested that they create a version of Turtle Talk with Stitch, a character who can more easily exist in the science fiction setting and had already proved himself
Turtles
as a virtual
don't belong
puppet.
in space.
Less
What
than
are
a
you
year
talking
after
about?
Hong Kong Disneyland opened, in July of 2006, Stitch Encounter debuted. The new show was the
They
same
need to
format
open
as
up
Turtle
a
Talk,
Disneyland
with the
in the
interaction
Big Eye,
lasting between 10 and
Indiana.
15 minutes and ending with a predetermined finale. Stitch Encounter
I don't
was
know if
also
they can
a smash
justify
hit,
that.
and a second version of the attraction
The amount
was
of money
added to
it
the
takes
desolate Walt
to
Disney
like build
Studios
that.
Paris,
So
where it
sorry
opened
to
as
break
Stitch
your
Live
heart,
in
Greenwood,
2008.
but yeah, I
Perhaps
don't think
the
that's
example
happening.
that best illustrated the format's portability is when Disney built a bus capable of taking Turtle Talk on the road. Disney drove the Turtle Talk bus up and down the West Coast in an effort to promote Disneyland's newest attraction, an unrelated Finding Nemo re-theme of the park's long-shuttered submarine voyage ride. After this promotional period, the bus was of course retired. Just kidding. They put it on a ship, sailed it to Hong Kong, drove it into a tent, and opened it as a makeshift Turtle Talk with Crush. These kids
Man,
are
they
talking
sure are
to a
milking
bus.
this thing.
They barely covered the wheels. Fortunately, Turtle Talk received a more respectable, heavily themed version in 2009, when it opened at Tokyo Disney Sea in the SS Columbia, the same space that had originally been envisioned for the Toon Elevator. The cost-to-benefit ratio of virtual puppetry was so favorable that Disney began to rely on the format to provide magical experiences at a low startup cost. This winning strategy could not last forever. As technology continued to improve, the virtual puppetry format became easily replicable. Soon, the trick was being found at many regional parks and even small entertainment centers. This was no doubt due to the success of Turtle Talk with Crush, and some companies even made a direct reference to it, such as Chops & Associates, a company which literally describes their system as, quote, as powerful as Turtle Talk without the huge Pixar price tag.
What makes you precious anyway?
Oh, it's so ugly.
What makes you precious? Come on, answer me.
Within just a few years, consumer versions of the technology would be released, and virtual characters would no longer dazzle audiences in the same way that they had at the time of Turtle
I
Talk's
know, right?
debut.
Ew.
The way around this was to find a new way to amaze
A
guests
knockoff.
once again. And
It-
one
it's a
obvious
knockoff.
next step was to take the characters off of the screen and bring them into the real world. Imagineering's research and development was already experimenting with this
didn't
very
mean to do
idea,
that.
combining the lessons learned from both the roaming animatronics and the virtual puppetry attractions in the hopes of finding the Living Character Initiative's next big hit. On March 13, 2005, Michael Eisner announced that he would resign from his position as CEO of the Walt Disney Company. After being removed as chairman of the board a year prior, the writing was on the wall for Eisner, who had been the subject of a campaign launched by Roy E. Disney, dubbed Save Disney, which indicted Eisner for the company's down period. Eisner would stay on as CEO until September of 2005, in part so that he could see the opening of Hong Kong Disneyland. By that point, the board had already confirmed Disney's president, Bob Iger, as the company's next CEO.
hate
And as
Bob
one of his
Iger.
first big moves, he sought to repair Disney's relationship with Steve Jobs and Pixar. Less than 4 months after taking over as CEO, Iger announced that Disney had finalized a deal to acquire Pixar and that Jobs would be joining Disney's board of directors. Iger's quick move signaled a new era for Disney, one that would abandon Eisner's emotion-driven leadership
Why is he
style
so bad?
in favor of more measured, calculated.
So Eisner wasn't that great, but is it Bob Iger that's currently the CEO? I think it is. Let me just check before I go off. Yep, it's Bob Iger. So think about like all of the really bad like corporate decisions that Disney has been making recently. Bob Iger is like one of the main reasons why. So like think of like trying to become a monopoly, a giant monopoly, investment into AI, you know, just poor quality like animation like decisions, like laying off a bunch of employees, just like a bunch of like stuff like that. There's more to it, but like those are some of the major ones that you'll probably hear about. So yeah, I mean, just think about like how people don't really like corporate Disney right now. That's mainly because of Bob Iger. Yeah, we don't really like him.
Decision-making. Iger would retain Eisner's general push for technology integration, making it one of the key tenets of the transition.
See how it just said he
Fortunately
would
for him,
maintain the push for innovation, quote unquote? Yeah, that includes how, like, why he's, like, so big on AI for whatever reason. So, yeah. Bob Iger, yo, yeah.
The Imagineers were already one step ahead.
Bottom 2 humans
On
in a coat,
January
what the
23rd,
hell? Yeah.
2006, a new dark ride named Monsters, Inc. Mike and Sully to the Rescue opened at Disney's California Adventure. The attraction was a re-theme of the disastrous Superstar Limo, a ride that had opened with the park and was seen as a low light of the already poorly received California Adventure. The new Monsters, Inc. attraction was one of several attempts to get the park back on track. And while the re-theme was not particularly groundbreaking, it did feature one notable addition. At the end of the attraction, the ride cars would briefly stop in front of a new animatronic of the character Roz. Guests were surprised to find that this was not just an animatronic, but it was a living character, capable of briefly interacting with guests.
Young man in the first row, make sure you get my good side.
This was the first living character since Lucky to not be a virtual puppet, and Roz behaved differently than any living character that had come before her. Roz was operated by a cast member, but not voiced by one, a technique that Garlington had previously dubbed as a pseudo-living character. Roz had a voice bank of pre-recorded lines of dialogue, each with accompanying animations. These could be activated by cast members in a manner that was akin to operating a soundboard. This limited what Roz could say, but figure animator Ethan Reed recalled that the figure had over 200 lines, so there was plenty of variance for the short interactions at the end of the ride.
Thank you, you little dickens.
Roz did not have a dedicated puppeteer. Instead, she was one of the positions on the attraction's cast member rotation, and the controls worked similar to a POS system. There were top-level menus that, when pressed, would reveal sub-menus to customize each interaction. This is not exactly the structure, but for example, the top-level menu might have buttons for first row, second row, and third row in regards to where the targeted guest was sitting in the ride car. When one was selected, a sub-menu would be brought up, now with options for young girl, adult woman, young boy, adult man. This could then reveal another menu, with both specific and generic lines that Roz could say. The Roz living character also utilized a technique referred to as escape lines, or outlines, which were pre-planned ways to get out of an interaction that was going poorly. These escape lines were critical, as the voice bank characters were in a unique position. With a non-verbal creature like Lucky, there was no need to manage the
this guy,
interaction
he's being weird. We gotta escape. We gotta get out of this one.
Plenty of flexibility to use their own words to manage the interaction. And with training and experience, they were adept at navigating a variety of situations. Voice bank characters could speak and interact, but the cast members
just
could only
like
trigger
me.
the lines that
I know,
were
right?
pre-recorded, so it was important for the Imagineers to plan their escape lines ahead of time. Fortunately, since Roz was a grumpy character, her escape lines did not have to have any air of compassion. So if a guest was ignoring her or purposefully trying to mess with her, Roz could simply say, "whatever," and go back to writing on her clipboard. Most of Roz's dialogue lines were cold and disciplinary.
What are you looking at? Don't make me come in there.
Although some were friendly and a few were even flirtatious. According to an ex-CM on the Mice Chat forums, Roz initially had a few lines that were deemed too mean, such as one where she could call out a guest as looking like her twin sister, which was seen as rude, especially when CMs directed it at a conventionally unattractive guest. A line calling out a bald person was removed to avoid a CM accidentally making fun of someone that had cancer. This was the trade-off with antagonistic characters. While maintaining the social contract was much easier, the possibility of legitimately
I'm glad that
hurting
they
a
decided
guest
to include
existed,
that, I
and
suppose.
this needed to be avoided at all costs, especially at a Disney park. 2 years after Roz's debut, a new shooting dark ride named Toy Story Midway Mania opened at the newly renamed Disney's Hollywood Studios. The attraction's queue featured a new living character, an animatronic of Mr. Potato Head that utilized a voice bank soundboard system similar to Roz.
Who likes the part where you toss the rings on the little green men? Really? Just one of you?
Mr. Potato Head was also notable in that he was a feat of animatronics, capable of removing and replacing his ear. This was another milestone in the progression of the technology, and the figure showcased how sophisticated animatronics were becoming. In late 2006, rumors began to circulate that a new entry in the Living Character Initiative was being tested, featuring characters from the Muppets. Disney had finally acquired the characters from the Jim Henson Company in 2004, one of Eisner's last significant moves as CEO. The new entry into the Living Character Initiative was the first free-roaming animatronics display since Lucky the Dinosaur had debuted 3 years prior. Instead of walking on legs like the Big Dino, or walking with assistance like Lucky, the new living character, or more accurately, living characters, did not walk around, but rather rolled around on what was considered the future of
If they
transportation
make a whole
in
section in Kingdom
2006.
Hearts stuff, it'd be
A
the most
segue.
popular.
The interaction depicted the scientist
No,
Bunsen
I
Honeydew
actually
and his
agree.
assistant Beaker, who were in charge.
I agree that it would be the most popular, if I'm being quite honest, because like, Kingdom Hearts is so popular, and yet Disney hardly ever acknowledges it, and I hate that. It just, yeah. You may be coping, but so am I.
Charge of Muppet Labs, a segment that had originated on The Muppet Show, known for its poorly run experiments that often resulted in Beaker getting injured in a cartoonish fashion. The new roaming animatronics would replicate their signature style of experiments with the new Muppet Mobile Lab, a vehicle packed full of gags. The lab could shoot confetti, blow smoke, shine lights, flip through a text display, and even inflate Beaker's nose. Both Bunsen and Beaker had a very convincing range of motion, helped by the fact that they were originally puppets, so the animatronics only needed to replicate the range of motion of a human's arm rather than an entire body. Orlando Sentinel writer Scott Powers pointed out that the characters had, quote, no strings, no hands inside the puppets, no one hidden inside the tiny vehicle, no one in sight with microphones or remote controls. While this quote is correct in that there was a significant advancement made with Muppet Mobile Lab, any implication that the interaction was autonomous was inaccurate. There was no one in sight with microphones or remote controls, because the major advantage that Muppet Mobile Lab had over its predecessors was that it allowed the puppeteer to be located a significant distance away from the interaction. The lab had onboard cameras and microphones that allowed the puppeteer to read its environment, and the performer would monitor these as they voiced Bunsen live, drove the lab around, and triggered effects. Bruce Vaughan, who had in the time since Lucky's debut become chief creative executive of Walt Disney Imagineering, said, quote, this is an incredibly compelling and powerful way to experience the characters. They are fully aware of the people in their presence and can call you by name. Which, yeah, they're fully aware because there's a guy watching on a monitor. It's a little misleading. As was standard with living characters, Bunsen and Beaker were safe Muppets to choose. Bunsen's voice was easy to do, and since the character was less popular, it was not obvious to guess when it was slightly off. Bunsen and Beaker were also clumsy characters, closer to the personality of Goofy, while a choice like Kermit the Frog came with many of the same issues as Mickey, in that the voice is more recognizable and difficult to do, and that he would be expected to have some level of emotional intimacy. That said, keen Muppet fans could notice that Bunsen's performance varied based on the puppeteer.
Anybody else love Beaker? Yeah? Who would like to come up and see if they can have a date with him? Not, you're too young. Besides,
you're too young.
While in Muppet media, Bunsen was typically in his own head and focused on his experiments. When Muppet Mobile Lab debuted, his improv comedy was still being workshopped. This led to a few out-of-character moments, such as when Bunsen tried to flirt with female guests.
You can help me. I'm sort of afraid of girls. You can't help me? You can't
All
help
but
me.
2 Kingdom Hearts fans at Disney World right now.
Well, I do need help, as I've been told that many times.
You know, I don't know if you know this, but during Halloween, they actually have an actor that's dressed up at like Sora come out, and then they have Donald, Goofy, and Mickey dressed up in their Kingdom Hearts attire. They do that during their Spooktacular event. It's pretty cool. I mean, I've never been, but I want to. I really want to go to it one time, at least once, so that I can like say, "Oh my gosh, I got to see the official Disney Kingdom Hearts event."
They all do this. Muppet Mobile Lab was a well-received addition to the Living Character Initiative, and it would receive the Theo Award for Outstanding Technical Achievement in 2009.
Dude, your pockets are going to be so
period,
cooked afterwards. I mean, just because they have the character actors there, they don't really have that much merch. I think they only have like 2 or 3 pins, like enamel pins from Kingdom Hearts, and they're like in the entirety of the shops.
When the chef lifted the serving dome, guests were surprised to see Remy, the little chef from the 2007 Pixar film Ratatouille, in his film-accurate form. This little animatronic Remy wore a tiny chef's hat and held a small piece of cheese. Remy was touted as the smallest animatronic ever created, and he wasn't capable of much. He could move his body left to right and nod, and his platform could be rotated 360 degrees by the chef. a feature designed to prove to guests that he was not merely a puppet. Remy could also dance, sort of, and he could produce little squeaks. While he could not blink or move his mouth, the animatronic was small enough that this was not necessary to pull off the illusion of life. Some speculated that the animatronic was controlled by a remote puppeteer on the other side of the restaurant or maybe even inside of the cart, but it appears that he was actually controlled, cleverly, by the handler's thumb, with a button placed on the handle of the serving dome. This would allow for some limited live controls and could also trigger interactions, such as a dance-off with the chef, which, for some reason, was set to the song You Can't Touch This by MC Hammer.
Yeah, that's quite a choice.
The Remy animatronic was small and practical enough to become the first living character animatronic to receive a clone. The second Remy began appearing in Epcot's France Pavilion, where he would meet guests at the Chefs de France restaurant beginning in March of 2009. The Disney press release stated that, quote, the 40-minute experience provide guests an up-close encounter with the Ratatouille star as he laughs, sniffles, and even flirts with his new friends. Why
Remy
are they all
flirting?
like this?
I don't like that.
Where do you live?
Also in 2008, another living character based on a Pixar film was created, the adorable robot WALL-E. The WALL-E animatronic was a detailed and expressive living character, and he was built close to movie scale, with the animatronic being a bit larger than the character appeared in the film. Since WALL-E's mobility came from his pair of tracked treads, the animatronic could navigate spaces quite easily. This WALL-E also had several canned animations that conveyed emotions such as shyness and confusion. Continuing the trend of Pixar-based living characters,
Maybe trying to spit game while in every
an
costume. What
animatronic
is
of
going
Luxo
on?
Jr., Pixar's mascot, began
You know
hopping
what?
out
You're
at
right.
Disney's
I never
Hollywood
thought about
Studios.
that, but
Luxo
it does
Jr.
happen
would
a lot
emerge
more
from
than I would
behind a
think.
pair of window shutters, hop out, and look around at the guests below. And that's all it did. Okay, we need to stop here and discuss something. Something that you might already be thinking, and something that I've been grappling with for quite a while now. What exactly is a living character? Now this might be because I've said it so many times that it has lost all meaning, but the term living character seems to lack a clear definition. We can all agree that there are a few characters that are indisputable official members of the Living Character Initiative, based solely on how consistent Disney has been with labeling them as such. Lucky the Dinosaur and Crush and Turtle Talk are both living characters, full stop. But neither were the first living character. So who was? Most Imagineers and Disney press releases claim that the Living Character Initiative began in 2002 with Stitch's Picture Phone, which makes sense. The experience made it into the parks and it was an award-winning attraction. But then, the 2010 official Walt Disney Imagineering book cites the debut of Mickey's Toon Elevator as the, quote, day the Living Characters Initiative was born. Wait, is it the Living Character Initiative or the Living Characters Initiative? Whatever, it doesn't matter. Okay, so if Lucky the Dinosaur is a living character, and the Big Dino was his direct predecessor, and the Big Dino Project preceded Mickey's Toon Elevator by at least a year, why would the Big Dino not be considered the first living character? Does it not count because it never made it into the parks? Mickey's Toon Elevator never made it into the parks. Is it because the Big Dino was never completed? Is that the differentiating factor? LA Times contributor Kimi Yoshino offered an alternative goal of the initiative when discussing Muppet Mobile Lab, saying, quote, the portable wireless technology allows Disney to bring to life non-traditional characters. Most of the Muppets, for example, are too small to be portrayed by a human in costume. Maybe the defining factor of living characters is using technology to allow for non-humanoid characters to appear in their accurate size and form. This is certainly true of Muppet Mobile Lab, Roz, and Remy. It's also true of the virtual puppets, like Crush and Stitch. Luxo Jr. and WALL-E are bigger than they appear on screen, and Mr. Potato Head is huge, but remember, we're supposed to be the size of toys in that attraction, so maybe his size is accurate. The real problem with this definition is that Lucky isn't based on an existing character. He's not even a specific species of dinosaur. Additionally, if the definition was simply using technology to represent characters in their accurate form, wouldn't most Disney animatronics be considered living characters then? Like Mickey from the Mickey Mouse Revue.
I think living
That's
character
Mickey
just kind of
close to his
refers to,
cartoon-accurate size. Much more so than
like
the walk-around
the
costume.
interactability
Sure, his
of
face is messed up and long and
animatronic.
ugly and weird, but it's close. This obviously isn't a living character though. It's bolted to the ground in a show. So is the definition of a living character a non-costumed or face character that roams the parks? No, that doesn't account for Turtle Talk with Crush or Stitch's Picture Phone. I guess they roam the screen? What about Mr. Potato Head or Roz? They're bolted to the ground, and Roz is even an animatronic in a ride. So is interactivity a requirement to be
But
a
it
living
has to be an
character?
animatronic?
This makes sense for most of them. It also explains
I
why
think it
Monsters
has to
Inc.
be at
Lab
least
4, a theater show
partially
with
an
virtual puppetry
animatronic.
segments, was named as part of the Living Character Initiative when it debuted in 2007. Although it is far less of a character
Because
encounter than Turtle Talk, and all of the
if not,
puppeteered
then they would
characters
consider
were
the
original
character
characters not
actors
seen in the
living
film.
characters.
Interactivity certainly makes the most sense as a prerequisite, but is it really fair to call Remy interactive? He just shrugs and wiggles and dances. Worse, Luxo Jr. has no interactive elements. He just pops out and looks
that's right.
around. I'm 99% sure he's pre-programmed. Why is he labeled a living character? Maybe the definition of a living character is just a guy hitting on you from a distance using technology. In that case, why isn't Instagram a living character?
Anyone? 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 Anyone?
To make things more confusing, when Lucky debuted and the Living Characters Initiative was officially made public, Richard Barrier of the Orlando Sentinel cited 2 other projects as living characters. The first is Pal Mickey, an interactive plush of Mickey Mouse.
The latest marvel from the Dreammakers.
Okay, yeah, I'm getting a little confused by this definition now too.
This is Pal Mickey.
Hiya, pal. The name's Mickey.
The toy was a smart device that used infrared technology to allow the doll to deliver location-based and real-time information about the park. I haven't mentioned this until now because it's a doll, but apparently it's part of the Living Characters Initiative. The other supposed living character cited here was a roaming animatronic of the raccoon Miko from the film Pocahontas. The animatronic had a limited run.
We
at a
are the living
Pocahontas show at
characters.
Disney's California Adventure. In a different Pocahontas show, Miko was portrayed by a real raccoon, which is kind of the most living a character can get if you think about it. I mean, it's not just a raccoon at the zoo, it's a raccoon portraying the character Miko. Why is this not a living character? Is it because humans did not make this raccoon? Have humans really ever made anything? Or if you prefer, humans made this raccoon hop on this log and pretend to be a character from a movie it's never seen? I'm just saying, I think Raccoon Miko's on the board. And since we're considering candidates, what about my boy Nemo? Why is he not a living character? Because there's a guy in there? There's a guy in Lucky, or at least the flower cart, so why not Nemo? Is it because he's huge? Really? Wow, okay. In 2006, Imagineering began playtesting a multimedia scavenger hunt throughout Epcot themed to the Disney Channel animated series, Kim Possible. This experience had families navigate Epcot's international pavilions using specially programmed cell phones to complete.
I remember this scavenger hunt. That's so cool. I completely forgot that was a thing. Oh, that's so cool. I participated in that whenever I was young. Oh, that's so cool. I completely forgot that was a thing.
Challenges, which along the way triggered physical effects and simple animatronics. During playtesting, the
There was a
experience
scavenger
featured
hunt?
an interactive animatronic tin soldier.
Yeah, so
which was
basically what they did was that they gave you like one of those, like a flip phone, kind of like how, like the one that Kim Possible uses. And then you would basically have to like travel all around like the parks and stuff to try and, you know, finish a scavenger hunt. It was really cool.
puppeteered and voiced live.
Yeah, it is pretty cool.
Find the seeds.
No, that's not it.
When the experience officially opened as Kim Possible World Showcase Adventure in 2009, this interactive element was removed and the Tin Soldier was given a short, pre-programmed bit. Despite this, the entire adventure was still branded as part of the Living Character Initiative. So was this because a living character was originally planned as part of the project, or is it because the simple interactive elements are enough to qualify it as a living character experience? It seems that any single definition of living characters is unsatisfactory, either because it is so broad that it encompasses too many meet and greets and animatronics, or it is so specific that it eliminates characters already confirmed as part of the initiative. It seems that the Living Character Initiative is more of a feeling than a strict category.
It's a
Bruce
feeling.
Vaughn explained that, quote, the goal is to bring
we
our
designate the
characters
living
to life
characters
in
based
new
off
and
of
unique
vibes
ways
here.
for our guests, which is a very general yet solid definition. He then immediately continued by saying, quote, not to replace what we have, but to have certain characters come out in different forms in the space outside of the attractions, which would eliminate half of the characters, including Crush and Roz and Mr. Potato Head. But the first part was good, bringing characters to life in new and unique ways. This lines up with Imagineer Holger Ermler's definition. He said, quote, by combining technologies, our Living Character Initiative creates
Mickey
new
Mouse
levels
ass
of
quote.
guest interaction and brings characters to life like never before. Vice President of Creative for Imagineering, Don Winton, said, quote, take Abe Lincoln. How often do you see Abe sit down and talk? We've now taken that one step further. We're trying to get the guests close to characters in different ways. While these definitions do encompass most, if not all, of the living characters, they do come with a state of impermanence. If living characters are next-generation experiences that bring characters to life like never before, then each edition must be moving forward in some way. This is true of Lucky, which was certainly an advancement from a stationary animatronic or other roaming robots such as Giro and Gyro. Muppet Mobile Lab was definitely a step up from Lucky by removing the handler and distancing the puppeteer. Crush, and subsequently Monsters, Inc. Laugh Lore, expanded how many people could participate in, or at least view, a living character interaction. Roz and Mr. Potato Head allowed for any CM to control the experience. Remy had a new disguise control system, but after a while, the unique elements can't break away from the obvious pattern. Mickey's Toon Elevator, virtual puppet. Stitch's Picture Phone, virtual puppet. Lucky the Dinosaur, animatronic puppet. Turtle Talk with Crush, puppet. Muppet Mobile Lab, puppet. Roz and Mr. Potato Head, soundboard puppets. Remy, Wally, Monsters, Inc. Laugh Lore, My Boy Nemo, all puppets. And there's nothing wrong with that. Trust me, I love puppets. But if the goal is ever-evolving character interactions, always the next generation of experiences, then there are only so many ways that you can disguise a puppeteer. Throughout the decade of experiments in the format, there might not have always been a clear definition of living characters, but there is an inevitable one. Once you have explored all avenues of scripting and puppeteering, the next realm is pretty obvious. An impending definition of living characters that has been implied by Imagineers for years, but has seldom been said explicitly. Of those rare explanations,
animatronics.
None was as simply put as when Eric Hazeltine was the head of R&D. He explained that the Big Dino was, quote, a testbed that put us on a roadmap toward intelligent, self-directed characters. We want them to be able to move around, react, learn, and behave on their own.
So
this
AI
was the goal, the end of the line. The True Living Character Initiative was just beginning.
Golden Freddy. It's time for a break. He's like, I know this video is long. Here, have a break.
On June 7th, 1990, the theme park industry changed forever with the opening of Universal Studios Florida. Much more than an imitation of, the industry leader, Universal was a unique experience that had a distinct approach to themed entertainment. The new park attempted to create a grittier and more thrilling experience than its predecessors. This was encouraged by the project's executive creative consultant, renowned filmmaker Steven Spielberg. Several of Spielberg's blockbuster films would serve as the basis for Universal's elaborate attractions. For instance, the E.T. adventure took guests on a flying bicycle ride to E.T.'s home planet, where they were treated to several detailed show scenes and animatronic characters.
That's my favorite guy right there. That's the guy, yeah.
Spielberg had a large role in bringing the dark ride to life, even appearing as himself in the attraction's pre-show. Spielberg felt that since E.T. was a heartwarming film, guests needed a personal moment with the character in the attraction. Ride designer Peter Alexander suggested that at the end of the ride, E.T. should be able to say the guest's name as he waved goodbye. Spielberg loved the idea, and Alexander and the creative team set out to devise a way to pull off the unique interactive climax. The moment was set up in the ride's pre-show.
This is what we call a closed set, so you'll need this special pass to enter. Please give your first name to one of the stagehands, and he'll give you a pass.
According to engineer Steve Alcorn, the computer system had 8,000 possible names, all of which were recorded by E.T.'s original voice actress, Pat Welsh.
Oh,
After the
interesting.
team members selected the guest's name, they would hand guests their passport. These cards had a barcode, and before boarding the ride, guests would hand them to an operator. The operator would scan the cards, which automatically paired the name the guest provided to their ride vehicle. The resulting effect became one of the most iconic moments in all of theme parks, and an incredible, if brief, character interaction.
BRB? Okay, no worries.
Not only was the experience impressive, but it created a unique emotional moment between the animatronic and the guest, assuming that the guest didn't just meme it.
Goodbye, Dee Dee, Dee Dee, bye.
That's funny.
Anya.
Yes, lasagna!
Just a few years after opening, Universal Studios Florida was proving to be a massive success, and in late 1993, management announced that the park would expand into
It's
a
been so
full-scale
long.
resort
How
with
are
several
you?
hotels, a shopping district,
How are you
and a second theme
doing?
park. 6 years later, on May 28, 1999,
I hope you've been
Universal
doing
Islands of Adventure
well.
held its
Last
grand
time we
opening
chatted,
ceremony.
you were in the
The
middle
new
of like a
park was a different
typhoon.
take on the theme park experience. Rather than having several lands focused on general themes, such as adventure, or locations,
I always miss your
such as
streams.
New York,
Oh, I
Islands
know.
of Adventure was composed
I'm glad
almost
you were able to make
entirely
it
of
to
areas
this one,
based
though.
on a single
And
intellectual
if you do miss
property.
a stream, I mean, there's
Franchises
always
such as
my
Jurassic
VODs
Park,
that you could just
Dr.
check out
Seuss,
and see what I've been
Marvel
up to.
Comics were given dedicated, immersive
I hope that
themed
you're doing
lands
good,
with
though.
multiple attractions. The rides themselves
Yeah,
were
you're
also
alive. That's
innovative
good to
and
hear.
ambitious
Glad that the
experiences.
two
One of the
typhoon
park's
didn't
highlights could be
like
found on Marvel
blow you
Superhero
away.
Island. The Amazing Adventures of Spider-Man was a motion simulator dark ride hybrid that was a mind-blowing experience for audiences at the time of its opening. The ride's creation was led by show producer Scott Trowbridge, one of Universal Creative's rising stars. Trowbridge had a passion for immersive storytelling
yeah, I
and
hope you're
pushing the
doing
medium of theme
well.
parks forward. The stories
Last
found
time
in
we
Marvel
chatted,
Superhero
I don't.
Island's attractions
I think
would
it's been
spill out
long
into
enough
the
to where
land,
you
with live performers
didn't
acting
hear
out
the
staged
news.
interactions.
But I am
Unique
officially done with
character experiences
college,
could be
so
found in other areas of
I'm
the
like
park as well.
I'm like
In
free to
Jurassic
stream
Park,
a
the
little bit
Triceratops
more
encounter
nowadays.
gave guests the opportunity to view and even touch a 24-foot-long animatronic dinosaur. This complicated robotic creature
Our
was
graduation
capable
trip
of
was
moving its
delayed
head
because
and
of the
mouth,
typhoon.
stomping
Oh,
its
that's
feet,
unfortunate.
blowing smoke out of its nostrils, and
I hope
even
that you get to make
urinating.
it up soon,
In the Lost
though.
Continent area, an interactive fountain, named the Mystic Fountain,
Congratulations,
spoke to
thank
guests
you.
and shot water at them. The experience was remotely operated by a performer. and the
Yeah, I
encounter
hope
was
that
a
you get to
surprising
have
and
your
fun
graduation
addition
trip
that
soon,
delighted
because that
guests.
sucks that it was canceled or pushed back due to the typhoon.
After the opening of Islands of Adventure, Scott Trowbridge was elevated to Vice President of Universal Creative. One of his first significant projects under the new title would be Revenge of the Mummy, an indoor roller coaster based off of the Mummy film franchise that was set to open at both Universal Studios Hollywood and Universal Studios Florida. Continuing his interest in immersing guests, the new ride would combine dark ride-style story scenes with a thrilling roller coaster, complete with multiple launches and track switches. Revenge of the Mummy was another massive hit
all
for
I'm
Universal
doing
Studios,
is drawing
and
some
the
fan
attraction
art
led
of
to
this
an attendance
VTuber I
boost
like.
for both of Universal
Her name's
Orlando's
Limes.
parks.
I like
However,
her a
the
lot,
following year,
and I've been meaning to draw
attendance
fan art
dipped,
of her for a
which
little bit.
industry
So
experts
that's what we're
attributed
doing.
to a lack of new,
While I'm also
exciting
watching
experiences. Despite
the
adding
newest
groundbreaking
Defunctlin
attractions,
video. He makes really good documentaries online. So yeah. But it is on the next semester's second day on Tuesday. Oh, well, that's good. That's good. Glad to hear that it's going to be made up soon, because it does suck that it was initially canceled due to that typhoon. I hope that everything's like going well though, you know?
to the parks, Universal Orlando's attendance was stagnant. Universal Studios Florida and Islands of Adventure performed decently well, but neither had been able to reach the success
But I guess
of
it
any
will
one
rain
of the
too.
industry leaders for Central Florida
Yeah,
parks.
I mean, that's
By
quite
2005,
possible.
This gap
The
was
weather is
widening
always
at a rapid
unpredictable.
rate, and Universal needed another hit attraction to turn the tide. Lucky for
can't tell
them,
if that's
the
one
industry leader had just made a potential major
two.
misstep.
I think it's
when
one.
beloved billionaire author mid-2000s J.K. Rowling was looking to create a theme park experience based on her best-selling fantasy series Harry Potter, she initially entered into serious discussions with the industry leader. After being underwhelmed by their plans and failing to secure creative control over the project, Rowling turned to Universal Creative, who were more than happy to meet her demands in order to secure the rights to the franchise. Trowbridge and his team developed concepts for the land alongside the production designers of the Harry Potter films, which at the time was wrapping up production on the 5th entry in the series. Universal's Harry Potter Land, officially named the Wizarding World of Harry Potter, was set to open at Islands of Adventure in 2010. The addition would lead to one of the single greatest shifts in the theme park industry, arguably the most clear turning point since that man opened that park in Anaheim in the mid-50s. Trowbridge oversaw the early creative development and announcement of the
Doesn't
project,
want to mention
but
his
he would not
name.
see it through construction. Just 4 months after the Harry Potter Land was announced, Trowbridge left Universal Creative to join the industry leader's design firm. He would bring with him his focus on next-generation experiences, and when combined with the ongoing projects of both his old and new company, Trowbridge would play an instrumental role in the theme park industry shifting its focus to a single word.
By the way, Catherine, if you don't mind me asking, how late, like what time is it over there? Because I've been trying to stream, like, generally around this time, my time, and if that works for you, you'd be able to, you know, tune into more of my streams.
Promotional event named the Year of a Million Dreams.
As part of the festivities, it's a little sad that you've been missing streams because of time differences and stuff.
Including exclusive pins.
It's morning 11 a.m. Oh, well, whenever school starts up, that's going to be a bit of an issue,
To add to the giveaways, Disney created a few specially themed hotel suites at Disneyland
I just got
and
up.
Walt Disney World
I see.
for the purpose of gifting selected families with a stay in these one-of-a-kind
time zone
rooms.
is a little
This included the creation
unfortunate
of the
for
famous
you.
Cinderella Castle Dream Suite,
That
allowing
sucks.
special guests the ultimate exclusive experience.
But again,
the opportunity to
like I
spend
said,
the
my
night
VODs are
inside
always
of
available if
Cinderella
you want to
Castle.
just keep up with what
A
I'm
lesser-known
doing.
hotel room created for the Year of a Million Dreams was at the Disneyland Hotel, where a new large suite would be created, themed exclusively to Mickey Mouse, and appropriately named the Mickey Mouse Penthouse. This elaborate suite answered the age-old question: what if Mickey Mouse was a bachelor with terrible design instincts and a huge ego? Every square inch of the penthouse was themed to the mouse. Mickey let you know when the phone was ringing. He turned off the lamp
I
before
always
you
get
went to
up
bed.
late on a holiday.
He even handed you toilet paper
Yes,
when
I
it was
see, I
time to
see.
wipe. But most impressive of all, Mickey would appear in the mirror in the foyer and interact live with guests.
I mean,
But this
fair
was
enough.
not
I
a
do that
virtual
too.
puppet like Crush or Stitch.
I sleep
This
in
was
all the time
something
whenever I
else.
don't have
Due to
to
this
like get up
interaction
for
being
anything.
exclusive to the Mickey Mouse Penthouse, there's very little
So
documentation
holidays,
on the experience.
nice times to
Only
sleep
a few
in.
photos and videos are known to exist. From these, it appears that the Mickey Mirror worked similarly to Epcot Center's Smart One, except rather than only being able to recognize the words yes and no, the Mickey Mirror took advantage of modern vocal recognition technology and was able to understand practically any word spoken by guests. Still, the result was not an open-ended or even fluid conversation. While the program could understand a wide vocabulary of words, the interaction was based on a strict dialogue tree. At any point when the guest was speaking, Mickey was only listening for a few specific words or phrases to trigger the progression of the interaction. It appears that Mickey had two categories of activity: trivia and jokes.
Trivia game.
Oh boy, let's play a trivia game.
Also, side note, in this video, the visual component of Mickey doesn't appear in the mirror for some reason.
Show your face.
During the game, Mickey asked trivia questions that had a singular, specific answer.
What's the name of the little girl who became Mike and Sully's friend?
Boo.
Whoa, you scared me.
Woo! Almost dropped my phone.
After about 2 minutes of
I'm not
animation
using my
trivia,
big model
Mickey
tonight
asked the guests
because
if they would like to move
I
on to
just
Disneyland
wanted to
trivia,
kind of chill.
and this is how the guests respond.
But I have like her reference pulled up on my phone and I almost dropped it. Whoopsie.
This moment reveals a limitation of the Mickey Mirror, as Mickey clearly has trouble understanding synonymous responses to the exact reply that he is looking for. It is understandable that Mickey doesn't respond to the way this guest says hell yeah, but Mickey also fails to recognize the word sure as an acceptable response synonymous to yes. Just like Smart One, Mickey would not directly tell the guests that they were wrong. While Smart One took the blame himself, Mickey chose a different approach, a strategy sometimes referred to as soft correction. Instead of bluntly telling guests that they were incorrect, Mickey would simply state the correct answer enthusiastically, making no reference to the guest's failure.
What's the name of the great big roller coaster at Disney's California Adventure?
Supreme Scream. No.
California Screamin'.
From a social level, this resulted in a more fluid interaction,
There we
and it
go.
preserved Mickey's
Kinda.
kind and gentle nature by avoiding the scenario in which he would have to reject or refute a guest. At the end of the video, Mickey asks guests where they could find their laughing place, and the guests have a total whiff. Despite this, Mickey tells them that they were right, in a strange moment that completely breaks the interaction.
Laugh Factory? We don't know.
Oh, not bad. In what year did Walt Disney open Disneyland?
The other existing footage of the Magic Mirror showcases Mickey telling one of his
Alright,
jokes.
now let's get that
and in
face
this video,
done.
the screen is working. Mickey begins to tell a knock-knock joke, and the program is clearly
Actually,
waiting
also,
for
let me
the
get
guest to say
this.
who's there. When the program cannot recognize the guest because of the background noise, Mickey repeats himself several times.
Knock, knock.
Who's there? Who's there?
Okay, now you say, who's there?
Who's there?
After finally recognizing the guest's
Doesn't
input,
seem like
Mickey
this
completes
Mickey
the
is all
joke.
that smart.
Or lady who?
Gosh, I didn't know you could yodel.
The Mickey Mouse Penthouse mirror was a fascinating experience. On one hand, the concept felt too ambitious to only be placed in a single hotel room. But on the other hand,
Oh, I didn't realize
the
it was
technology
only in one
clearly
room.
not
That's
ready
crazy.
for a wider release. The experience only worked for about 2 years, between 2006 and 2008, before being quietly removed. The Mickey Mirror was the first evidence in years that Imagineering's research and development was not only considering the potential of autonomous, interactive character experiences, but that they were actively experimenting with them. And as they continued to pursue this breed of artificial life,
There's
they
going to be
searched
a
for new
mock
ways to
exam
test their
next week
technology and
for you.
methodology
Oh, well,
on
good
audiences.
luck,
They
Kathleen.
would need
I
a
hope it
wider
goes
sample
well.
size than the occupants of a
Because
single hotel room.
I can
But
hear
the
that those can be
technology
very
still required
stressful.
a relatively safe environment away from the general public and paying park guests. Luckily, an opportunity soon presented itself. On September 10th, 2009, Disney held its first official
Not gonna
fan
lie,
club
I'm very
convention,
glad that I
the
no longer
D23
have
Expo.
to
The multi-day event held at the
do
Anaheim Convention Center featured panels and
exams or
exhibits
tests or
curated
anything
specifically
anymore.
for Disney fans. As part of this event, Disney Parks and Resorts partnered with Walt Disney Imagineering to create an elaborate display dedicated to the future
Now
of the
that I'm all
parks.
done with
Models,
college, I am
blueprints,
free.
concept art, and animatronics lined the halls of the exhibit space. The display even featured appearances by a few celebrities, and by that I of course mean living characters, including Push the Talking Trash Can, Lucky the Dinosaur, and Wall-E. But the most notable living character in the Parks and Resorts exhibit was one that was entirely new. Not just a new character, but a new category of interaction, named
Autonomatronics!
Right! Autonomatronics were defined as
Oh.
animatronics that were capable of seeing, hearing, and even
We're
thinking
starting to get
for
to the real
themselves.
advanced
The
animatronics.
Autonomatronics demonstration
I
at the
kind of give up
D23
already.
Expo
Oh
featured
no,
two
don't
new
give up,
animatronic
Catherine. I
characters,
believe in
a
you.
robot named Otto and a bird named Gladys. The show began with the nervous Otto recognizing that an audience had formed. The computer attempted to determine how many people were watching the show, and the live estimation was displayed on a monitor behind Otto. This number would determine Otto's reaction, with his response differing slightly depending on the size of the crowd.
Gladys, I can't do this. There are like 25 people out there. Gladys, I can't do this. There are some people out there.
The surly Gladys then made a reference to the time of day of the presentation.
It's still the morning and we got a long day ahead of us.
Gladys coached the cowardly Otto into overcoming a stage fright, encouraging him to look out onto the crowd. Gladys told Otto to search for audience members who were smiling. The screen displayed a camera feed with graphics overlaid to show the computer's live detection software. Otto could recognize individual faces from an audience and determine whether or not they were smiling. Otto scanned the crowd, detecting and confirming a few happy guests. After demonstrating Otto's ability to detect smiles, Gladys told him to move on to hearing. The camera would single out an audience member to approach the microphone, and Otto would ask them their name. On the participant's first attempt to speak, a staged feedback noise was played.
Hi, I'm Otto. What's your name? Whoa!
Feedback! Oh, sorry, we've been having trouble with that microphone.
The audience member would then say their name for a second time, and on this attempt, a humorous pitch shift effect would be applied to their voice.
And your name is?
Miranda.
Whoa! Huh. Not what I expected.
The computer clipped the guest's name directly from their input, and Otto repeated it several times.
Well, it's nice to meet you.
Lorenza.
That's fun.
Lorenza.
The final part of the show was a demonstration of speech recognition. Otto asked guests what their favorite color was, and his bow tie would then light up in that color.
What is your favorite color? Blue. Blue. Got it. Okay. Watch this. Ta-da!
The Autonomatronics demonstration was one of the first significant research and development projects developed after Scott Trowbridge joined the division. While the presentation was marketed as a continuation of the Living Character Initiative, Otto felt like a distinctly new approach to the concept. Trowbridge had a fascination with game design and experimenting with narrative systems, and this was clearly reflected in the Autonomatronics demonstration. Rather than attempting to jump to a fully autonomous, open-ended conversation with an animatronic, the Imagineers chose to create an illusion of autonomy, a scripted show with brief moments of automated interaction. R&D Imagineer Alfredo Ayala concluded that, quote, by never relinquishing control and never stopping for the correct answer, we were able to deliver magical autonomous moments to our guests. According to Asan Hope,
depending
an
on how
R&D
I'm feeling, I
associate
might
on
just
the
stop at the
project,
line art
the presentation might have been put
and then color
together
it on
in
my
as
own,
little
but I
as
like
3
how it's
months.
coming. I
And
like
while it
how
was an
this
effective
drawing is
demonstration,
coming
the show
along.
was not without its faults. Otto often could not recognize that a guest was smiling if they were doing so in a subtle or unusual way, and the computer often required guests to produce a big cheesy grin in order for a smile to be detected. Since Otto's voice was not being generated by a computer and had a limited bank of recorded dialogue lines, he was not capable of repeating guest names in his own voice. The solution was to have Otto repeat the guest's pitch-shifted input, which was a humorous way to play off what was ultimately a limitation of the demonstration.
Usually I just have like
in Otto repeating muffled noise
a soda or something nearby, but I was really craving that cranberry juice
also
today.
seemed to only be able to respond to a limited number of words during the favorite color segment. It could respond to simple colors, such as blue or green, but struggled with more nuanced colors, such as turquoise. The Imagineers programmed Otto to have a failsafe for this segment.
Well,
oh, hello, Greenwood. Welcome back.
Favorite color is
Hope you're doing good.
Okay.
Say hello to Cathin. I don't know if you've ever met Cathin. They've been around for a little while, but since they live in a time zone where my streams don't exactly coincide well for them, this might be the first time you've seen them.
Context of the Disney parks and the
Shortcake is a chronic Mountain Dew drinker? No, I'm not.
And future experiences. Trowbridge suggested, quote,
I'm very much not a Mountain Dew drinker.
Waving to a pirate and having the pirate wave back. The possibilities are endless. Trowbridge claimed that Otto could, quote, sense if you're happy,
no, not
hold
Catherine,
conversations,
Catherine.
and react. As we've seen, this was true-ish.
Close enough, though.
Each of these claims was demonstrated, but the reality was that 95% of the show was pre-programmed and the same every time. The majority of the charm came from the pre-written dialogue and the pre-recorded performances from the voice cast. Apart from the technology's ability to match the quality of a human performer, the demonstration also seemed to lack certain safeguards, leaving it vulnerable to anything less than a willing and well-behaved participant.
Catherine's
For
got
instance, it is unclear what would happen if instead of their name, a guest said an inappropriate word, such as or
turn him off, turn him off, turn him off!
Did the program have a list of banned
That's
words
so
that it
funny.
could recognize and refuse, or would Otto just clip the audio and say the participant's curse word, or worse, again and again and again?
That's fun.
The Imagineers understood these issues and the many others that would make
I love her little
implementing
fangs, but I don't know if it
into
looks
the
good
parks
on this.
difficult. Still, Trowbridge and the Imagineers
What
were
movie is that
confident.
even from?
Shortly
Oh,
after
it's not
Otto's
from a
debut,
movie.
the
It's
Disney-
from it's just another experiment that done by the Imagineers, where they basically are just trying to make like really interactive animatronics, you know? And so this is just one of their experiments that they have set up. It's not from a movie.
Disney Files magazine revealed that, quote, Imagineers are working to introduce
I
autonomous
love
characters
Laimu's little
in new
fangs, but I don't know if
attractions
it looks
now
good in this
development.
piece.
Trowbridge added, quote, we're not talking about decades into the future. Guests won't have to wait too long to see these characters in action. It's extremely difficult work, but it's equally
I'm conflicted.
exciting.
Oh no.
A year after Otto's debut at the D23 Expo, a new animatronic character quietly debuted at Disneyland. Imagineering once again
It's
took
really
advantage
pretty. I
of the
say
park's
keep it, Shortcake.
underutilized
Okay, I will.
inventions
I'll keep
exhibit,
it.
setting up a
Thank
limited
you
run playtest.
as well.
The presentation was a new take on a fortune teller machine, featuring a
All
new
right, let's
character
see.
named Destiny. During the playtest, guests would insert
Am
a
I
coin
missing
into the
any
machine, and the
design
great Destiny would
details?
appear from behind the curtain.
Doesn't look like it.
Ah, yes. Ah, a film crew. My own reality show is finally taking place. Welcome to my crib.
Destiny was a minimatronic, a small and light build of animatronic most recognizable as the frame used for Tom Morrow 2.0, the host
There we
of
go.
Disney Channel's Imagineer That. Destiny would have a
I think
brief
it's looking pretty
conversation with
good.
guests before instructing them to gaze into his crystal ball. The guest's face would be projected onto the ball, and after Destiny told them their
Yeah,
fortune,
there
a
she
photograph of the
is.
guest would be printed out
Beloved.
as a souvenir.
Now go forth
Beloved
and tell
Oshi.
everyone that you have seen the great and
Different is
powerful
the time zone. Is it massive? Yeah, it's like 11
In this
a.m.
playtest,
for Catherine right
Destiny is
now.
clearly being controlled remotely and voiced live
Whereas
by a puppeteer,
it's, you know,
lasting just 2
like
days
almost
in
a
September of
12-hour time
2010.
difference.
Little information was given on Destiny's purpose and what exact
job, Broski.
technologies
You
were
outdid
being
yourself.
tested.
Thank you.
Destiny would appear in Interventions again for another 3-day playtest.
Congrats,
in
you kind of get
January
to see
of
what my
2011,
drawing
with
process
no
is for
additional
these VTuber
context
sketches I
provided.
do.
The next time Destiny
Literally,
would be
it's
seen
like
was that August, when Disney held its
this,
second D23
like
Expo.
this level of
Once again,
rough sketch,
Imagineering Research
and
Development
then
set up a
I
presentation
call this my
in the Parks and
refined
Resorts exhibit,
sketch.
this time starring the amazing Destiny.
Let me
Unlike
go
the
ahead and
Interventions playtest,
rename
this
my
Destiny was no
layers.
longer remotely controlled or voiced live. Rather, he was fully autonomous and capable of carrying out the interaction on his own. While Otto played to a crowd, the autonomous Destiny was a much more personal interaction. The presentation was
I
also
have an
much
idea for a
shorter, with
background, but I
Destiny's
won't do it
experience
right
only
now.
lasting around 90 seconds. Using the same basic format as the playtest, guests were handed a coin to insert into Destiny's machine. After doing so, Destiny opened the curtains and asked the guests their name. After engaging in some quick banter,
I love
Destiny
lime.
told guests
I
to
love
gaze into
limon.
his crystal
I
ball.
love lime.
The three main fortunes that the autonomous Destiny would assign were that the guests would be super famous,
Man, I need the colors,
very
but
rich,
I don't have the... It would be easy if I
or
had
in
the
love.
reference sheet on the computer, but
The
I
Great
don't.
Destiny
I have
was
it
an
on
obvious
my
step up from Otto,
phone.
and this was most apparent in the difference in
I
presentation.
got to watch a master
While
at
Otto's
work. This is
backend
how it
was
feels to
integrated
watch
into a show,
Napoleon sing.
Imagineering isolated Destiny's interaction
That's
from
funny.
the
That's a funny
displays
thing
of his
to
inner
say.
workings. This allowed Destiny to be presented as a
Okay,
fully
let's see.
realized character, while Imagineers on the other side of the showroom explained the technology used in the interaction.
Dang, I really...
In fact,
I should
according
have
to
put
Trowbridge,
the
displaying Destiny's
reference
processes was not the
on my
original plan.
computer.
He explained, quote, "We had people peering under
Let's
the
see what I
booth,
can do.
refusing to believe there wasn't a human somewhere behind the scenes making him act the way he did. It got to the point where we had to show people the computer screens that were actually displaying these characters' decision-making processes to prove that they really were
There's
acting
a
of their
Pacific
own
Ocean
accord."
between us. That is
Destiny
true.
was able to track guests within proximity to him, determine how many guests there were, distinguish between those that were alone and those that were in a group, and
Catherine's
detect who was
from
watching the
Taiwan,
show and who
if
was
I remember
merely
correctly.
passing by. He could also estimate a person's age, height, and gender. Destiny also had a much more robust expression recognition system than Otto, and he was able to determine whether a guest was happy, sad, angry, surprised, dance, or impatient. Wow, he's right. I'm not feeling very dance today. How did he know that? Imagineer Josh Gorin
I'm not
explained
feeling
that
very
Destiny was
dance
able
today.
to engage in, quote, fully unscripted, live interactive conversations with guests. As with the claims around Otto, this was true-ish. All of Destiny's audio was still pre-recorded.
How do you still
Most
remember?
Of his movements were
Well,
pre-animated,
you know,
and every interaction
since
was more or
I'm
less the same.
pretty
It
relative,
appeared
like
that
pretty
Destiny
small,
did track the person he
like a
was
small
speaking to
streamer,
and automatically
I remember a
changed his
lot
head
about
position to meet
the
their
very
gaze.
few
More than any living
chatters
character
that
before
come
him,
in and
Destiny
chat with me.
leveraged stimulus-driven
So
reactive branching,
you,
in which
Catherine,
brief detours in the interaction
Greenwood,
are activated when the system recognizes something in its
Quirky's
environment.
new. You
This
don't
was
know
an
Quirky,
effective way
Catherine.
to vary each interaction and support the illusion
And
of life,
then
as it
before even
basically
Catherine
dedicated a
came in, I
moment to
had this
allowing the
semi-regular
character to
viewer
prove
named
its ability
Silver.
to see
I
and hear
remember a
the
lot
guests.
about you guys
While the
because you
majority
guys
of
chat
Otto's
with me,
autonomous features
and
were timed,
since there's not
pre-planned
like a
beats
whole
with
lot of
variation
you,
depending
I
on
can remember a
input,
lot of details that you
Destiny's
guys tell
reactive
me.
branches would only occur if he noticed something with a certain level of confidence.
Pacific
the most
Ocean,
common
that's just
example of this
propaganda
was
from
when
the
more than
government.
one
The Flat
person
Earth
was
theory
engaged
doesn't
in the
support
interaction.
Pacific Ocean.
If
Okay,
Destiny
Greenwood.
noticed that there were two people interacting with him, he would ask both guests their name.
That you have some people with you. Very good. Hello back there.
Despite utilizing the sophisticated stimulus-driven reactive branching, Destiny spent the majority of the time using old-fashioned railroading. The Imagineers cleverly gave Destiny an aggressive, egotistical personality, allowing him to interrupt guests and focus on himself.
I want to know if you know my name. Huh? What is my
How
name?
much longer of this video do I have?
Destiny, I love the sound of that.
Oh, about 2
Sometimes
hours.
this was an intentional and humorous way to keep the interaction moving. Other times it appeared to be a problem with the program, where guests would get a single syllable out and Destiny would move on as
Alright,
if
I'm
he
gonna
had
let the
understood
video
them.
play out as I try to get this like reference imported onto my computer. So just a sec.
Okay, all right. That's fair. It's all right.
Like Otto, Destiny's limited pre-recorded dialogue prevented him from engaging with guests when asking their names.
What is your name? Damon. Ah, good. Okay.
Destiny's crowd recognition was also imperfect, and he had a difficult time distinguishing between lurkers and group members.
Ah, yes, I see you are not alone. Who is this over here?
There were also times where the interaction just did not work. Sometimes Destiny would not recognize something someone said, even in a call and response moment in which he asked the guest to say something specifically.
You know what? You can fit in only one place. And who is that from?
Destiny.
Say my name.
Destiny.
Destiny's imperfections were expected in something explicitly labeled a playtest, and many of the issues could have been worked out by the Imagineers. But there was an insinuation that they might not have to improve Destiny themselves. The most curious claim that the Imagineers made about Destiny is that he used artificial intelligence, which is a broad term that could be applied to a variety of the technologies that Destiny might have been using. Speech, facial, and expression recognition are all
Alright,
tools that could
let's
use
see.
processes that would fall under the very wide scope of artificial intelligence, so this does not tell us much. Further, the Imagineers claim that Destiny learned with each interaction. But again, how? Let's listen closer to how Imagineer Josh Gorin described the technology.
It's actually reading emotion by looking at the expressions on the face. So we're assigning happy values, sad values, angry, surprised, impatient.
Hey, you skipped one.
Destiny also has a short-term memory. So he's looking at faces.
This is such a
and
cool
remembering
concept.
them.
I know,
So
right?
if Destiny stored the facial data of
Genuinely,
the people that he spoke with
Imagineers
in
are
order
really
to recognize
cool
a
and
person
smart
if they did
in,
the
like, what they
experience
can,
again,
like,
this would
do.
satisfy the claim
But,
that Destiny was learning from each
man,
interaction. But was
sometimes
this the same
what they
as
do is
improving with each
kind of
interaction?
weird. Like
if you listen
that
closely
dinosaur
to what
we
the
saw
Imagineers
earlier.
were claiming at the time, it appears that Destiny would learn from the playtest as a whole, because Imagineers were recording the interactions to study later and manually improve Destiny's programming. Still, the touted use of artificial intelligence in the context of character interactions was notable, and it begged an obvious question.
Are you going to pass the Turing test?
The Turing test.
Are you
That's
gonna
a good
pass the
question.
Turing
I would
test?
say that the line of guests with smile on their faces
All right, I'm
have
gonna
demonstrated that we've passed
make the
Disney
screen go
test.
dark
Dang,
really
this
quick,
guy's
just
good.
so I can like
Otto
get
and
everything
Destiny
pulled
were
up without
audacious
accidentally
playtests from
revealing
Imagineering,
something.
and they both gave insight into what Trowbridge and R&D believed the future of interactive characters was. After Destiny's debut, journalist Cyrus Sherrod wrote, quote, "For Imagineers, the emphasis now is on creating entirely autonomous agents that blend free-roaming robotic bodies
I'm
with
blind.
artificial intelligence.
Yes,
giving
I
birth to
cast
characters
blindness
that are
upon
able
you
to
for like
wander
the
the
next
parks,
minute.
telling stories, answering questions, and generally ingratiating themselves with awestruck audience members. This was not merely an idea. It was an endgame to decades of research and development, the final realization of living characters that has been suggested at various points, but when coupled with the progress seen in Otto and Destiny, no longer seemed like a fantasy. Still, even if the technology could be developed, how serious was Disney and the Imagineers about this idea? Otto and Destiny were fun and impressive, but they were stationary animatronics of new, unestablished characters, playtesting in the safe confines of the D23
All right,
Expo.
we're good.
Would this class of Imagineers dare to
Our
experiment with
streamer is
beloved
abusive.
characters
No,
and be
I'm
comfortable
not.
with putting them in front of the general public? Were they,
You have
along
it
with
out for me,
management,
I swear.
willing to take that risk?
All right,
the answer
now let's go
was
ahead
apparently
and
yes, because while developing the
start
autonomatronic
getting to work
technology,
on the color.
research and development was working on another first-of-its-kind interactive character experience, and they were committed to not letting it remain a playtest. They wanted this character to live in the parks, and the character they chose was a big one. The big one.
Oh, now they're doing a Mickey Mouse. The big cheese. They're doing a Mickey Mouse
Universal's announcement
animatronic.
of the Wizarding World of Harry Potter sent shockwaves through the theme park industry, and for the first time in its over 50-year history, the Disney parks felt a true threat, if not to their bottom line, at least to their cultural dominance. Disney knew that they needed some sort of counter to Wizarding
people don't
World,
really care
specifically
for,
their Florida parks,
Harry Potter
and a new virtual puppetry
nowadays,
attraction
so I think you
or
guys
a
are
cheap
fine.
overlay wasn't going to cut it. The details of Universal's Harry Potter project promised to be a new kind of immersive entertainment experience, and this likely pressured the Imagineers to think outside of the box when planning their next project. There was already an obvious spot for development at Walt Disney World. In the Magic Kingdom's Fantasyland, a large
I will admit,
underutilized space
the
had
skin
existed
tone is
since
like
20,000
very
Leagues
pale
Under
right
the Sea
now,
submarine
so
voyage
it's kind of
had
hard for me
closed
to
in
see
1994.
like
Rumoredly, this plot of land was
places
where
where I
Disney
need to
intended
erase
to put their
currently.
proposed Harry Potter attraction.
'Cause it's
After
like,
the deal with Rowling fell through,
do you-
Disney continued to target
do
this
your
area,
computers,
eventually
have, like,
landing
a
on a
nightlight
reimagining
mode?
of the entire
Because
land. The project,
whenever
titled
the
New
nightlight mode
Fantasyland,
turns on
would
my
add dining
PC,
venues based
it
on
makes the
Beauty and
screen a
Beast,
little bit more
a Little
orange
Mermaid
to
dark
counteract the
ride,
blue
and
light,
several elaborately
thus
themed
making
meet and
like
greet
it
spaces.
a little
As
bit
rumors
hard
of
to
the expansion began to
distinguish like
circulate,
the white from
details
the
of another
skin
major
color
project
for me
began
right
to
now.
emerge, one that was directly tied to the plans for New Fantasyland. Walt Disney World was embarking on what was described as the Next Generation Experience Initiative, which included a reported $1 billion overhaul of Walt Disney World's technology infrastructure. At the center of the project was
Honestly,
a
I can't really
multi-purpose
watch Harry
wristband
Potter
with
recently.
an
It's such a
RFID
shame.
tag that would
Yeah.
serve as the guest park
I mean,
ticket,
I was never a
hotel
big
room
Harry
key,
Potter
and
kid,
more.
to be quite honest.
While the majority of the project was based around
my dad
unifying the
had the
resort's
books,
technology.
but it wasn't something I was really interested in. But then in like junior high, like 8th or 7th grade, I tried to start reading them, but it wasn't really that interesting to me. And so I never finished them. I only got to like maybe a quarter of the way through, not even, maybe just like the first couple of pages of Goblet of Fire or whatever the third book is. And then I was like, yeah, I don't really feel like reading this anymore. So I never really had such an attachment to it like some others did.
Technology systems. There were several auxiliary benefits, including unique storytelling opportunities. From the moment that the news of the initiative broke, it was reported that a major use case of the wristbands would be triggering interactive experiences around the park.
Magic
Specifically,
bands.
characters would be able to know information about a guest, such as their name, their birthday, and what attractions they had already visited that day. The development of Next Gen would occur alongside New Fantasyland. These projects, which would cost over $1.5 billion combined, had the potential to introduce a different but equally impressive experience to what Universal was developing with Wizarding World. When the New Fantasyland project was announced at the 2009 D23 Expo, fans were generally excited about the plans, with a few exceptions.
Hair color.
Namely, the development would result in the closure of Mickey's Toontown Fair, a popular area that featured the fictional homes of Disney's Fab Five.
I remember
this was the
this
primary
place.
meet and greet space in the Magic Kingdom,
Oh,
the most popular
I
theme
was
park in
so
the world
sad
for
when
Mickey
this
Mouse,
place
the most popular
closed.
cartoon character in the world.
'Cause I loved
While the announcement of
Toontown.
Mickey's eviction disappointed both fans and casual guests, the Imagineers already had something big planned for the Big Cheese.
For
A
the
Mickey
Big
Mouse experience
Cheese.
that was somehow even more immersive than breaking into his home or staying a night in his penthouse. The most ambitious, perilous, and jaw-dropping character meet and greet ever devised. In May of 2010, reports began to circulate that a new playtest was occurring in
The
Disneyland's
Toontown game? I actually didn't really ever play Toontown, like the video game
for a few
or
days,
the PC
asking
game.
select guests to
I
participate
was
in
a
new
Club
type of
Penguin girly.
experience. When
And
guests
Pop
were led into
Tropica.
the room to
Club
meet
Penguin and
Mickey,
Pop
they were
Tropica were
shocked
my
to find that
jams.
the typically static, silent costumed character had been given an articulated head and the ability to speak.
Thank you. 3 years old?
By this point, articulated
years
character
old.
heads had existed at the park for 2 decades. Select costumes allowed performers to control the movement
Pop
of their
Tropica was
character's
heat.
mouth,
Yeah,
using low-tech
I loved
mechanisms
Pop
such as their
Tropica.
own arms, chin
What about
straps,
you,
and
Catherine, if you're still there?
eventually squeezable hand
Did you play any like
In the early
computer games when you were a
2000s,
child?
new electronic articulated character head debuted,
Because
which allowed the performer to
I
activate
was
the
lucky
opening
enough
and
to have
closing of
a
the character's
membership
mouth with
on
one
both
hand
Club
and the blink of
Penguin
the character's
and
eye
Pop
with the other.
Tropica.
Both actions were triggered by the simple flick of a finger. In all of these cases, full control of the articulated head was given to the performer inside of the costume, who was almost always puppeteering the mouth to a pre-recorded
Oh,
audio
shoot, I
track.
forgot that
the
they're supposed
Toontown
to be here right
playtest
here.
was
Just a sec.
immediately different from any articulated characters the guests had
I used
seen
to
in the
enjoy
parks
my
up to
12
that
minutes of
point.
game time
For
during
one,
computer
the
lab.
performer in the
No,
costume was
same.
not
I
controlling
would do the
Mickey's
same
mouth and
thing.
eyes with their
Whenever
hands.
we had free
This was
time,
being
I would
done
go onto Pop
remotely,
Tropica.
similar to the radio-controlled puppetry
I
that
did.
was found
Yes,
in
I did.
shows
I had
such as
just
Welcome to
I
the
asked my
Corner.
parents,
Second,
or
Mickey was
specifically
not
my mom.
following a
I was like, I play
pre-recorded
these
audio
games all the
track.
time,
While never
and you're
officially
very
confirmed,
limited in what
it
you can do
appears
if you
that
don't
this
have these
Talking Mickey was
memberships. So
being
can I please
performed
have
live
one
by
or
Mickey
have
Mouse's
them? And she
official
was like,
voice actor,
all right,
Brett
sure.
Iwan. The news of the playtest first broke after 2 videos were posted on YouTube. These videos have since been taken down, but while they were live, they garnered thousands of views and were reported on by several fan sites. The leak of these videos might have encouraged Disney to release an official video from the playtest, which they would do alongside a blog post 1 week later. Besides this official footage, only one other video of the experience is still
You've
online.
never experienced
In
Peak
both
until you've
videos,
experienced
Mickey
Big
speaks to
Wizarding
guests in a
101.
natural and
Actually, I
specific
did play
manner.
Wizarding
In one
101
clip,
very
he makes
briefly,
direct reference to an
but I
outfit
think
that a
I
guest is
tried to
wearing.
start playing it when I was too young because I didn't
In
really
another,
understand
he
the
makes a
mechanics all that
perfectly
well,
timed,
and it kind of like
context-specific joke.
I was like, well, I don't know what I'm doing, so I didn't really play.
The real tell that this Mickey is being voiced live is the character's ability to call out guests by name, which can be seen in Disney's official clip. Based on all available evidence, Iwan was present for these
Heartbreak.
playtests and was voicing Mickey remotely in real time.
Sorry to break it to
This
ya.
setup meant that the performer in the costume likely had no idea what Mickey was going to say next. But this was fairly seamless with only a few noticeable mistimings. The limited footage from the playtest documents some amazing interactions, and guests were awestruck by Talking Mickey. The setup combined animatronics, costumed
I can't get
characters,
over how
and
cute
remote
Limon
puppetry into
is.
a new
I love
category of
Limon. Look at
experience
his
that
little
fulfilled a common
face.
yet lofty dream that park guests had
Your
held
in-game
for decades.
aura right now,
What if one day you
my
could go
aura
to Disneyland
to
and have
you is like a
conversation with
constant
Mickey
up and
Mouse?
down, and
If the
I'm not
Imagineers
even
could
gonna
bring
try
Mickey
to
life
fight
for
it.
guests on a regular basis, the results would be invaluable, but the stakes were also high. While the living character methods and techniques had evolved in the decades since Mickey's Toon Elevator was developed, the basic problems with a live Mickey meet and greet remained: cost, logistics, and character integrity. The latter was a greater risk than ever with the advent of the internet. By this point in 2010, Disney Parks content was proving to be massively popular on YouTube, for whatever reason. In the past, if there was an incident during a meet and greet, it was a localized error experienced only by a small crowd. But now, any small flub could garner millions of views, and this was with the non-speaking characters.
Yeah, I didn't think about
Among the many
that.
other problems, the risk of a mistake with a live actor was too high. There was no scenario in which Disney would allow Talking Mickey to become a permanent attraction in this format. So what was the purpose of the playtest? There are likely several questions that the Imagineers hoped to answer by putting Talking Mickey in front of park guests, such as, does the remotely operated articulated head work reliably?
Their main question was probably, can I do it?
What happens if Mickey
Can we
blinks
do
and
this?
the eyes don't go back up, and the performer's line of vision is completely cut off? Is Mickey able to hug a child while talking in a way that does not result in his animatronic mouth biting the kid and harming them, or worse, breaking the expensive machine?
Like Five
When
Nights
the
at
performer looks
Freddy's.
into the mirror, and rather than seeing their own reflection, they see a picture-perfect Mickey Mouse, who duplicates their movements exactly, yet speaks on his own accord with a voice that is not their own. Does this result in an immediate mental breakdown, or is there a delay? After footage of the playtest surfaced, fan reaction was generally positive. Most people found Talking Mickey to be an awe-inspiring, magical
By the way, there's
concept,
big news in
while some
Taiwan
found the
yesterday. Oh, what's
interaction
up?
creepy
What's
and
going on
worried
in
that it would
Taiwan?
scare young
If you
children.
don't mind
As with
spilling
any
the
playtest,
deets.
there was no guarantee that the experiment would become a permanent attraction, and a Talking Mickey in particular seemed to be a long way off, given that Disney was not planning on Mickey being voiced live. But Trowbridge seemed confident in the future of Talking Mickey, saying, quote, "We're always looking for innovative ways to let guests interact with our beloved characters, and we have many more surprises up our sleeves." This was proven to be genuine, as Talking Mickey popped up again less than a year later. On March 4th, 2011, Talking Mickey began testing again in Disneyland, this time outside of his house in Mickey's Toontown. However, this Mickey was not voiced live, a difference that was immediately apparent. The Imagineers decided to integrate another living character method into the meet and greet and made this new version of Talking Mickey a soundboard character, akin to Mr. Potato Head or Roz. The soundboard approach was advantageous in that it mitigated the risks of a live voice actor. It also created an
Whoa, that
experience
color is
with
so
a
pretty. I
consistent
know,
format.
right?
This new Talking
Laimu
Mickey had a format
is just
consisting
such a
of
really
4
good
stages:
design. I love
greeting,
her design.
question, photo, goodbye. Mickey would begin the interaction by greeting the guest.
I don't
with
know
one
if
of
you heard
several
me when I was
phrases.
saying this
He would then
earlier,
ask a simple
but
question, such as, "What have you?"
I don't know if I would necessarily. I don't usually use like normal VTuber lingo, you know. But I suppose if I were to choose a quote unquote Oshi, I suppose Lime would be my Oshi.
Done at Disneyland today. After this, he would initiate the photo, which was then followed by one of several goodbyes. This Mickey paled in comparison to the test from a year prior, and the soundboard appeared to have extremely limited vocabulary. Plus, the interaction being located outside definitely affected the remote operator's ability to properly hear the guest.
Are you having a good time?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
While the downgrade was evident, this was just the starting point. Mickey was the character that came with the most risk, but he also might have been the only one valuable enough to justify the massive amount of work that the Imagineers had ahead of them in order to bring this new type of living character to life. In August of 2011, just 5 months after the Mickey's Porch playtests, Talking Mickey was meeting with guests once again, this time at the D23 Expo. Throughout the multi-day event, Talking Mickey would
I
switch
don't
back
know
and forth
VTubers
between
like
the
that, to
live
be
version
honest.
voiced
I only
by
know Iron
Iwan
Mouse
and
Mew.
the
I don't
soundboard
even
version.
think I've ever
The difference
watched
between
Iron
the
Mouse
two
either.
was still obvious, but the soundboard version
Yeah, I
appeared
mean,
to have
it's
improved
definitely a
significantly
different
since
culture.
the test on Mickey's Porch.
But
Mickey's
it's one
vocabulary
that I
was slightly more robust,
appreciate,
and the question
even if
segment
I
was
don't know if I would
expanded into
necessarily consider myself a big participator. So yeah, that's why I don't really find myself using the words Oshi or Kami Oshi all that much. But I still think it's pretty cool.
a play segment, where in addition to asking a question, Mickey could engage guests in a short activity, referred to as a show. An example of this is a segment in which Mickey asks guests to dance with him. Mickey also had new stimulus-driven diversions. These were not autonomous like Destiny, but they did behave in a similar way. For instance, if the remote operator noticed that Mickey was about to meet someone that was dressed as a princess, they had a button that would shift the dialogue during the greeting to address this specifically.
Why, hello there, Your Majesty.
Aww,
If a guest wanted an
cute.
autograph, one of the most common activities during a standard meet and greet, the remote operator could fill the play segment with an autograph diversion.
You would like an autograph? You got it.
The autograph was a multi-stage event, with Mickey having multiple lines for initiating the autograph, signing his name, and handing the paper back to the guest. Something that the Imagineers must have learned during testing was that guests often wanted Mickey to record a video message. To pull this off, The character attendant would very clearly tell Mickey that he was on video, and the remote operator would then trigger one of several dialogue lines that Mickey could say directly into the camera.
Here we go. Looking cute.
Many of these new additions to the soundboard
There
are
was a guy
indicative
using
of
a
an
smoke bomb
aspect
and
of
attack.
Mickey that we
I
somehow
saw something
have yet to
about that.
discuss. We know that Mickey is iconic
Okay,
and
so
valuable.
I was scrolling on Twitter this morning, or today, and I saw a video about it, and I don't know much details beyond the very short clip I saw and the singular tweet, but that's so unfortunate. I hope everything's okay. Like, did they, like, do you know if they, like, ever said, like, the reason? Because I didn't see anything about that. Like, why he decided to do that. But that's unfortunate. Ugh.
We've talked about how he's kind, emotionally intelligent, and attentive, but there is one characteristic of Mickey that becomes immediately apparent when you make him talk: his stardom. Mickey is your friend, your pal, in the same way that any celebrity is your friend, in that they are not. A friend is someone that you know, and critically, someone that knows you. Mickey does not know you. He also doesn't exist, but even if he did, he would not know you. Mickey is famous.
He also doesn't
all of the
exist,
Disney characters
but
are
that
in a
doesn't matter
way,
right now.
But Mickey most of all. Because of this, when a guest meets him, the interaction is much closer to a celebrity encounter than it is a reunion between two friends. Guests want Mickey's autograph, they want him to record a video shouting out their friends at home, and when they inevitably drone on for too long and hold up the line, Mickey pulls the classic celebrity "get me out of this conversation" move,
but that's
which is of
unfortunate.
course asking, "Hey,
so we don't
do
know
you
the
want a
motive
picture?"
yet?
This transition from the play segment to the
'Cause,
photo
oh
segment
my God,
was
that's
critical
terrible.
to the progression and ending of the interaction. Just like with most celebrities, Mickey has a vested interest in both not coming off as rude and trying to exit the conversation as quickly as possible. A photo is transactionary, a service, an artifact that is satisfactory to the guest or fan, and also a clear end to the interaction. This understanding of Mickey's stardom being baked into the soundboard resulted in a much more efficient experience, and thus one that had a better likelihood of making it into the parks. Even with the improvements made to the soundboard, there were still plenty of awkward moments. After taking the photo, guests often didn't exit right away, so as Mickey said goodbye, he had to clearly motion for them to leave, like he was shooing them away. Mickey being on display was also not conducive to the interaction at all.
That's so
And while
funny.
waiting in line, guests would see Mickey doing something fun, such as dancing with a guest.
They can
Then,
see
when
him
it was their
shooing everyone
turn,
away
they would
and
ask
being like,
Mickey
"Oh."
directly if they could dance with him as well.
Jump ahead with the food? No? Okay. Mickey, wait!
Because of the way the soundboard was set up, Mickey had to go through the entire dance activity again, of which there was only one song, the hot dog dance, which is the best song and the only one people wanted to do anyways, but all of the dialogue leading up to and following it would have to be repeated. Also, not that I ever envy a costumed performer,
Mickey
but it
Mouse
must be
is my
particularly
Oshi.
difficult to be already exhausted from wearing an animatronic
What a
on your head,
guy.
then having to go do a full dance, then
You know
having
what?
another family come
I'll
up
stand
only
on
to ask
that.
you to dance again.
Mickey
and
Mouse, the
before
character, is great. I love him. Mickey Mouse, the face of the corporation we hate.
you can even catch your breath, the backstage operator goes, "Huh, guess we're dancing again." Boop. You can even see the character attendant and Mickey both hesitate, like, "We're not dancing again, are we?"
There's 4 people dead and 11 people hurt. Oh no.
Well, it's not up to either of you. Let's dance. Boop, bum, 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 ba-dum,
I hope that the people that are
bum,
injured are okay.
I don't
And
want to dance.
I feel terrible
there were
for
plenty
the
of
people
other small
that
issues, such as long delays
died.
between
That's
lines of dialogue,
awful.
a lack of proper responses to common questions. And maybe this is just me because I've watched so many of these, but if I have to hear him say cheese one more time, I'm gonna lose it. Sometimes the remote operator would accidentally cue the wrong line of dialogue, such as in this clip, when these kids have fully exited the interaction and Mickey asks them for a hug. And they're like, "Oh, okay, I guess, yeah, come back in." Or in this clip, when this guy walks up to Mickey and Mickey says,
How are you?
Sure, let's take another picture.
All right.
"Dang, Mick, I'm sure you're tired, but this guy deserves the full experience. Don't make me make you dance again." The soundboard was certainly imperfect and needed to be improved, but just as critical,
Don't make
Mickey
me
needed a
use the
controlled
soundboard.
environment. Not
Don't
outside
make
on
me
a
make you
porch in
dance again.
Disneyland, not on the noisy D23 showroom floor, not even in an existing meet and greet space. If Talking Mickey was going to work as a permanent experience in the park, a space needed to be built to support the interaction. And it probably was not a coincidence that Mickey was already looking for a new home at the Magic Kingdom. On February 11th, 2011, Mickey's Country House closed its doors.
I know
for the
I
final
literally
time.
just said this a little bit ago
Magic
about
Kingdom cannot
how
go a single day
it's
without
kind of
a
hard to
Mickey Mouse
differentiate the
meet and greet.
colors,
So
but
while
I'm
his
having a
home was being
hard time
demolished, Mickey was sent on a tour
differentiating
around
the
park,
colors right
meeting
now.
guests at random locations wearing a variety of outfits.
The orange
and
of my
often standing
screen
on
is
the hot
not
concrete with
helping.
no shade, like a dang country bear. Or My Boy Nemo. Mickey's nomad phase would be short-lived, as Disney was already under construction on a new home for the mouse at the entrance to the park. The Town Square Expo Hall had long been another of Magic Kingdom's now dwindling
It's about time I
underutilized
go
spaces.
ahead and find the guy
It had
that did all
originally
this
been home to
damage.
the Walt
Oh,
Disney
no.
Story, a film about Walt Disney's
I don't
life,
think you need to do
narrated
anything.
by
It sounds
Walt
like the police already
using
caught him.
archival audio.
Sometimes I
But
think of myself as a little
how
bee.
heroic of you,
I go
Greenwood.
from one area of the studio to another and gather pollen and sort of stimulate everybody.
After the film stopped
My
playing
bad,
in
big bro.
1992, various exhibits and rest areas filled the hall. With the demolition of Mickey's Toontown and its meet and greets, Disney had earmarked the space as the future residency of Mickey Mouse. The building would be renamed to the Town Square Theater, and the premise of the meet and greet would be that Mickey was about to go on stage and perform a magic act. The Town Square Theater opened on April 1st, 2011. The new meet and greet had solid theming and a few fun gags that Mickey could interact with. But the experience was nothing groundbreaking, and it was a step down from Mickey's elaborately themed house in Toontown. However, this was not Magician Mickey's final form, as Imagineering had bigger plans for the space. On October 31st, 2011, Disney released a video of Talking Mickey greeting guests at the Magic Kingdom for the first time. A Disney Parks blog post made it clear that this was only a test that would be experienced by a limited number of guests during the Mickey's Not So Scary Halloween party. This testing
Every
period
time I
was
see
maybe the
Limon,
strangest
I'm like,
iteration thus
I'm hit
far.
with cuteness
Upon
aggression.
first glance,
Like, oh
it
my
appears
gosh, I
as
can't
though
believe I
this is
drew
soundboard
that.
Mickey. All of the phrases are generic, and the conversation follows the standard format. But after watching several of these interactions, it appears that this Mickey is actually being voiced live. There are little phrases that don't seem overly specific, but occur way too quickly and are far too perfect to be pre-recorded.
I have one from 30 years ago. I need a new one. I look so much older. I doubt it.
After several days of this peculiar testing, Talking Mickey disappeared once again.
Oh,
For the
there he
next 2
goes.
years, Talking Mickey was not seen outside of a few sporadic tests, all of which appear to be the soundboard version. This absence
Same, bro.
was
On
likely the
Shortcake
result of
Soul,
several
we're
factors,
stealing that
such as Imagineers spending time
Why
improving
my
the
soul?
soundboard and Disney focusing on the phased opening of New Fantasyland. But the most
Why
important
me?
factor might have been the debut of Disney's Next Gen Technology Initiative, now renamed to My Magic Plus. This turned out to be a lengthy and difficult rollout, as the RFID bands, officially named Magic Bands, were tested and integrated into every park and hotel throughout the resort. The storytelling opportunities of the new technology took a back seat
I don't
as
make the
Disney
rules?
and its
Okay.
contractors attempted to get the most important aspects of the program working efficiently. The Talking Mickey patent reveals that the team planned to use Magic Bands for the soundboard character, explaining that the bands may provide the backstage operator with, quote, profile information such as birthday, hometown, prior park history, family and friends, likes and dislikes, and other data in order for the, quote, simulated conversation to feel more personal and special for the guest. This feature would have resulted in a level of knowledge verging on simulated omnipotence that was previously unseen in living character interactions. It was not until most of New Fantasyland and My Magic Plus had been rolled out that Talking Mickey would finally appear once again. But this time, he was here to stay. On October 21st, 2013, Disney published a video showcasing Mickey wearing a brand new magician's outfit and talking with guests at Magic Kingdom. This permanent iteration of Talking Mickey was the soundboard version, but the Imagineers had added so much variability that each interaction felt entirely unique. The operation of the experience was achieved by a large team of cast members. When guests reached the end of the queue, they were led into a hallway which featured doors to 4
is low on
rooms.
battery, but
The
that's
meet and greet
okay.
could
I
be
can just
happening simultaneously in
quickly
all 4
plug
of
it
these
in.
rooms, but on slower days, Mickey would only be meeting in 2 of the 4. The hallway was designed so that guests would ignore the closed doors and focus only on the one room that they were being led to. After entering the space, guests would wait in a short queue as a few parties ahead of them had their interaction with Talking Mickey. This was a critical component to the experience. Not only did this small holding area keep the main queue moving, but it gave adult guests an expectation of how the interaction was supposed to play out in terms of format and length. For young guests, it gave them an opportunity to see Talking Mickey interact with a few other people before it was their turn. The articulated character could be quite surprising to children on its own, but it would have been much more terrifying if the child were led into an empty room with Talking Mickey already staring right at them. While the short queue provided enough time to set expectations, it was not so long that guests would see too many interactions ahead of them. When it was guests' turn to meet Mickey, they would enter a well-orchestrated dance, achieved by the collaborative efforts of 4 cast members: the costume performer, the backstage operator, the character attendant, and the photographer. These 4 people, equipped with the technology and methodology that the Imagineers had developed, worked together to bring this one-of-a-kind experience to life. The first person that guests would interact with was the character attendant. This cast member was the on-the-ground leader of the interaction. In a standard meet and greet, the character attendant helps with the technical aspects of the experience, such as holding bags and taking photos with guest cameras. They also helped with the quality of the interaction, often speaking on behalf of the characters in a supporting role. All of this would be true for Talking Mickey, with the added responsibility of helping to coordinate the interaction with the backstage operator who was watching on monitors. After guests briefly spoke with the character attendant, Mickey would turn to face them and the interaction would begin. The final version of the soundboard was elaborate, and there were hundreds, if not thousands, of phrases baked into the program. This meant that the backstage operator had to be quick, skilled, and knowledgeable on the interface. The backstage operator for the Talking Mickey interaction was, for some reason, located in a backstage area all the way in Animal Kingdom. They were nowhere near the meet and greet, possibly due to the lack of available space at Magic Kingdom. The backstage operator sat in front of 5 screens, 3 cameras that looked into the meet and greet space, and 2 control boards. The backstage operator had a microphone that they could use to communicate with the costume performer. This was mainly used to inform them of information about the guests, such as they have an autograph book, and to inform them of upcoming show programs, such as we're going to do the hot dog dance. The 2 control boards were separated into 2 types of phrases, reactive and narrative. The reactive board was filled with anytime phrases, such as oh boy, thanks, aw, and great. Likewise in Mom's Eliza, Talking Mickey took advantage of line cycling. This was especially important for the anytime phrases, as each button would cycle through different variations or inflections of the same idea. So if there was ever a time that Mickey was in a jam, and the backstage operator needed to spam the oh boy button, for instance, it would not sound obviously robotic. The narrative board featured the interaction's main shows. The princess diversion remained in the soundboard, with the addition of more specific dialogue in which Mickey had the ability to call out several princesses by name.
It's Princess Elsa! It's Princess Jasmine!
Talking Mickey was given several additional stimulus-driven diversions for a variety of common occurrences, such as a guest wearing Mickey ears,
Pretty great ears you got there, pal.
a guest dressed as a pirate,
Have you heard? Captain Jack needs some help finding the treasures of the 7 seas.
and the most common, a guest celebrating their birthday.
Happy birthday from Mickey Mouse!
Yeah! When the attraction debuted, the birthday show was not triggered by the guest magic bands. Instead, it was activated by a signal that the character attendant would give to the backstage operator if they noticed that the guest was wearing a birthday button or if they were directly told that it was a guest's birthday. The birthday show was a massive shift for the soundboard. There were line variations for every stage of the interaction. The play segment would be entirely birthday themed, and Mickey was even able to make reference to a guest's age if they were between the ages of 1 and 10.
5 years old?
If 2 children were meeting Mickey, one who was celebrating a birthday and one who was not, Mickey had the ability to ask the non-birthday child when their birthday was, and respond to their answer with phrases like, "That's coming right up." He would then offer to sing them both a birthday song. This was a clever and thoughtful moment that achieved the emotional attentiveness that was expected of Mickey, but was so difficult to pull off in a living character interaction composed solely of pre-recorded dialogue.
That does sound very difficult.
For international guests, Mickey had the ability to speak different languages, namely Spanish, Portuguese, and Japanese.
Let's see if I remember how to say this. Nos tomamos una foto juntos?
Sí, por favor.
Aww.
Sometimes a guest would approach Mickey with a specific question. The Imagineers gave Mickey a few answers to questions that must have been common enough during playtesting to warrant being programmed into the board. For instance, if a guest asked, "Where is Minnie?" Mickey would respond that she was at Pete's Silly Sideshow, which was Minnie's main meet and greet space in the Magic Kingdom. Apart from a few of these pre-recorded responses, if a guest asked a specific question, this is when the role of the character attendant became crucial. In a perfect interaction, the character attendant wouldn't need to say anything. But if a guest asked Mickey something specific or put him in an awkward situation, the character attendant would work with the backstage operator to get the interaction back on track. Mickey had several escape phrases on the reactive board, such as and "I'm not sure." This would give the character attendant the ability to step in and provide an answer. usually framed as though they were reminding Mickey of something that he already knew. The backstage operator then had several generic, reactive phrases to the character attendant's intervention.
I think because you like to do lots of things, right, Mickey?
That's just what I was going to say.
This provided the team enough flexibility to fend off most of the unpredictable questions or requests that Mickey would receive from guests. If there was no obvious stimuli to kick off the interaction, Mickey would often default to generic shows which were dictated by the general age of the primary guest. For slightly older children, Mickey would talk about attractions at the park and ask them to do a themed pose. This gave them a clear directive that was playful and interactive, but did not infantilize them. For adults, Mickey would often perform one of several magic tricks, all of which would either go awry or were comically simple.
Is this your card?
No.
It's not.
This very static show segment prevented the adult from engaging Mickey in an open conversation, and instead relegated them to an audience member, smartly taking advantage of the well-known format of magic tricks to guide the experience. The downside to these segments were that they were long, and on busy days, Mickey would be required to do shorter interactions. Still, guests would sometimes ask Mickey to do a magic trick, so he was given dialogue to gently turn them down using the blame absorption technique.
Well, I tried a new one last night, and we found out the sprinklers work. Yeah.
Most adorably, for small children or toddlers, Mickey would speak much softer and be more gentle.
I need to
and
get to
even had a
breakfast.
few
See you.
sentimental
All right, we'll
lines
see
of
you,
dialogue that
Catherine.
were
Have a good
directed at the
day.
parent
I
or
hope
guardian.
that you have a
Mickey
fun
also had
trip
specific
whenever your
phrases for the
graduation trip
Halloween
comes
and
up.
Christmas parties.
All right,
After
I'll
the
see you
show
later.
portion was over,
Hope to
Mickey
see you
would
again.
ask guests to take a picture. Most,
Bye.
if not all of these lines were phrased in such a way that it was Mickey asking the guest if he could have a picture with them. He did not ask if the guest wanted one. This is another subtle example of the Imagineers taking Mickey's emotional attentiveness, which was most often a liability to interactions, and using it as a way to progress the experience forward. Also, they definitely realized how annoying it was for him to say cheese over and over again, because they went all out on the cheese variations.
Gouda! Brie! Cheddar! Cheese!
Hi, no luck.
Stilton!
At the end of the interaction, Mickey would say goodbye to guests as he walked them out of the room himself. This was critical to create a smooth ending to the experience, and it gave the backstage operator and the character attendant time to prepare for the next interaction that was about to begin. The Talking Mickey meet and greet, officially referred to as Magic Words with Mickey, was one of the greatest creative risks ever taken by the Disney parks. The team of Imagineers that created the experience were able to combine practically every method and technique that had been developed for living characters up to that point. If all 4 cast members were experienced and communicating well, and the guest engaged with the interaction on its terms, the result was one of the most impressive experiences in theme park history. The interaction was fun, humorous, and often touching. Even understanding how the technology works and watching multiple interactions, the illusion of life that the Imagineers designed and the cast members executed was convincing and at times mind-blowing. It seemed like a culmination of everything that the Living Character Initiative had set out to do. Put simply, Magic Words with Mickey was magic. It felt like the future, and Imagineering made it clear that this was only the start of the next generation of character experiences. Fans and the general public were already amazed. If this was just the beginning, what could possibly be next?
I am curious to see
After Disney's
if
acquisition
anything
of
goes
Pixar
wrong.
in 2006, Bob Iger and Steve Jobs developed a friendship. Jobs acted as a sort of advisor to Iger during Iger's early years as Disney's CEO, and one of the lessons that Jobs imparted was the business philosophy that companies should view their brands as bank accounts, something that you can deposit into or withdraw from. Iger would use this framing to
It's already
diagnose
going
one of
wrong.
the Disney park's biggest lingering issues, Disney's California adventure. In the press, Iger relayed the bank account metaphor, explaining, quote, "Anytime you do something mediocre with your brand, that's a withdrawal. California Adventure was a brand withdrawal." Just 2 years after
that's
taking
when it
over
went
as
wrong.
CEO,
Yeah.
Iger announced that California Adventure would undergo a huge $1.1 billion renovation, which was more than the cost of building the entire park just 6 years prior. As part of the makeover, a new land would be created, themed to a single intellectual property, the Pixar film Cars. In addition to this, the park's entrance, originally reminiscent of a postcard, would be entirely redone with a new entry area named Buena Vista Street. The most common complaints with California Adventure was that the park seemed rushed, underbuilt, and lacking in the detail and quality that Walt and his Imagineers had established with Disneyland. The solution to this was a brand deposit in the most literal sense. Disney planned on turning to Walt to save the struggling California adventure.
Here we go. We're about to get
Vista
into
Street
something
would
like a
represent
Walt
romanticized
Disney
version of the
animatronic or
Hollywood
whatever.
that Walt encountered when he arrived in California in 1923. The new area would feature a recreation of the Carthay Circle Theater, the theater in which Walt had premiered Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. The entrance would also feature a new statue of Walt himself. Debuting nearly 2 decades after Disneyland's partner statue, this piece, named Storytellers, depicted a much younger Walt Disney, suitcase in hand with Mickey by his side. As if all of these additions were not enough to establish Walt's presence in Disneyland's second gate, one final touch was added. The 1901 Lounge was a bar that could only be accessed by members of Disneyland's exclusive Club 33. The new space was themed entirely to Walt. The lounge was named after the year of Walt's birth, and the walls were lined with pictures and memorabilia from Walt's life. Most notably, in one of the lounge's hallways, a light would periodically shine on a blank wall, revealing a shadow of Walt himself. Walt would appear, slowly look around, and then vanish. This was one of the first, if not the first time, that Walt had been reanimated. It would not be the last.
I don't think I've asked before, but who's my favorite Disney character? Like of the main Disney mascots?
2012. The new land was
Donald.
Disney's first
Donald's
entry into the modern, immersive, single IP land genre. The new Cars land was met with overwhelming praise from audiences. The scale and attention to detail won over guests, even those who were not fans of the Pixar film. And it turned California Adventure from the Disneyland Resort's failed other park into a tourist draw in its own right.
What about
the
you?
success
Do you have
of
a
both
favorite?
Wizarding World and Cars Land would dethrone the theme park industry's favorite buzzword, interactivity, and replace it with a slightly different one,
Like all of the movies
immersion.
and TV shows?
While these terms are not mutually exclusive, interactive rides and characters would take a
That is a
backseat to the
good
construction of
question.
elaborate, recognizable worlds. This led Disney and Universal to search for
Well,
more
my
properties
favorite
set in
Disney
environments
princess
that fit
movie
this bill.
is
In September of
Mulan.
2011, Disney announced that they had signed an agreement with Fox and filmmaker James Cameron to bring a new land to Animal Kingdom based
general
on
for
the 2009
Disney movie, I
science
don't
fiction
know.
film Avatar.
I don't really think
a few
about
months later,
like,
Universal
Disney
announced that they were
movies, to be
doubling
quite
down
honest.
on the success
Most
of
of the
Wizarding
time
World
when I think
with
of
a
like
new expansion
favorite
themed
animated
to Harry
movie stuff,
Potter's
like
magical
Pixar
shopping
kind of comes to
district,
mind.
Diagon Alley. On October
Peter Pan,
30th,
he's the
2012,
goat.
Disney announced that they were acquiring Lucasfilm from George Lucas,
He's cool.
which included
Not
the
one of my
rights
favorites,
to the
but
Star
yeah.
Wars franchise. The announcement of the acquisition,
His
which
movie
included the
isn't
confirmation of a new
really
trilogy
cool
of Star
though,
Wars films,
considering how they depict
ignited
Native
hopes for a
Americans, but
full-scale,
yeah.
immersive land dedicated to the franchise. In April of 2014, a year and a half after the deal was closed, it was reported that Scott Trowbridge had been chosen to spearhead development on Star Wars theme park projects for Walt Disney Imagineering. Trowbridge was an obvious choice to head Imagineering's Star Wars portfolio. His involvement with Universal, especially his time developing Wizarding World, was his most apparent qualification, but the projects he had worked on since joining Imagineering were likely just as attractive. Trowbridge's experimentation with living characters, such as Otto, Destiny, and Talking Mickey, would bring a forward-thinking approach to the Star Wars projects that had the potential to elevate them above anything previously seen in the theme park medium. On top of this,
I switched to
Trowbridge had
Goku.
done a significant amount of experimentation with live-action role-playing, commonly referred to
Close
as
enough. I
LARPing,
suppose that can be a
and he
Disney
had begun
character.
to
Let's
develop
go.
a story engine system that would assist in multi-narrative immersive experiences. The story engine empowered cast members to run a role-playing game while in character. The system helped to feed the performers information about the guests, in a similar way to what was described with the magic bands in the Talking Mickey patent. Rather than knowing general information about a guest, such as their hometown or birthday, Trowbridge's story engine would track information such as what story tasks guests had completed and what other characters they had interacted with. Trowbridge and other Imagineers had even traveled to participate in popular live-action role-playing events for research, such as one trip to Sweden, where the team participated in a multi-day LARP event themed to Battlestar Galactica and set on a spaceship. At D23 2013,
Well, that sounds fun.
a new iteration of the living character fortune-telling booth debuted. Named El Fortuno, the new animatronic character was a humanoid capable of moving only one of his arms. El Fortuno was not fully autonomous like the Great Destiny. Instead, he was remotely puppeteered and voiced by an actor, possibly through motion capture as opposed to a physical controller. El Fortuno did have several autonomous functions, such as face tracking to create realistic eye contact with the guests that he was interacting with. Around the same time as El Fortuno's debut, Trowbridge and his team were testing an immersive adventure named The Legend of the Fortuna, an attempt at a LARP-style experience in a theme park setting. It is not certain whether the two were related outside of their similar names. but it is easy to imagine an interactive animatronic such as El Fortuno as a character that a guest would encounter as they progress through a role-playing adventure. It would not be until August 15, 2015 that Disney officially announced that it was building a Star Wars-themed land, with Bob Iger breaking the news at the D23 Expo. Disney's plans for Star Wars Land were big. For one, they were not just building one land.
We're building two.
One at Walt Disney World, at Disney's Hollywood Studios, and the other in Disneyland Park. Iger promised that the land, quote, will be occupied by many inhabitants, humanoids, aliens,
I just heard my
and
brother
droids.
using the word oxymoron, like who knows what that means?
Will be operated by local inhabitants, making
Well, I mean, it's been a minute, but I remember what the word
The following day,
oxymoron means.
more details were given
somewhat,
by the new
like,
chairman
by
of Disney
vibes.
Parks and Resorts, Bob Chapek, who had previously been the head of Disney's Consumer Products Division. Within a year of Chapek's promotion, it was announced that Bruce Vaughn
Yeah, a
would be
figure of
exiting
speech in which
Walt Disney
apparently
Imagineering.
contradictory
This meant
terms
that a
appear
new
in
leadership
conjunction.
team would be overseeing the development of Star Wars Land, which would be the largest single-themed land expansion in Disney Parks history, with each land costing around $1 billion to construct.
A new 14-acre immersive environment.
Chapek reiterated that, quote, the inhabitants of this remote frontier town will operate every store and restaurant. Every single thing will be in story. He also revealed concept art for a large creature that it appeared the guests would be able to ride. Chapek then introduced Scott
And
Trowbridge,
what's a
who discussed
conjunction?
several other Star Wars experiences that would be coming to the parks in the interim while Star Wars Land was
It's
being
like,
developed.
and
Star Wars Land might have been the most anticipated
Conjunction,
theme
like-
park project ever. The
It's a
excitement
word
was
that connects
palpable,
phrases,
and with
clauses,
so
and
few
sentences.
details
Yeah,
provided
yeah, I was
and
about to
so
say
much
because
time
like,
before the land's
have you ever
opening,
watched
fans in the
that
media
Schoolhouse
looked
Rock
anywhere
where it's
they
like
could for clues on
conjunction,
what Star Wars
what's
Land
your
would entail.
function?
By
That
this
one?
point in the mid-2010s, the projects underway in Imagineering were as secretive as ever. This was somewhat the fault of the internet, which was hungry for news and primed for circulating leaks. Also, with fandom culture at its peak, there were huge benefits to controlling the news cycle and waiting to drop announcements at fan conventions. Still, there were times where Imagineering had no choice but to release information about some of the ideas they were developing. The first was patents, which were legally required to be published. After the announcement of Star Wars
Yes,
Land,
sir, I did
news
not pay
outlets and
attention.
blogs began following the patents that Disney was filing to see if
Well,
any
maybe
could
you
be
should have, 'cause
related
then you
to
would
the
have known
theme
what a
park project.
conjunction is.
The most common findings were patents related to screen technology to fake a window looking out into space, and weapon simulation, such as lightsabers and blaster effects. The other common thread in the rumor mill was that Disney was patenting technology to enable non-human characters, namely droids, to free roam throughout the land. One patent described a system that would allow for a group of robots, referred to as, quote, robot swarms, very cool, to easily recognize spatially where each other are and respond to each other's actions. Outside of patents, there was one other channel in which Disney's technology was most often disclosed. In 2008, Disney expanded their research efforts with the establishment of Disney Research, a series of global research and development labs set up at prestigious universities, which at the start of the program included Carnegie Mellon University and ETH Zurich. The Disney Research Labs straddle both academia and industry. The research is done in fields that have a direct commercial application to Disney's businesses, and Disney is given access to premier research departments innovating in fields that the company historically has not been a leader in, such as computer science. In turn, Disney supports the university's programs, funding projects, providing technology, and collaborating closely with faculty and students. The innovation and experimentation done within Disney Research is often published to benefit the greater academic community. Most of the research done at these university labs relate to the technical aspects of the animation process, such as new motion capture systems and rendering techniques. Sometimes, though, the labs will produce a research project that is clearly envisioned for application in Disney's theme parks. And this is when things get weird. Disney Research has published a lot of experiments that, at first glance, seem strange. Technology that doesn't appear to have an immediate application. For instance, one experiment called Ishin Denshin showcases a microphone that transmits sound through touch. The description reads, quote, secrets, messages, and whispers can then be transmitted from person to person in physical contact with each other. Bodies become a broadcasting medium for intimate, physical sound communication. The technology is presented in an almost abstract way. The theme park application is not clear, but these students are really selling some intimate use cases. Hey man, what'd she say? You want to share with the class? Hey, whoa! Hey, does anybody have any ideas for Disneyland? Other oddities include fireworks that you can feel,
No idea what's going
puppets
on.
suspended from a drone, and quasi-static cavity resonance for ubiquitous wireless power transfer, aka the room that charges everything.
We have a metallized room, and we're going to use standing electromagnetic waves that reverberate all around this room, providing wireless power to any device inside.
They say it's safe, but I'm not going in there. If you can believe it, the room that charges everything got wrapped up in the Star Wars Land rumor mill, where Walt Disney World News Today reported a rumor that the Star Wars Land trash cans will be elevated 6 inches off the ground, with the wireless charging technology placed under them in order to allow the roaming autonomous characters to recharge themselves. Outside of these oddities, most of the theme park-related research done in Disney research labs relate to robotics and interactive characters, with Carnegie Mellon already established as an international leader in robotics education. When the Disney Research Program started, Professor of Computer Science and Robotics at Carnegie Mellon, Jessica Hodgins, said that one of the first projects the Pittsburgh lab would tackle was developing methods for people to interact with autonomous characters, either virtual or robotic. She added, quote, "Whether the character is a robot or a virtual creation, the interaction issues are the same. We need to figure out what sensors to build and how to interpret and respond to human behavior." Some of the lab's first projects were experimenting with humanoid robots. Disney Research attempted to transfer human motion capture data to a robot, teach a robot to stand from a seated position, and train a robot to balance on a ball. Another paper described the development of animatronic eyes that were suspended in fluid and could be moved using magnets. In 2012,
like he started
Disney
out
Research
sitting and then he
began
stands
releasing
up.
video of experiments being done with an A100 animatronic that had been modified to catch and throw a ball, with accompanying animations for when the robot made a mistake. Another paper tested new ways to explore giving costume performers control over their articulated heads, testing 3 different devices to do so: a sip puff switch, a bite sensor, and a tongue joystick. The tongue won in both error rate and reaction time, and none of the jokes I have written about this are worth it. Throughout the 2010s, Disney Research continued pushing innovation in robotics and social interaction between humans and machines. There was significant interest in increasing physical contact between an animatronic and a human, including experimenting with giving machines the capability to hand off objects and to shake hands. Researchers also developed soft-bodied robots in order to assist in safe human-to-animatronic contact. Disney Research was also testing aerial animatronics that could position themselves mid-air. Alongside studying the mechanical aspects of robots, researchers attempted to further their social capabilities, such as developing self-authoring dialogue and advanced story systems. In one paper, titled "The Robot Who Knew Too Much," researchers studied how a child reacted when a robot violated their privacy, by feeding the robot choices that the child believed that they had made in private. Researchers even measured the PSI of a child's hug. The work being done at Disney Research was compelling, and it aligned with Imagineering's long-term goal of a park with roaming autonomous characters. How much of this was preliminary research versus how much was meant for Star Wars Land or the rest of the parks had yet to be seen, but the studies continued to fuel excitement and provoke mass speculation about what Disney had in store for their new theme park projects. In late 2015, the first temporary Star Wars attractions, named Star Wars Launch Bay, opened at Disneyland and Disney's Hollywood Studios. Star Wars Launch Bay was an exhibit space, featuring several displays, photo ops, and enhanced character meet and greets. Upon opening, guests could encounter First Order troopers and meet Darth Vader and Chewbacca. These character interactions were enhanced in that they were all voice bank characters, capable of speaking pre-recorded lines of dialogue.
Are you in possession of plans that were stolen by a rebel spy?
No, definitely not.
Do not attempt to deceive us.
Unlike Talking Mickey, though, these were not soundboard characters, being operated by backstage puppeteers. Chewbacca was merely a chin strap that activated voice lines, like that toy Chewbacca mask. Hey, remember Chewbacca, lady?
This is worth every penny!
It works like that. Vader and the First Order troopers were more complicated. These performers navigated their voice bank and short dialogue trees on their own, using advanced sensors hidden within their gloves. Rather than the simple flick of a finger or the less simple flick of a tongue, these sensors allowed the performers to trigger lines of dialogue by making distinct gestures.
Remain safe out there.
This was an ingenious method of giving control to a performer, as the line of dialogue could be emotionally similar to the gesture that triggered it, resulting in a more theatrical performance which improved the interaction.
You may approach. Wait. I sense someone.
While mostly fluid, There was a slight yet noticeable delay when triggering the dialogue, and the number of possible lines was minuscule compared to the complex Talking Mickey soundboard. As with so many living characters, the specific characters chosen mitigated these shortcomings. Antagonistic characters such as Vader and the Stormtroopers felt the most accurate when they were being curt and rude. So instead of exhaustive dialogue trees, they only needed a few authoritative commands, such as "Don't ask me that," "Stop talking," "Get out of here." And as for Chewbacca, who knows what that guy's saying? In June of 2016, a new character began roaming Star Wars launch
Who
bay
knows
at
what
Disneyland,
he's saying?
named Jake the Droid. This original character was reportedly a test for the roaming droids that would populate Star Wars Land when it debuted. Jake was autonomous, using cameras and sensors to navigate spaces and avoid obstacles. He was even programmed to interact with some of the set dressing in launch bay. Unlike with the speculation around patents or Disney research projects, Jake was certainly a test for the upcoming land, only increasing the fervor surrounding the project. In August of 2017, a new playtest was briefly seen at Disney's California Adventure. In a quiet area on the Redwood Creek Challenge Trail, Talking Mickey was found interacting with guests. This Mickey seemed to reuse some of the dialogue from previous iterations of Talking Mickey, but with far fewer options and a very different control system. It appears that this Mickey was using the same controls as the launch bay characters, navigating a limited dialogue tree using gestures. Unlike Magic Words with Mickey, which attempted to simulate an open conversation, this roaming Mickey politely railroaded the interaction by immediately launching into a joke.
I just heard the funniest joke. What was the funniest joke? Why does Snow White always give all 7 dwarfs the same amount of gooseberry pie? Why? Why? Because she's the fairest one of all.
After the joke was over, he went straight to the picture segment and then immediately to the goodbye. Very little video from this test exists, but the
love
following
Limon.
month,
I
an
love
even
him.
more interesting
Or
setup
her.
debuted.
Them.
This time, Talking Mickey was joined by a talking Minnie Mouse and a talking Donald Duck. Similar to the solo roaming Mickey, this interaction appeared to be controlled by the performer's gestures. All 3 characters' dialogue trees were synchronized, and the interaction used a sort of domino effect, where the characters spent the majority of the interaction responding to each other rather than the guest.
The royal family of the jungle. Somebody even practiced his lion roar.
Wow. Oh my.
How about we get a photo where we all pretend we're lions?
Yes, please.
Another video showcased an attempt at an open interaction, in which the trio appeared to only communicate using reactive phrases instead of launching into a narrative show. This was accomplished by the intervention of the character attendant, using a similar technique to the one derived for Magic Words with Mickey. Except
If they
rather
go
than
missing,
this
you're the
scenario
first
being used
suspect.
sparingly to get Mickey out of a jam, in this version, the character
The blush
attendant
is so
did
cute.
most of the
Yeah,
talking, while the
their
trio
little
could only respond with a
cheeks.
few
They're
generic
so
reactive
cute.
phrases.
What was your favorite thing that you did today?
Gosh, I'm not sure.
It's funny, we were just talking about this actually, and we think meeting everybody today was the best moments. Oh, okay, I'm sorry, Donald.
Just like with the original Talking Mickey playtest, this setup was clearly imperfect and was only a starting point, but it showed that the Imagineers were attempting to get more interactive, free-roaming costumed characters into the parks, and eliminating the need for a backstage operator was a major step toward doing so. Disney continued to drip-feed news about Star Wars Land throughout 2016 and 2017. At the 2017 D23 Expo, the land's official name, Star Wars Galaxy's Edge, was announced. During the parks panel, Trowbridge again reiterated that the land would be, quote, filled with characters,
Their little
alien
cheeks
creatures, and droids, adding that it was, quote, a
their
living
eyes
place,
are
a place where
green
your
pink,
choices
yeah.
matter, and a place where you can even earn a reputation. This implied the implementation of Trowbridge's story engine, and concepts were directly shown of guests being confronted by unique characters who had knowledge of their prior activities in the land. During the same panel, Chapek announced an entirely new Star Wars experience, a combination of a luxury resort and an immersive role-playing game. Few details were given on this themed hotel, but from what was said, the experience appeared to be a direct extension of Galaxy's Edge, where a guest's in-world history and reputation could follow them across both the land and the hotel. Along with all of the Star Wars projects, Disney was beginning to develop theme park attractions based on the popular Marvel Cinematic Universe, an effort that had begun with a re-theme of California Adventure's Tower of Terror. The new attraction, named Guardians of the Galaxy Mission Breakout, debuted on May 27, 2017. In January of 2018, the cue to Mission Breakout was given a new creature display. The Vailus were 3 autonomous, interactive, animatronic aliens. These creatures used cameras and sensors to react to guests as they passed by in the queue. Later in 2018, Chapek revealed some of the work that was being done to bring to life a new category of animatronic, named Stuntronics. These acrobatic robots were the evolution of the aerial animatronics control system that had originated in Disney research. And based on the footage shown, it was reasonable to assume that Disney intended to use the technology to simulate Spider-Man swinging through the air. By the late 2010s, interest in theme parks was
Have
at
you
an
ever seen that
all-time
one
high.
video
Social media,
of,
fandom culture, well-received.
Oh, it was Spider-Man. He was like swinging. It was like that Spider-Man animatronic that swings and is supposed to land behind like the building or whatever, but instead he slams into the building. That video is so funny. I like that a lot.
Received editions and exciting upcoming projects all combined to push the public's interest in themed entertainment to a level that was unforeseen, and Disney was primed to take advantage of the moment. With all of the living characters that already existed,
it sounds hilarious. It is. It's really funny.
And all of the characters that were promised for the future, it appeared that Disney was finally within reach of its goal. Their parks were about to be overflowing with free-roaming, autonomous, interactive characters. Except they weren't, because that didn't happen. When Star Wars Galaxy's Edge debuted on May 31st, 2019, it was not teeming with droids or aliens. There were no roaming animatronics, there weren't any new articulated costumed characters, there weren't even remotely puppeteered droids. Galaxy's Edge was advertised and seemingly designed to be the first theme park land to be populated by non-human beings, an idea that was intended to revolutionize the theme park experience and deliver on the promise of the Living Character Initiative, the stated goal, the end of the line.
I've been waiting my whole life for this.
But this did not come to pass. In fact, by the time Star Wars Galaxy's Edge debuted, most of the living characters had disappeared. They were not in the parks. Not Lucky the Dinosaur, not Remy, not Wally, not Luxo Jr., not Muppet Mobile Lab, not Jake the Droid,
I like it
not
better
even
without the
Talking Mickey. 2 decades of research into living
the little
characters, 2 decades
iris.
of developing methods and techniques to support interaction, 2 decades of attempting to take the next step in the pursuit of mechanical life. And outside of a few remnants, the parks appeared no more populated by living characters than when the initiative began. So, what happened? After Lucky the Dinosaur was shipped off to Hong Kong Disneyland in 2005, he was only seen in public 2 additional times, at the 2008 World Science Festival and at the 2009 D23 Expo. After this, Lucky was returned to Walt Disney Imagineering in Glendale. A planned Disney post explained
They gotta
that
cast
Lucky
me
had,
as
quote,
Cap. I look just
retired
like
to a
him.
dino
I am not
farm
a
in the
Caucasian
country,
man.
and that, quote, after pulling that heavy cart for
I mean,
so
to be
long,
fair,
apparently
like,
he got tired
isn't like
and
the whole
called it a
shtick
day.
of like Captain America
Reportedly,
nowadays
Lucky
that
was
he's
still
supposed to just
operational at
represent
Imagineering,
like
and he greeted guests
American
as part of the
ideals no
Backstage
matter
Magic
what
tour
race
for a
he
period
is.
of time. He would never make it back into the parks again.
You can be
and
him.
Former Imagineer Frank
Don't let
Mazzatesta has recently
don't let the
confirmed
critics
that
say
while Lucky,
otherwise.
quote, still exists, his cart and the ability to run him is gone. Cumulatively, Lucky spent less than a year in the parks before being retired. The Remy animatronic continued to entertain diners at the Rendezvous des Stars in Walt Disney Studios Paris
Thanks,
until
bro.
around
Of
2012.
course.
He would last slightly longer at Epcot, with the small animatronic being removed from
There
Chefs
we
de
go.
France in October of 2013.
There's Limon.
He has not been seen
Oh,
since.
little
Remy was
baby.
in the parks for a total
Hang on, let me
of 5
get
years.
him up there.
In April
Little
2010,
baby.
Luxo Jr. stopped appearing on his perch in Pixar Place. The animatronic was
Baby.
operational for less than 1 year. After testing in Disney's California Adventure, Muppet Mobile Lab was sent to Epcot, where it entertained guests starting in August of 2007. This stint lasted 6 months, before the lab was moved to, of course, Hong Kong Disneyland.
That's
After this,
the
Bunsen
he's
and
the
Beaker were
real
passed around
star
a few
of the
more
show.
times before disappearing
Look
around
at his
2013.
eyes.
The lab reappeared
He's
3
the
years
real
later
star.
in Epcot in October of 2016, where the Muppets performed for guests on an irregular basis, before being quietly discontinued in early 2019. In total,
Sorry,
Muppet
Limes,
Mobile
you've been
Lab entertained
upstaged.
guests sporadically over the course of
Does
12
she
years.
have pink in her ears?
Throughout
Yes, she
2008,
does.
the animatronic Wally made a
He's the
number of
living
appearances,
creature.
including on the streets of Los Angeles, at science museums, at the premiere of the film, and at multiple stops on the film's press tour. One place that Wally did not appear was Disneyland. The closest he got was the D23 Expo, and after making a few appearances at internal Imagineering events, Wally disappeared. The animatronic seemingly never made it inside of a Disney park. Throughout the mid-2010s, Talking Mickey interacted with guests at the Magic Kingdom and became a staple of the park. Over time, the soundboard was subtly improved, such as the addition of dialogue referencing Mickey and the Roadster Racers, the Disney Junior show that succeeded Mickey Mouse Clubhouse.
Everybody Roadster ready?
On June 16, 2016, Shanghai Disney Resort opened its gates. This was the 6th Disney resort worldwide, the first to open in over a decade. And when it debuted, Mickey Mouse sported a new look, with subtle differences in his face, such as a rounder smile, taller eyes, and a smaller nose. This new direction was eventually made standard across the Disney parks, and in the summer of 2017, Talking Mickey transitioned to this style. Not only did the refresh make Talking Mickey consistent with his non-speaking appearances, but the new articulated head was reportedly significantly lighter and less taxing on the performer. These updates made what happened next all the more confusing. In January of 2018, just 6 months after the new design debuted, reports emerged that Magic Words with Mickey was being retired, and that Talking Mickey would lose his voice in May of that year. This report turned out to be true, and on May 12, 2018, Mickey chatted with guests at the Magic Kingdom for the final time.
I'm so glad you stopped by.
The following day, when guests met Magician Mickey backstage at the Town Square Theater, they were greeted by a standard, silent Mickey Mouse.
Kids of all ages?
Exactly.
Doesn't look like it.
Mickey spoke with guests at the Magic Kingdom for just over 4 years. In the weeks leading up to the opening of Galaxy's Edge, rumors began to circulate that the roaming creatures and droids had been cut from the land. Originally, reports stated that this was only going to be for the first few months due to fears of overcrowding. But a user on MiceChat claiming to be a cast member posted 2 weeks before the land's opening that most of the interactive characters had been cut entirely, and many of them had never even been fabricated. This rumor appeared to be true, as when Galaxy's Edge opened to guests at Disneyland on May 31st, 2019, it was not bustling with interactive characters. The land did feature a few face characters, such as Rey, and costumed characters that had been previously seen in the parks, such as the First Order Troopers and Chewbacca. There were also a few animatronic aliens in displays around the land. Doc Ondar was an alien shopkeeper that appeared in a gift shop as an animatronic, although he was not interactive as depicted in concept art, and he was partitioned behind a significant amount of fencing. There were a few pre-programmed droids, such as DJ Rex, and a roaming R2-D2 that could be occasionally spotted in the Droid Depot gift shop. R2 would not venture very far, typically beeping and rolling around in the same area near the back of the store, and he was reportedly only there because he was for sale, for the low price of $25,000. As the months went by, it was clear that the rumors were true, and that the roaming droids, interactive aliens, and even rehearsed stunt shows had been cut from the land. A pared-down version of Trowbridge's story engine was launched within the Play Disney Parks mobile app, with short puzzles unlocking sound and lighting effects around the land.
I got it!
Not only did Galaxy's Edge lack many of the promised interactive elements, but by late 2019, living characters in the parks were few and far between. Many of the virtual puppetry shows, such as Turtle Talk with Crush and Monsters Inc. Laugh Floor, remained in operation, as did most of the ride and queue-based characters, although Roz and Mr. Potato Head were only operated infrequently and were often set on non-interactive animation loops. Most living characters had either vanished or never made it into the parks. Why? There is no one reason, but there are a set of consistent challenges that have plagued every living character that has been either removed or cancelled, except for maybe one. The Luxo Jr. animatronic might have been specifically removed because the Norwegian lamp manufacturer Luxo sued Disney in late 2009, after Disney attempted to sell lamps of Luxo Jr. All of the other living characters, though, shared a set of common challenges. The first is technical issues. Any machine with a moving part has the potential to fail. Animatronics not only have multiple moving parts, but they are expected to operate for 12 hours a day, every day of the week. Disney and other theme parks have experienced significant issues keeping stationary animatronics, especially impressive ones, working reliably. It is not surprising that animatronics that are meant to roam free in a less controlled environment would be more prone to technical issues. Lucky the Dinosaur was no stranger to malfunctions, and his skin, which was specially developed to be lighter and more flexible, was not immune to wear and tear. Muppet Mobile Lab was a significant improvement over Lucky in several ways, namely that the contact point between the lab and the ground was not animatronic skin, but instead the tires of the Segway platform. Still, Bunsen and Beaker were not exempt from the occasional showstop, in which case the two slumped over as the lab fell forward. Not only did malfunctions result in the immediate shattering of the illusion of life and a diminished guest experience, but it was a failure that occurred in an open guest area. When an animatronic malfunctions in a ride or a show, cast members can cycle out the attraction to allow maintenance to come in and fix the problem. The majority of the time, the parks are so busy and the rides are so multifaceted that operations typically just switches the animatronic to a diminished state for the rest of the day, or even just leaves it frozen in place. This is not a luxury that roaming animatronics have. Lucky and Muppet Mobile Lab were heavy machines that had used their own power and mechanical equipment to propel themselves to whatever spot in the parks that they were now lying dead in. Not only did this block a previously open guest space in a busy park, but in order to
I never really
revive
thought
them,
about all of these
maintenance
issues.
either had to be done in front of guests, or a second machine had to be brought in to rescue them. Wally experienced a similar breakdown at the D23 Expo, and the solution was to put a themed body bag over him and carefully dolly him off of the showroom floor. See, this works for Wally because he is canonically a robot. He's not dead, he's just out of battery. Oh my god. Oh no. Wally, oh my god. Not entirely unrelated to technical difficulties, another challenge living characters face is liability issues.
That would have
The Big Dino
traumatized
was
me.
deemed far
Yeah,
too
that's
dangerous
so
for the
funny.
parks very early on in its development. Lucky mitigated this risk significantly by attaching the animatronic to a vehicle, but there is still a greater risk when interacting with an animatronic than there is in a typical costumed character meet and greet. This is especially true when young guests instinctively want to touch the character. This was the case with Wally. Reportedly, the animatronic Wally was heavy, with some rumors stating that it weighed as much as 700 pounds. While the exact number was never released, Wally does appear to be pretty heavy based on the way this guy has to put everything he's got into dollying him off the showroom floor. Guests were forced to stand on a red circle when taking pictures with Wally, which could have been a way to prevent the animatronic from harming the guests. One of the biggest challenges that living characters face is budgets. This issue is not simply that these experiences cost money. It is specifically about who is paying for them. The Walt Disney Company, like any megacorporation, is a parent company that owns several subsidiaries. The Walt Disney Company operates Walt Disney Parks, Experiences, and Products, which manages Walt Disney World, which manages the 4 Walt Disney World theme parks. Each park and hotel has its own leadership team and budget, and the goal of this fragmentation is to encourage managers to operate, maintain, and streamline their respective business. Walt Disney Imagineering is a design firm made up primarily of engineers and artists. They almost always want to create the coolest, biggest, and most impressive project that money and the laws of physics will allow. Park operators are much more concerned about logistics, efficiency, and reliability. While Imagineers still want their attractions to work and park operators want their attractions to be cool, both parties have different priorities. When development on a project nears completion, there's a clear handoff period when Imagineering turns the attraction over to park operations, who is then tasked with staffing, operating, and maintaining the ride. So how do living characters fit into this setup? Most of the living character projects started within Imagineering's research and development department and relied on Imagineering budgets for funding. Certain living characters might have received support from elsewhere, such as
I will
Wally,
admit that
who
Wally
more
is
than likely
really
received
cool.
funding from Pixar's marketing department. In general, though, the living characters were R&D projects using R&D funding, and even when they ventured into the park for a playtest, these appearances were largely funded by R&D. These limited-run playtests were often as much about gathering information as they were pitching park operations on the concept. Sometimes, the parks felt that R&D had come up with something that was valuable to operations. The virtual puppetry setup
When was
helped
the
with
last time I
capacity,
watched
it was
Wally?
cheap to
Probably a year
operate,
ago as
and it
well.
did not require frequent or costly maintenance. Lucky the Dinosaur was the opposite. While the Imagineers attempted to get the operation of Lucky down to one puppeteer and one handler, several cast members were necessary to create a barrier around the large machine. Factoring in maintenance and operating costs, park operators were not
Because
interested in Lucky as a permanent
I watch
attraction.
a lot of animated
Muppet
movies,
Mobile Lab was
so
an improvement
it's very
over Lucky, and it
likely
was
that I've at
reliable
least
and
watched
cost-effective
some
enough
of them
that Epcot
within the
Operations
past year.
funded its return in 2016. After a few years, the lab was cut from the park's entertainment lineup, and the experience disappeared once again. The willingness that Operations has to host a living character is also heavily influenced by staffing requirements. In Disneyland, puppeteers are typically the jurisdiction of the American Guild of Variety Artists. a union that Disney has had multiple disputes with, including a public spat in 2017 that resulted in significant negative publicity for the company. This was one of the rumored reasons that Chapek did not want puppeteered characters or stunt performers in Galaxy's Edge, instead opting to have all of the immersive character work done by regular cast members.
It's been a while,
These
but my
cast
chair,
members, in
I need to
addition to
adjust
doing
it.
their actual jobs, were expected to stay in character, using specific vocabulary and maintaining consistency with the land's backstory.
And they've all created their
Oh,
own stories,
wait,
and
that's
they're doing this on
surprising.
their
My
own,
chair
by the
hasn't
way.
gone
So I think
down.
we've got more characters
That's
than,
surprising.
than we ever even dreamed of.
This was the cheapest and arguably most duplicitous course of action possible, especially since this shortcut to an immersive populated land was only possible because it took advantage of the general excitement for the project and the Star Wars franchise.
We need
in
a
general.
chair emote one
So
day.
of all of
Yeah.
these operational issues with living characters, which
Although
contributed
after
to the
like
closure of
Christmas
Magic
this
Words with
year,
Mickey.
I shouldn't have issues with the chair
Surprisingly,
anymore.
There was an official internal reason for the removal that was given to the cast members staffing the attraction. But oddly, it had nothing to do with technical difficulties, liability, or even cost. Management claimed that the decision was made due to issues with character integrity, specifically consistency between Talking Mickey and Mickey's other appearances throughout the parks. Apparently,
The chair will
children
always
found it
stay in our
confusing that
hearts.
when they met Mickey at Magic Kingdom,
Yeah,
he spoke
if
to
you
them,
don't
but when they
get
met him at the
the
other parks,
chair
he was
emote,
silent.
then
This
you're not a
confusion
real
and
OG.
frustration
You're not a real
extended to
shortcake
adult
OG.
guests, who would often endure long waits to meet Mickey at other locations, expecting him to talk, only to find that he was silent when they reached the end of the line. On top of this, there was a consistency issue internally at the
You just
Town Square
had to be
Theater.
there.
Magic
So
Words with Mickey
true.
was never explicitly advertised as an interaction with Talking Mickey. It was only labeled as a Mickey meet and greet. On some days, if there was an operational issue, such as short staffing or an unexpectedly busy day at the park,
They're gonna
a
be so
standard
confused.
static Mickey would be added to one of the rooms to assist with the attraction's throughput. This was extremely disappointing to guests, especially since many had waited over an hour to meet Talking Mickey. These were real problems, but were they enough to warrant the attraction's closure? Talking Mickey did experience his fair share of mechanical failures.
And look into my eyes. Is it the Queen of... Oh,
Luckily, since this was a costume performer in an isolated location, this did not necessitate an exposed and elaborate rescue operation. Also, unless his eyes were the cause of the malfunction, Mickey's articulated head failing usually just resulted in him becoming the normal-looking, static version of the character. Not ideal, but more of an escalator becoming stairs situation. Talking Mickey was also a liability concern, not for the guest, but for the performer. The Talking Mickey head was heavy, and while the newer versions were reportedly lighter, there was still significant strain put on performers, which led to injuries.
I know I keep
But all of
I
these
know I keep
concerns
doing
paled
that
in
every time I see
comparison to the
Limon, but I
issue of
can't
money.
help it.
While it differs from the company line, it is generally believed that expense
Just
was the real reason
so
that Talking Mickey was
cute.
removed. The fact that 4 cast members
Little
were required
guy.
to achieve a single interaction made the cut attractive to operations, and this likely led to the change more than any other reason. So if the main problems with living characters have been persistent since their inception, how has the Living Character Initiative, or at least the idea of it, survived for so long in such a profit-driven company? Well, this is actually one of the main purposes of R&D, to experiment with new ideas in an environment that is shielded from many of the economic pressures that are placed on other divisions of the company. Still, while R&D timelines are longer and failure is more encouraged, results aren't irrelevant.
He has never
And after
thought a
2 decades,
single evil
there has
thought.
to be
You were
something
so
else driving the
right.
continued push
Limon
for
is
living
just too
characters.
pure.
There is no doubt that virtual puppetry was a massive success for R&D, and this early win contributed to the continuation of the initiative. From the perspective of guests, this success was evident. The result was an attraction that they could experience. However, R&D often accomplishes invisible wins that are too technical or banal to explain to the public, but are hugely valuable to the company. The Big Dino, for instance, is an abject failure if the metric for success is a permanent attraction. But during its development, Imagineers experimented with electric motors, walking algorithms, and gyroscopes, and that research could be applied to other projects. If this development period results in a patent, this gives Disney an edge on their competitors, even if they do not have an immediate application for the technology. While not as exciting as the end use of a roaming animatronic, this experimentation still benefits the guest experience in the end, just in a way that is more difficult to track. That said, if it is difficult for the guest to understand, it is likely difficult for management and executives to understand as well. So there has to be benefits outside of incremental innovation that is keeping the initiative alive. One of these let's call them less than noble reasons, is media coverage. Previewing new animatronics and innovative character experiences results in good press, which is free advertising for the parks, if you don't count the millions of dollars that it costs to develop them. Sometimes living characters are only revealed to the press once it has been determined that they will not make it into the parks. This media rollout is thus a way to recoup some of the time, energy, and money that was spent on development. This was almost certainly the case with the Big Dino, which was canceled sometime in early 2001, and Imagineers probably knew that it was not going to make it into the parks before that. Despite this, it was featured in a Discover magazine article in March of 2001 and a Travel Channel special that aired in 2002. See, stuff like this is a bit misleading, right? The Disney parks are not a product line in the traditional sense, and the Big Dino was not just a product that didn't make it to market. Theme parks are a single ticket experience. So when you wedge the giant robot dinosaur that has been canceled in between two attractions that are actually opening next year, that is confusing to consumers.
So don't be surprised if you see an audio animatronics dinosaur running through the park someday.
Oh right, they didn't say that I'll see this in the parks, they just said that I shouldn't be surprised if I did. Okay, deal, I won't be. Even more misleading than marketing a living character project that has been canceled is creating a living character experience exclusively for marketing. On December 5th, 2012, Disney debuted a new type of living character, an aerial dragon that flew above Magic Kingdom, flapping its wings and shooting fire from its mouth. The character was accomplished by modifying a powered parachute. The cart that the pilot would sit in was themed to appear as the dragon, and a black canopy was chosen so that when the aircraft was lit correctly,
that's pretty cool.
The parachute disappeared and the dragon appeared to fly on its own. This incredible aerial character was only seen one time, for one night, during a media preview for New Fantasyland. The dragon was heavily reported on by the media in attendance, and it was mentioned in countless articles in the same breath as the attractions that regular guests would actually be able to see and experience.
I got shoes from Goodwill a couple days ago and got shoes a little too small. Oh no!
In the age of new media.
Oh, that sucks. Especially since you're like, oh, they look good. Oh man.
Above the park to celebrate the opening of a new land.
Oh, that means you have to get. Who knows if you're going to be able to get ones that are as nice as those too? Oh, that sucks.
That's on them. And if they do ask, as Ricky Briganti of Inside the Magic did, you can just do what Disney spokesperson Rick Sylvain did and say, quote, "You never know where or when a dragon might appear again." I guess I don't. The description of Disney's official video of the dragon admits that it was for a one-night only event, which turned out to be true as it has never been seen flying again. Even if the media knows the dragon is for a one-time only event, it influences their general perception of the product that they are supposed to be reporting on and sometimes reviewing. It's a strategy.
Or I could just keep repping shoes and absolutely destroy my knees.
From your customer base.
That's not good for you. You should get. Luckily, you should return them and get shoes that actually fit.
In Galaxy's Edge and not just for sale at the Droid Depot. That's a living character. Why did I? Oh, whoa, BB-8. That's awesome. He can roll around and. Oh, Hondo Inaka. Great costume, not a living character, but still pretty cool. X-Wing drones. Yeah, you get it. When you spend years promoting a land as a living, breathing place where you can immerse yourself in your own Star Wars story and build an environment that appears to be designed for living character sightings and interactions, and then you accomplish this for one day, the day that media is there to review it, regular guests get a little upset, and it's not hard to see why. Again, the clinical reason is this comes down to budgets. These character sightings and aerial events aren't paid for by Imagineering or park operations, but by the marketing, PR, and events teams, who often have healthy budgets to promote the land and pull these types of experiences off. But it, sucks. Speaking of sucks, another reason that living characters are appealing to higher-ups is because of Wall Street. Historically, technology companies have outperformed entertainment companies on the stock market, achieving higher valuations and growth at a faster rate. This is mostly due to the predictable, linear nature of the entertainment industry versus the very volatile, speculative nature of the tech industry. A technology company that promises a groundbreaking product of immeasurable worth will likely perform better on the stock market than an entertainment company, whose slate of films can only perform so well and whose theme parks can only be attended by so many people. The Walt Disney Company is an entertainment company, not a tech company. They use technology, sometimes they invent technology, but at their core, they're selling entertainment products, not tech products. This limits their ability to achieve infinite growth, which is a very real thing, I'm told. This belief from higher-ups that living characters are appealing to investors is clear when reading the literature that Disney writes specifically for shareholders. In the Walt Disney Company's 2003 annual report, an entire section is dedicated to unforgettable character encounters, including a paragraph dedicated to Lucky the Dinosaur and a shout-out to Stitch's picture phone, an attraction so small that it never even showed up on the park's map, and yet here it gets its own block of text. They even got the name wrong. It's not called Meet Stitch. The FTC might be interested to hear about this. In the 2004 annual report, Disney made it clear to investors that a major initiative was, quote, bringing favorite characters to life, with a shout out to Turtle Talk with Crush, which was billed as, quote, the most magical foray yet into the realm of living characters. There was also a section on building closer guest relationships through new technology, and oh my god, it's my boy Nemo. I'm investing Nemo to the moon, hodl on Nemo. Finally, one of the biggest reasons
I love how he keeps coming back to it's my boy Nemo. I love him.
Is that they function as an appeal to legacy. The legacy of Disney magic, Imagineering, and most importantly, Walt himself. The Walt Disney Company has found value investing into Walt's legacy. When Imagineering R&D spends what in the grand scheme of things is a small amount of money on projects that are simply fun, interesting, or out there, this harkens back to the spirit that many believe that Walt embodied, a spirit of creativity and innovation, one of the main reasons that consumers have continued to choose Disney over its competitors. The living character experiments not only reflect the spirit of Walt, but they can be viewed as a direct continuation of Walt's work with animatronics. And whenever it is time for the public to hear about a living character, marketing is not going to let you miss the connection.
Walt once said the best way to predict the future is to invent it.
Walt's vision drives a lot of what we do.
I'm not so certain that we're not doing with these worlds today exactly what Walt Disney would have wanted to do.
That's all Walt Disney wanted to do, was make magic real.
While roaming animatronics and interactive characters function successfully as a legacy play for the company, they still require a significant amount of work for something that cannot be easily integrated into the parks. In order to keep up with Walt's spirit of innovation, R&D has to keep coming up with new ideas, the next step, in an initiative that has still yet to make a drastic difference in the guest experience. And after 2 decades and probably hundreds of millions of dollars, at what point do you ask yourself, if we're gonna do all this work as a way to evoke the spirit of our dead founder, wouldn't it be great if we could just bring him back?
Uh-oh. That's a leading question to an animatronic.
Bring him back?
The final film of Bruce Lee. 4.5 years in production.
People always laugh about these shots in the dressing room with the
Hold on,
cutout
I know.
scene in the mirror.
Hold up.
Subsequently, they only use clips of Bruce taken from his other films.
You lose, Carl Miller.
Say that one more time.
And so begins the game of death.
Here he is, Forrest Gump, right here. Forrest Gump, John Lennon.
The Dick Cavett show was a little different because it was taken from television material. The set was duplicated to look just like the old Dick Cavett set.
His legacy as one of the greatest dancers in the history of film remains untarnished and unmatched.
The amazing Dirt Devil Ultra Handback.
Oliver had died, how to bring him back by using the shots and writing a scene around it.
It was like having several pieces of the jigsaw puzzle with several pieces missing.
Look at this. I'm supposed to fill these out.
Now look here. Now just stop it. It upsets me.
I have a dream. This nation will rise up.
Before you can inspire, you must first connect. And the company that connects more of the world is Alcatel.
There was something surreal about Maryland. There was a certain lack of reality for me, and it was just
I'm also a little worried that this is leading into AI, like, because Disney seems to be very into that at the moment too.
Incredibly realistic, computer-generated likeness of Tupac.
A new commercial
Yeah,
is raising some
oh
eyebrows
no, we're getting into
online.
the AI
Pepper &
section.
Sons
I can
released
tell.
a statement saying that they're proud of the commercial and that their mother always loved chocolate.
We needed to finish this movie to honor Paul's legacy that became our #1 goal.
Some of the objections makes references to the Fred Astaire with the Dirt Devil, Audrey Hepburn selling chocolate. I'd like to think that the role that we gave Tarkin in this film is one that Peter Cushing would have been happy to play.
We can make it look like anyone is saying anything. This is a dangerous time.
This is an example of deep fake, a word that combines the terms deep learning and fake. It's an advanced form of artificial intelligence, making the process of creating fake identities much easier.
I watch over you every day, and I'm
Yep,
always with you.
we're in the AI section,
Artificial intelligence
boys.
software that can turn anything you type into art.
With just a few clicks.
I think that we're right on the edge. Technology is a double-edged sword. I'm not saying it's bad. It's just that it's double-edged. That's the best way I can describe it.
It kind of scares me, to be honest.
It should scare you.
In 1881, sculptor Leonard Vogt published an essay recalling the multiple encounters that he had with Abraham
Deepfakes are so
Lincoln.
weird.
The
Yeah,
meetings between
yeah, they
Vogt
are.
and Lincoln had occurred prior to Lincoln's ascent to the presidency, and these interactions were primarily to document Lincoln's
Jump off
stature
a
for busts
skyscraper.
and sculptures,
Yeah.
which included the casting of a life mask, the same mask that would serve
In
as the
Minecraft,
basis
in
for Walt's
Minecraft.
Lincoln animatronic. By the time Vogt released his essay, Lincoln was already regarded as an icon. His image would be marked as one of solemn determination. He would act as a model for honesty, humility, leadership, and perseverance for generations to come. Vogt, who had multiple isolated and lengthy interactions with Lincoln, recalled of the now legendary man, funniest guy I ever met. Specifically, Vogt said that Lincoln would, quote, talk almost unceasingly, telling some of the funniest and most laughable of stories. But he talked little of politics or religion during those sittings. He said, I am bored nearly every time I sit down to a public dining table by someone pitching into me on politics. This aspect of Abraham Lincoln, the human, would not live on in Abraham Lincoln, the legend. While Lincoln's humor has by no means been erased from history, this nuance has not survived into the public's collective memory of Honest Abe. And the more common depiction of Lincoln, the brave president who bore the weight of a fractured nation, was the one that Walt and his Imagineers would depict. This representation of a dignified, serious Lincoln was not inaccurate. It reflected a significant portion of the real, mortal Lincoln, and it perfectly resembled the immortal legend that Lincoln had become. The animatronic's 5-minute speech did not require the frivolous complexities and random hypocrisies that plague every real human being. In order to bring the 16th president back to life, Disney only needed to depict the simple Lincoln, the idealized Lincoln, functionally, the real Lincoln. Ironically, toward the end of his life, Walt Disney feared the same fate was befalling him. He told Imagineer Marty Sklar one day in 1965, quote, Walt Disney is a thing, an image that people have in their minds, and I spent my whole life building it. I do a lot of things that Walt Disney wouldn't do. Walt Disney doesn't smoke. I smoke. Walt Disney doesn't drink. I drink. I'm not Walt Disney anymore. Walt's death the following year cemented this idea, with his name and legacy remaining the company's driving force for years after his passing. Over time, as Disney's leadership changed and the company found its creative footing without him, Walt's image was boiled down even further, and much like Lincoln, he became less of a complex individual and more of a figure that represented a set of core ideals. Walt's image became one of a creative risk-taker, a resilient, hardworking innovator, and more than all else, a dreamer. As the company he left behind grew into the world's most powerful media empire, Walt continued to play an important role, a role that would soon become even more critical. We find ourselves in 2023. A lot has happened in the world of Disney and the world in general since we left off in 2019. Bob Iger resigned as CEO, coincidentally 2 weeks before a global pandemic, and Bob Chapek was named his successor. When the parks eventually reopened, Chapek raised prices and introduced new upcharges. He fought with Hollywood talent, cleared house at Imagineering, saw Disney become a target of the culture war, grew a beard, was fired, and was immediately replaced by Bob Iger. Just 3 years after the company had experienced unprecedented success in both the parks and at the box office, Disney found themselves in one of the worst situations in the company's 99-year history, at least from a cultural standpoint. The inconceivably large corporation that Disney had become had never appeared so lost, so without identity, so soulless. It was a full-on brand crisis, which meant it was time for a brand deposit. On February 15th, 2023, Disney released a preview of Disney 100 The Exhibition, a traveling walkthrough exhibit created to celebrate the company's centennial. At the beginning of the gallery was a small presentation space, in which a short film would introduce the exhibit to guests. At the end of this video, Mickey appeared on a magic carpet and cast a spell. Pixie dust shot from his hands, and from it re-emerged Walter Elias Disney.
There's a lot of satisfaction in developing ideas into reality. When we consider a new project, we really study it.
For just under 60 seconds, Walt imparted some of his creative and business philosophies before snapping his fingers and disappearing once again into a cloud of pixie dust. This Walt was resurrected through a collaboration between Disney Studio Lab, Disney Research, and Industrial Light and Magic, and it was achieved through the use of archival video, archival audio, and artificial intelligence tools. The result was interesting. The press release stated that the Disney archives provided footage of Walt from the 1960s, which then went through their, quote, super resolution AI upscaler to convert the archival footage to high definition. But this is only part of what was done here. This Walt is not just an
trying to
upscale
create a
of
replica
existing
of another
footage,
grown-ass
and there
man
are
that's been
several
glazed for
clues
the
that
past 50
indicate
years.
this. First,
Yeah,
Walt's words are his own in his own voice.
I've
But
noticed
Disney
that
revealed that they used two different archival recordings that
men
were then spliced
specifically
together.
tend to
So
have
there is
like
no
a,
one
or
take
like
of Walt
historically,
presenting this speech
tend to have like a
begin with.
fixation on their
The second piece
legacy
of
for
evidence
whatever
is
reason.
look at it. Look at his
Women
weird, tall
sometimes,
face.
women
Look
too,
at his
but like I
creepy,
notice
weird
it a lot
smile.
with like
Look at what his
historical
hands are
male
doing.
figures,
Look
you
at how
know?
he doesn't rotate his shoulders at
Olympic
all.
level glaze.
Look at how his head doesn't move like it's attached to his body. AI Walt received mixed reactions upon its debut, with many fans challenging the quality and ethics of the digital revival. However, a true backlash failed to materialize. The majority of those that visited the exhibit either thought that it was an impressive effect that brought Walt to life before them, or they didn't even realize that it was AI to begin with. Essentially, Disney got away with it. The Walt Disney Company needed Walt's presence more than ever, and now he was back, albeit in a brief, uncanny, and digital fashion. Was this just a one-off thing for the centennial, or were they testing the waters for something else?
They were definitely
On August
testing
10th,
the waters.
2024, at the D23 Expo in Anaheim, California, Disney unveiled plans for their upcoming theme park projects. While most of the developments that were discussed would take years to complete, one show was announced that would open in the summer of 2025, to coincide with the 70th anniversary of Disneyland. This special attraction was planned for the Main Street Opera House, where Abraham Lincoln had been performing for nearly 60 years. The new show would be in the same vein as Great Moments with Mr. Lincoln, but rather than the 16th president appearing in animatronic form, a new animatronic of Walt Disney would take the stage. Disney Experience's chairman, Josh D'Amaro, who had taken over the role from Chapek when he had been promoted to CEO, explained that a Walt animatronic was an idea that had been, quote, whispered in the hallowed halls of Imagineering for years, maybe even decades.
We just had to wait for innovation to catch up with our dreams.
The animatronic and its accompanying set would be built on a rotating stage, and after the first year, Walt and Lincoln would take turns speaking to audiences throughout the day. D'Amaro claimed that he and Imagineering understood how much of a responsibility the figure was, and he explained that members of the Disney family had already been consulted. During the panel, D'Amaro introduced Roy P. Disney, Roy E. Disney's son and Walt's great-nephew, whom D'Amaro claimed was moved during his preview of the animatronic. Imagineer Tom Fitzgerald spelled out the challenges with creating a figure of Walt, including, quote, his expressive face, those eyebrows, and the way he used his hands to punctuate his thoughts and ideas. Fitzgerald said the new figure would, quote, incorporate features and innovations that had never been achieved before. It will be the most lifelike human figure we have ever created. The project was said to include several leaps in animatronic technology, which Imagineering referred to as moonshots. This included new methods for creating realistic human skin and a lean to stand motion that would allow Walt to perform one of his iconic desk leans. Imagineers also boasted that they were placing every strand of hair individually onto Walt's scalp, and that they had found a way to achieve the twinkle in Walt's eye. Apparently, those that knew Walt claimed that he had a twinkle in his eye when he spoke, and the Imagineers planned to achieve this glint by creating special eyes with a corneal bulge, which would refract light and result in Walt's eye sparkle. Walt did not ever have a life mask taken of his face, but molds were taken of his hands, which would serve as the basis for the hands of the animatronic. Many fans were thrilled that the company was again investing in Walt's legacy, and the care that was being put into the project was clearly sincere. The concept was not foreign to audiences, as a Walt animatronic had been discussed for decades. An internal Disneyland newsletter from 1986 specifically requested that cast members stop proposing the idea because of how frequently the concept was submitted. This newsletter also explains why one would not be built, explaining that the philosophy at the time was that, quote, Disneyland itself is a memorial to Walt's creativity in a way that could never be captured in an animated figure. Imagineering had considered the idea numerous times, and former Imagineer Eddie Soto revealed that he had once done concept work for a show featuring a Walt Disney animatronic, which was also proposed for the Main Street Opera House. Of course, the announcement also drew its fair share of criticism from fans that felt that it was disrespectful. This sentiment was immediately fueled by one of Walt's grandchildren, Joanna Miller, who spoke out against the figure, explaining that she was, quote, overwhelmed and angry, and that it, quote, shows a lack of respect to her grandfather.
I'm liking how it's coming out.
In another post a few months after the announcement, Miller doubled down on her initial position, and additionally claimed that Walt had told those that he worked with that he never wanted to be made into an animatronic. Miller also recalled that her mother, Walt's daughter, Diane Disney Miller, rejected a proposal for a Walt animatronic to be placed in the Walt Disney Family Museum in San Francisco. After speaking out, Miller was invited to Imagineering to see the progress on the animatronic, but she was not swayed. In an interview with the LA Times, she reported, quote, I think I started crying. It didn't look like him to me. Thus, Miller stuck to her claim that the animatronic was disrespectful and directly against Walt's wishes. All of the accounts that Walt expressly stated that he did not want an animatronic made of him are all second or third hand, and there is no known record of Walt or his colleagues establishing this alleged belief. Walt Disney Imagineering confirmed this, although they clearly have a vested interest in the matter. Imagineer Jeff Shaver-Moskowitz stated, quote, in all our research, we never found any documentation of Walt saying that. We know that it's anecdotal and we can't speak to what was told to people in private. A little over a week after Joanna's explosive post circulated, other Disney family members voiced their support for the project. The board of the Walt Disney Family Museum, which includes 5 of Walt's grandchildren and 3 of his great-grandchildren, shared a statement expressing enthusiasm for the animatronic, and 2 of Walt's grandchildren,
seems like it's very
Chris
split.
and Tamara Miller, went on the record expressing their support. At the end of the day, though, it doesn't really make a difference what Walt's family thinks. In most cases of simulated resurrection, especially of the digital variety, companies are required to seek approval from the estate of the deceased, as they hold the name and likeness rights to the individual. This was not the case with Walt Disney. This is because, in the early 1950s, Walt assigned his name and likeness rights to a company that he owned, named Walt Disney Inc. He then charged Walt Disney Productions a fee to use his name and likeness in marketing and merchandise. Between 1953 and 1981, Disney paid Walt's company, which he left to his wife and daughters, over $45 million for the use of Walt's name and likeness. In 1982, the Disney family sold Walt's name and likeness, as well as a few other assets, to Walt Disney Productions for $46.2 million. Whenever the Walt Disney Company has wanted to use Walt's likeness for something, such as the Parker statue, they only sought permission from Walt's family out of respect and in the hopes of gaining their support.
I would have to do some
Legally,
very
the
serious
company can do
foreplanning,
whatever it wants,
forethought,
a
and
circumstance
say
that was the direct
how I would
result of
want to be
decisions
portrayed.
made by Walt, his
But
wife, and his
I would
daughters.
literally have to
Discourse
sit
continued to
down with
surround the
my
animatronic
family, I
as its debut
suppose,
drew
and
closer.
also just
For such a small attraction, the
I
anticipation
guess
was immense,
the designers
and
that want to
Imagineering
make an
kept the figure
animatronic
closely
and
guarded,
be like,
not
hey,
allowing any
this is what I'm
imagery of the
okay with you
animatronic to
doing,
leak
and this is
ahead
what
of
I'm
its
not
reveal.
okay with you
In
doing.
February of
And if you do something
2025,
I'm not
the
okay
attraction
with,
was delayed from its
then
original May
I give my
opening date,
family the
which
right
was set
to
to
sue
coincide
you,
with the start of
kind of
Disneyland's
thing.
70th anniversary
I think that's what I would
celebration
do.
to July 17th. Disneyland's
Because, frankly,
actual
I
70th
don't
anniversary,
mind the
it would
idea
not
of being
be until
memorialized
July
in such a way.
2025.
But,
The previews were
like I
held,
said,
and the
I'd have
first
to
glimpses
have,
at the
an
Walt
approval
animatronic
process in
were
place.
finally released.
Myself,
Everyone,
I'd have
from
to do it before
supporters
I
to
die.
opponents to the undecided, were eager to see the results. Walt Disney, one of the world's most recognizable figures, the namesake of the world's largest media empire, was back in the park that he had founded 70 years prior. He may have died in 1966, but nearly 6 decades later, he had returned by way of the very technology that he had helped pioneer. a technology that had since been innovated even further.
I'd much rather have a statue. Yeah, I think a statue would be more in my taste if I were to have like a memorializing thing.
And the world was anxious to witness his homecoming.
If I guess, like I said, animatronic was like proposed, I'd do what I just explained.
I had to admit I do not draw anymore. Well, I said sometimes I think of myself as a little bee. I go from one area of the studio to another and gather pollen and sort of stimulate everybody.
Well, if you think this doesn't look like Walt Disney, just imagine how much this didn't look like Abraham Lincoln. What did we really expect here? I think our brains have been broken by the onslaught of advancements in digital media generation and humanoid robotics, that we sometimes forget that our physical reality still has fundamental limitations. Walt looks a bit puffy, sometimes he looks like a rabbit, the eyes are a little beady, could be the glint, and sometimes he looks like a rabbit. But throughout the performance, there are moments where it looks good, really good. The lean to stand segment is amazing, and there is clearly more expression in his face than with previous animatronics. Still, the figure reveals its limitations as often as it showcases its capabilities. This is actually the reason that sculptor Blaine Gibson opposed an animatronic of Walt. Not on the grounds that it was disrespectful or that Walt expressed that he didn't want it, but because of the unavoidable constraints. Gibson explained, quote, "I know just how crude our medium is, relative to the human figure. You can't get Walt's smile. You'd have to move from a scowl to a smile, because Walt at times would get a twisted up expression and one eyebrow would go up. He had a facial range that was absolutely beyond our capability. Lincoln is believable because we have no personal memories or films of his speech and mannerisms. Walt was a man whose movements meant something, and his expressions were so lively and enthusiastic. You can't get that with an animatronic figure." Technology has improved in the 3 decades since Gibson presented his case against a Walt animatronic, but many of the obstacles clearly still exist. Critics can sit back and dissect all of its flaws: the wide head, the lack of dynamic lighting, the processing on the archival audio.
You know, there's a lot of satisfaction in developing ideas into realities.
But even if all of these issues were addressed and technology improved dramatically, the fundamental reality remains that this is not a human, and it never will be. But does that necessarily mean that it isn't Walt Disney? From a certain point of view, this animatronic is the immortal Walt, the inoffensive, safe, corporate-approved figure, the only one that has a chance of living forever. Walt, over 5 decades after his death, continues to provide Disney with something invaluable: a personality, a set of ideals, and a human connection that can pierce through the corporate machine. Walt's path to immortality is dependent on his utility to the company that he started, a company that has transformed into an unrecognizable, incomprehensibly large, living machine, a machine that is now puppeteering him as a surrogate, as proof that the organization still has a singular human voice, minus the risks that come with actually having one.
Dang,
but the question
that is a
remains,
good speech.
Would Walt have wanted this? I think I have an answer, and with all due respect to those with strong opinions on the matter, I'm going to say with confidence that the answer to whether Walt would have wanted this or not is that it doesn't matter. Sorry, buddy, you invented this. You did this to Lincoln, a guy who didn't know that this technology was even possible. People told you to your face that it was weird and wrong, and you did it anyway. You defended it for years, saying that it was fine. So guess what? It's fine. And don't give me that excuse of Walt was too humble to want his park to be about him. You know who else was reported to be quite humble? Abraham Lincoln. This is on you, Walt. Welcome back.
That's so funny. Yo, that was really good. Oh wait, it's not done yet.
As satisfying as it is from a narrative perspective that Walt's image has been revived and trapped in a prison of his own design, sharing a stage with his first victim, there is still the lingering question: can the Walt Disney Company pull off a theme park fully populated by living characters? Throughout Disney's struggles during the pandemic, the research group continued to publish work. In October of 2020, Disney Research published their progress on simulating gaze with a robot. And to clarify, that is gaze with a Z. These experiments were part of an effort to further the social connection
just to make sure there's no
humans and
confusion.
Robots, which was not
Gaze
helped
with a
by
Z.
the fact that researchers used the scariest, most murder-eyed robot I've ever seen in my life. In April of 2021, Disney Research unveiled a project that had been at least 3 years in the making. And oh my god, is that the Fantasyland dragon. They've just got it hanging up there? I think they're messing with me. Codenamed Project
Well,
Kiwi,
that's good timing actually, because I would say that this piece is done.
Bipedal walking animatronic
well,
of the Guardians of the
there's
Galaxy
still
character,
like 20
Groot.
minutes
This
left.
Groot was maybe the most impressive
So now we
animatronic
can just watch
that
the
Disney
video
had ever created.
and
He was
keep my
capable
little
of
Laimu
smiling,
piece on.
blinking, walking without assistance,
Here, let me just like
standing
put
on
her up
one
here
leg,
so that it's
throwing
visible.
punches, and even dancing. The reactions to Groot were overwhelmingly positive, and guests could not wait to see him in action in the park. However, the description to the video clarified that there were, quote, no immediate plans for use in Disney theme parks. In June of 2023,
yeah, let's finish the video,
Disney released
like,
another
we're
video
20
of
minutes
the
away from being
animatronic,
done.
this time integrated into a
But
stage
I'm
show.
done with the
While not as
piece.
cool as the prospect of getting to interact with him up close, fans were
Congrats,
excited to see the
Greenwood. You
roaming
got to
Groot
see my
again.
entire
And the show
drawing
setting
process
indicated
for
that
these
Disney
VTuber sketches
had
I do.
no immediate plans for use in Disney theme parks. On March 10th, 2023, Disney Parks held a panel at South by Southwest in Austin, Texas. During the panel, DeMauro introduced several new prototype characters, including a Tinkerbell meet and greet in which a face actor in a remote location could be projected to appear as though they were the canonical size of the fairy.
Oh, that's
More
cool.
impressively, Imagineers unveiled a roller skating Judy Hopps animatronic that had the ability to recover after a fall, all on its own. This was a new category of animatronic named Indestructibles, and fans speculated that the roller skating Judy Hopps would first be seen in Shanghai Disneyland's new Zootopia
This is so
expansion,
fire. You guys
which
let
was
me know
set
if you
to
ever
open later
open
that year.
commissions.
9 months later,
Yeah, sure.
during the
I mean,
grand
I've
opening
never done it
presentation
before,
for the
but
land,
I
DeMauro
appreciate
debuted
the
another
interest.
roaming animatronic, this time of the character Duke Weaselton. This animatronic was made to appear to push a cart, and after moving to the center of the stage, he was lifted vertically by a cord. The animatronic was then able to plant his feet on the surface of the kiosk and continue his performance.
Cinema.
Both the Judy Hopps and Duke Weaselton animatronics fascinated audiences, and both were reported on extensively. However, when the Zootopia expansion opened, neither were seen in the land. By this point, even casual fans of the Disney parks had begun to notice the pattern. An impressive demonstration, a huge media push boasting the new technology, and then nothing. So many of the new touted projects disappeared, likely due to many of the same operational realities that previous living characters faced. But as Disney's projects kept getting more intriguing, and the broader robotics field presented equally interesting demonstrations, the lack of any meaningful implementation was becoming more and more apparent. There has to be a way for these characters to find a sense of permanency in the parks. So how do you do it? If the goal is to improve the value proposition to operations so that they will actually support these experiences, one way to do that is to tie the living character to a revenue generator. Universal has been doing this for years. Both Hogsmeade and Diagon Alley are packed with moving elements and short character encounters, and the upkeep on these effects has been stellar. This is likely due, in part, to the integration of the interactive wand experience, in which guests can purchase a wand, which allows them to trigger effects throughout the land. These moving elements make the land feel alive for all guests, but they are subsidized by the guests that chose to participate in the upcharge activity. Universal has used a similar strategy with their Super Nintendo worlds, in which guests can purchase a power-up band, which activates effects throughout the land. This might be why the Remy animatronic lasted for so long. On top of him being smaller and more manageable to maintain.
For some reason, the video froze on my end. I don't know if it froze over there. Let me refresh really quick.
These moving elements make the land feel alive for all guests, but they are subsidized by the guests that chose to participate in the upcharge activity.
Oh, I don't know why it's frozen. Come on, we were like 20 minutes out. Walt did not fuck with Bro's diss, no. Like, the audio was playing, but like, you know, it's just like the, screen froze. Yeah, it looks like all of my, actual, like, Google Chrome tabs, like, just froze.
Guests, but they are subsidized by the guests that chose to participate in the upcharge activity. Universal has used a symbol by the guest moving element, which guests can purchase in character encounters.
The YouTuber's name is Defunctlin. Let me write it down in the chat really quick.
and the upkeep on these effects has been stellar. This is likely due, in part, to the integration of the interactive wand experience, in which guests can purchase a wand, which allows them to trigger effects throughout the land. These moving elements make the land feel alive for all guests, but they are subsidized by the guests that chose to participate in the upcharge activity. Universal has used a similar strategy with their
no
Super
problem.
Nintendo
He has
World,
really
in
good
which guests
videos,
can
as you
purchase
can
a power-up
tell.
band, which activates effects throughout the land. This might be why the Remy animatronic lasted for so long. On top of him being smaller and more manageable to maintain, Remy was integrated into a restaurant, forcing guests to spend money in order to encounter him. If the revenue generation model isn't cynical enough, another method to make the value proposition better for operations is decreasing the operating cost via automation. A fear of automation has been tied to mechanical beings for centuries, and even Walt admitted that the original animatronics had the benefit of not needing to pay actors. When the Imagineers were experimenting with autonomatronics, they were questioned on whether the technology was intended to replace human performers. At the time, Trowbridge gave a non-committal answer, explaining, quote, "The world of Disney is about delivering stories and creating connections. There's no better way to create those connections than through another human being. So we're going to have to get really, really good at our robotics programs before we're in a position to start replacing our human staff. We'll probably replace our Imagineers with robots before we replace our cast members."
Ooh, I don't like that.
This turned out to be a false prediction. In 2018, Disney began quietly replacing several PhotoPass photographers with automated cameras. One of the locations that this affected was the Town Square Theater in the Magic Kingdom. In one of the rehearsal rooms, a new camera box, disguised as a bookshelf, was installed to automatically take photos of guests. This resulted in major backlash for Disney, and within just a few weeks, a Change.org petition acquired over 80,000 signatures, resulting in the halting of the automation program and the removal of several of the photo boxes, including the one in the Town Square Theater. This victory was short-lived, as post-pandemic, the program returned and expanded, replacing more PhotoPass photographers with camera boxes. Around the same time, autonomous interactive characters would re-emerge. On March 1st, 2022, the Galactic Star Cruiser welcomed aboard its first guests. The experience was the most significant integration of Trowbridge's story engine yet,
is this
and
that
the two-night immersive adventure delivered on many of the interactions
Is this
originally
that hotel that
promoted
shut
as
down?
part of Galaxy's Edge. The Star Cruiser had a few new character experiences, including multiple full-body alien costumes and a new puppeteered astromech droid named SK-620. The most unique character experience offered on board was one that took place within the guest stateroom. On a wall panel, passengers could interact with the logistics droid named D309. This character was fully autonomous.
I mean, it was a cool
She
idea,
could
but
understand
like,
practically
oh my gosh,
anything guests
they
said, and she could smoothly transition in and out of scripted segments.
it was not very well done.
Disrupt to these droid bolting monsters.
Mess up their communications.
Excellent idea. I can try to access their systems and engage in a little sabotage. Oh, but that has to wait. I should let you start your sleep cycle.
D309 was built on a new intelligent character platform. A Disney research initiative started with the intention of deploying story-driven chatbots. The guest interactions with D309 were influenced by their individual story profile, and the droid would update her behavior and
Star
dialogue
Wars
throughout the
talk still
experience,
happening damn
depending
near the
on both the overall
Big
story
26.
and the guest's individual
Yeah,
actions.
I mean, it is a major property owned by Disney, so I'm not surprised that they just keep trying to push it, you know?
You're right to be proud.
The droid was always labeled as a playtest, even though she was fully integrated into the hotel. D309 was killed when the entire Galactic Star Cruiser was closed in September of 2023. Outside of some technical glitches, D309 was one of the more operationally sustainable aspects of the experience, and the lack of puppeteers allowed the character to interact with guests simultaneously in every room at a very low cost. If operations simply cannot be motivated to operate and maintain living characters consistently in the parks, maybe
Did you hear
Imagineering
about
can
the Old
find
Republic
ways
getting a
to
remake?
justify
I did.
funding the appearances
I heard
themselves.
about,
This means that living
it's
characters
not Knights of the
either
Old
need to be
Republic, it's
lucrative
Fate of
marketing
the Old Republic now.
opportunities
Yeah?
that help drive more
Yeah, I
attention
saw
to
that.
Disney as a whole,
Pretty
or
cool. I
they
never
need to
played
be
the
very
original,
attractive
but,
to Wall Street. In October of 2023,
Good-
a new
good for
type
you
of
guys who
bipedal droid
did.
began testing in Galaxy's Edge. These cute little robots were named BDX droids, short for Bipedal Dynamic Experiment, or BDEX. This was reportedly the next phase of the bipedal experiments that had begun with Project Kiwi. The BDX droids were a combination of puppetry and autonomous behaviors. Each was given its own personality, and the units were decked out with plenty of tricks and sound effects that convincingly brought the robots to life. The BDX droids were the first significant non-humanoid character encounter in Galaxy's Edge since its opening, and they built upon the knowledge that the Imagineers had gained during the height of the Living Character Initiative. The BDX droids were canonically robots, so they required fewer mechanisms and did not need artificial skin. They were small, so if they did break down, they could be carried away by a person. They were easily replicable, and multiple could be operated simultaneously, allowing for more interactions and bringing more life to the area that they inhabited. While their appearances were limited to Imagineering playtests, their practicality allowed them to travel easily. The droids have been spotted at Disneyland, on Disney Cruise Line, in Disneyland Paris, and finally, in July of 2025, they appeared at Disney's Hollywood Studios. It would be amazing if the BDX droids, through the incremental improvements that they showcase, had crossed some sort of threshold that made them attractive to operations. But the reason for their proliferation seems to have less to do with their appeal to operations and their appeal to park guests, and more to do with their appeal to Wall Street. On March 18, 2024, NVIDIA held GTC, a technology conference that has a heavy focus on artificial intelligence development.
Oh, did you hear about how NVIDIA is apparently no longer producing or going to be
becoming the
scaling
first
back their
company in
production of
history to surpass a market
RAM, I think?
capitalization of
It's either
$4
RAM or
trillion.
just graphics cards or
During the
something.
conference, NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang unveiled Project Groot, a set of models to help developers tackle the many challenges associated with achieving autonomous humanoid robots. During the introduction of the Groot platform, Huang also introduced
I don't
some
remember
special guests.
what exactly the
Turns
announcement
out,
was,
the
but I
BDX
remember
droids
seeing
were powered by
people talking
NVIDIA
about it on
Jetson
Twitter.
computers and trained in NVIDIA Isaac Sim, a simulation platform
Which
that
is
allows
weird,
robots
you know,
to
that's
train
like their
in a
whole
virtual
thing,
environment.
but
In March of
what do I know?
2025, the BDX droids appeared on the NVIDIA GTC stage once again, this time to announce a new physics engine named
Yeah,
Newton,
it has something to
which
do
was
with
a
like the whole AI
collaboration
craze
between
and
Disney
bubble thing
Research,
going on right
Google
now.
DeepMind,
I hope
and NVIDIA.
the bubble bursts
Disney Research
soon,
had developed
like
a system that they
tomorrow.
called their robotic character platform, which allowed for artists to animate stylized movements that could then be tested in NVIDIA simulations and, once achievable, performed by an animatronic. This is how the BDX droids and Groot achieved their stylized gaits and expressions. And Disney claimed that the same principles could be applied to robots of various shapes and sizes. The partnership with NVIDIA is extremely lucrative for Disney. Disney Research working in collaboration with, or just being on the same stage as, the world's most valuable company is a dream for investors. This was further proved during the Walt Disney Company's 2025 annual meeting of shareholders, where Bob Iger gave the BDX droids a dedicated 2-minute segment at the top of the broadcast. These things were still doing limited test runs on a per-park basis, and yet here they are, hanging out with the company's CEO, like they're buds.
How you doing, guys? Great to see you again.
More than simply being for public or investor relations, if
I keep
Disney's
hearing the bubble is
contributions
going
to
to burst.
NVIDIA's
That shit's been on
robotics
the edge of
platform
bursting
are
since
as valuable as
2024.
described,
So
then
true.
the BDX droid playtests
It
are
needs
not
to
just
burst
isolated
soon, though.
experiences for the benefit of theme park guests, they are valuable data collection opportunities. The lessons and improvements
like,
derived from these experiments
I think
are
I
not
remember
just going
talking,
to
it was
improve
either
the
you or
next
Quirky,
animatronic.
about
They will
how
improve a foundational robotics
ridiculous
platform
PC prices
being
are
created
getting,
by the
like PC
world's
parts
most powerful tech
are
companies,
getting.
potentially bringing
And
forth
it's
a
like,
humanoid robot
in order for the
revolution,
prices to go down, the
altering
bubble
course of
needs to
human
burst.
history and transforming the world as we know it forever. So, that's another way to get living characters into a theme park. Just do that, I guess. There is one foolproof strategy on populating the parks with living characters, and that is executive authority. While the Walt Disney Company is a segmented megacorporation with responsibilities scattered across hundreds of divisions, a hierarchy of power does still exist. If an executive truly believes in a project, such as a living character, they can declare that it must be done, skirting the whole Imagineering operations dance entirely. These types of executive mandates were standard operating procedure when Walt was alive, and this resulted in the company consistently taking creative risks. A modern, data-driven company would not have told the Imagineers to build a robot of Abraham Lincoln. The Imagineers, as an organization, almost certainly would not have decided to build a robot of Abraham Lincoln. But Walt wanted a robot of Abraham Lincoln, and he had the power, the resources, and the people to pull it off. The Lincoln animatronic was a work of art, the quality and morality of which can be argued, but there is no doubt that this was the result of human expression. A human expressing his desire to have a robot of Abraham Lincoln. That is the exact type of risky, selfish, even uncomfortable humanity that the modern corporate machine is basically designed to root out. This is not to say that Walt Disney specifically was the key to achieving these types of feats. If he had survived another 20 years, he probably would not have been laser focused on interactive or roaming animatronics. More than likely, he would have been busy solving murders in the city that he built. This also does not mean that executive authority is never applied today. A confirmed and recent example of executive power leading to a cool thing is the integration of the Stuntronic technology in Disney California Adventure's
Yeah,
Avengers
that's that
Campus.
animatronic I was talking
This
about.
underbuilt land was almost universally poorly received upon opening, but one of the highlights was the Stuntronic show. Disney Parks chairman Josh D'Amaro
That is
has
pretty
been
cool.
credited as the reason that the show made it to the parks.
Thank you for greenlighting that, by the way.
And there's a video, a viral video of
every
that
once in a while. I knew
Spider-Man
that was gonna
animatronic like slamming
This was
into
a
the wall
legitimate
instead
risk,
of making it
as
to
has
its...
been proven.
There
But
it
it is one of
is!
those magic moments that requires the support of leadership to pull off. The modern Walt Disney Company is not void of creative talent, and there are reasons to be optimistic about the future of living characters. In May of 2023, Disney announced that Bruce Vaughan would be returning to Imagineering as Chief Creative Officer. Vaughn's passion for and history with living characters is likely to result in new experiences being tested. The question is, will these spaces ever cross that threshold? From being a theme park with an occasional unique character sighting to an environment populated by autonomous, interactive, non-human life. Guests would not have any expectations of this if Disney would not promise it so often, which they are still doing, by the way, now more than ever. Maybe this is the same speculative, future hyping that has been going on for the past 30 years. Or maybe they feel that they have broken a key technological barrier with their recent projects. But even if Imagineers had all of the executive and operational support possible, even if the technology was perfected and cost was made irrelevant, there is still a key obstacle standing between the parks as we know them and a fully immersive, inhabited story world. The other part of the interaction equation. Us. The guests. Human beings. After spending so much time researching and discussing humanity's pursuit of living machines, specifically those whose main purpose is to resemble us, I would love to say that there is something uniquely good about being human. Some way that we are virtuous or skilled, special in a way that a machine could never replicate. But I fear that I can't succinctly or effectively communicate that in a way that doesn't sound desperately hopeful. But what I am confident in is that if humans cannot distinguish ourselves by the ways in which we are great, we will always stand apart in all of the ways that we suck. In 1963, when the first audio animatronic show, The Enchanted Tiki Room, opened at Disneyland, outside of the attraction, an animatronic barker bird named Juan encouraged guests to come inside to see the show.
That's funny.
However, the bird was such a spectacle that crowds would gather in front of him, and rather than listening to his suggestion that they enter the building, they would just stand there. This caused such traffic issues that Juan had to be removed. Over 5 decades later, Jake the droid was testing in the same park. This fully autonomous robot attempted to roam Tomorrowland, but he could only move a few feet at a time. Not because the technology limited him, not because operations boxed him in, but because the guests wouldn't let him. People walked in front of him, kids hit him, and kicked him, and climbed on him, and once adults realized that he would stop if they stood in front of him, they would purposefully block his path to allow their family time to gather in order to take a photo. For all of the advancements exhibited by the BDX droids, cast members still need to shield them from guests, and also rain. Even if Mickey Mouse could be a fully autonomous bipedal animatronic, with voice recognition, a character-specific language learning model, and perfect speech synthesis, that Mickey could not shake your hand when you enter the park and walk with you to get an ice cream. Because the costumed Mickey can't do that. He would be mobbed. Walt Disney World had to severely limit their roaming costumed characters years ago, mostly because of crowds and guest behavior. This was a core component of the parks for decades, an aspect that actually made them feel inhabited and alive. And now, it's a rarity. Companies other than Disney have found success populating their parks while recognizing these limitations. On May 22, 2025, Universal Epic Universe became the 3rd theme park to open at Universal Orlando Resort. The new park featured several unique character interactions, but no land felt as alive as How to Train Your Dragon: Isle of Berk. This land is filled with dragons. There are multiple animatronics throughout the land's exterior, and there is a dedicated toothless meet and greet space. There are also costume dragons, as well as simple mechanical ones brought to life through limited rudimentary movement. The most advanced character encounters in the land are a set of free-roaming baby dragons, which many believe are
What a great
themed
movie.
Boston
Yeah,
Dynamics
it's really
robots.
good.
All of the mechanical dragons use canned
He makes really good
animations
videos.
and/or
I know I keep
puppeteered
saying
movements,
that, but truly
and most
he
are out of
does.
the reach of guests. Any limitations
And
that the
I
Isle
recommend
of
all
Berk
of them,
dragons may have
frankly.
individually is offset by the sheer volume of characters present in the land. The combination of moving elements make Isle of Berk feel truly populated by non-human life, even though none of the techniques used are particularly groundbreaking. This is not to say that Universal has figured it out. They've experienced difficulties trying to get the promised dragon drones to work. All of the animatronics, particularly the baby dragons, are prone to breakdowns, and it is still too early to tell how well these elements will be maintained. But if there is something to take away from the land, it is that achieving the illusion of life does not necessarily require fully autonomous, free-roaming, self-directed character agents. And you can create something that feels immersive and alive without expecting guests to shift their behavior in a major way. Humans, especially theme park guests, have proven to be impatient, selfish, and illogical. And if those aren't the traits that throw a wrench into the proposed living character utopia, then there is one more that might be the most problematic: laziness. All of these interaction methods and techniques that the Imagineers developed assume to some degree that the guest is willingly engaging in the experience.
Okay, I'm gonna head to sleep, but I had a lot of fun today. Thank you.
That engagement
No,
is
thank
almost
you.
always
Thank you for
dependent
hanging out
on
for me
both
for like
parties
pretty much the
being
whole
alive.
time.
A significant
My
number
goodness.
of people that
I hope you have
experienced
a
the
good
Galactic
night,
Star
and I'm
Cruiser
probably going to be
reported
heading out
growing
as
bored
soon as
with
this video is
D309
done as
quickly,
well.
while
I don't
finding
know if I'm going to
interactions
stream
with the
over the
human
weekend
performers
or
rewarding
next
and
week, since
engaging.
you know it's my birthday
Ironically,
and Christmas.
this might have been one of the
but
most immersive
yeah,
parts
happy
of the Star
holidays
Cruiser,
and
as
have a
there's
good
nothing
night's
more
sleep.
Star Wars than not
Hope to
wanting
see
to
you
talk
again
to a droid.
soon.
It's like a second language to me. I'm a
All right,
student.
shut up. I'll take this.
Reports indicate
Take
that
care,
children did
Greenwood.
find D309 more engaging, but children
Also,
also
I'm sure if
think that
Laimu saw your
costumed
fan art, she'd be
characters are
very
real.
happy.
I
Thank
guess
you.
some adults
I hope
fall in
so.
love
I'm
with
gonna post
chatbots
it
now, but they can
tomorrow
do that
morning.
at home. For a lot of people,
Because it's a
interfacing
little
with
late
the
to post
program
fan art
is
now,
just not
but
going to cut it.
still.
Many find having a
Have a good night,
conversation with a
Greenwood.
cartoon sea turtle an awkward proposition, but the humanity of the performer comes through, and it
70,
forces skeptical guests to engage,
Had to
which
get
can
one
lead
last
to a
dig in.
meaningful interaction.
All right, see ya.
What do you do for fun on the land? Like, what are your land hobbies, dude?
We like to pick up litter to keep the earth clean.
That's a good recovery from being in your phone.
Turtle Talk with Crush still entertains people to this day, because it's cheap, but also because despite a version of this technology being in everyone's pockets, the human element is timeless. Magic Words with Mickey might have used pre-recorded dialogue, but the illusion of the interaction was achieved through the collaboration of 4 humans, not 0. Even when someone does engage willingly with an autonomous agent, once they realize that there is no human behind the curtain, they typically resort to just messing with it for fun. See Fortnite AI Darth Vader.
So, Skibbity Riz is now the key to unlocking the galaxy. Defunct land, you say? Your fascination with obsolete theme parks perplexes me.
Maybe the real world will soon be populated by so many autonomous agents and free-roaming robots that the public's behavior toward them will completely change. But is it not just as likely that if they were to become ubiquitous, we would cease to view them as attractions, therefore defeating the point? I don't know. In reality, even without the promise of living characters being fulfilled, theme parks are as popular as ever. For decades, there was a consistent fear that theme parks were on the brink of irrelevancy, soon to be made obsolete by the internet or video games or virtual reality or whatever. And this did not come to pass. This could be because of the efforts the industry made to implement new technology, but it is just as likely that the emergence of these new mediums made theme parks all the more attractive. Bran Farren predicted this all the way back in 1998. Even while working on the forward-thinking and ambitious Big Dino, Farren believed that the parks would retain their specialness, as they were already a type of virtual world built, quote, at a higher resolution with bricks and mortar than we can do using bits today. People are now bombarded with an unending stream of digital media slop, AI-generated content, scams, 4-hour video essays about theme parks, the limitless nature of which leads many to crave something physical, something with constraints. That detail, that texture that theme parks have is as much the result of the materials as it is the people, because the truth is that these places are already inhabited by life, the people that design them, the people that operate them, and the people that visit them. So, what's at the end of the line? I hope it's us, because in the realm of art, and especially theme parks, the spectacle is often the attempt. the attempt to build an environment, to pull off an illusion, and most of all, to create a connection. And as long as we are at the helm, the result will be a display of personality, of passion, of imperfection, of ego, of that thing inside of us, our humanity. That is the attraction. It's the whole point. It's the magic. And it always will be. I hope.
Ah, that was really good. Oh, it's Daisy Bell. But yeah, that was really good, and I actually kind of am surprised that I was able to finish this drawing in the amount of time that took to watch this video. Well, not that surprised, considering that it was only like, it was 4 hours, but still, that was fun. I had a lot of fun doing this stream tonight, just getting to kick back, watch a long video, and draw. I want to do this again, but you know, since it's getting closer to whenever I actually have to start my full-time job, I'm a little worried I won't be able to do long-form streams like this again. But you know what? You never know. Anyway, I hope that you all have a good night. Like I was saying earlier, I may not stream this weekend or next week, considering it's the holidays. But I hope that everyone who did join me and watched me draw or just watched the video, has a good holiday as well, and I hope that you stay warm because it is still pretty chilly out there. Anyway, I'm gonna get going. It's pretty late where I am, and yeah, I will definitely see you guys again later. Let me go ahead. Where's that button? There we go. All right, yeah. Have a good night and bye.